Chapter 316. The night slowly fell silent. In the vicinity of the spirit vein, silhouettes began to slowly retreat. Occasionally, a cry of agony could be heard, but it was soon replaced by silence. Even though the spiritual energy within the spirit vein was dense, no one dared to barge in. After a day of chaos and more than a dozen corpses, everyone knew that there was an extremely formidable figure within the spirit vein. Those who barged in felt as though they had entered a completely different world. Not a single sound could be heard, and a moment later, their corpses would be tossed out like wooden logs. Every single one of them had died a tragic death, as though their hearts had been pierced by 1,000 swords. By now, very few people were foolish enough to barge in. The sky gradually brightened, and the crowd slowly retreated. On top of the spirit vein, a thick layer of fog shrouded the area. The evil emperor gazed into the distance and heaved a long sigh. From dawn to dusk, and then to dawn again, he had dealt with countless groups of spies with ill intentions. Yet the number of silhouettes outside the mountain only continued to increase. Even the evil emperor felt a slight headache creeping in. Without forceful means, he wouldn't be able to display his benevolence. Fortunately, after killing a few experts who had barged in, the momentum finally came to a halt. Otherwise, the entire spirit vein would become an ownerless land, and anyone would be able to enter and leave freely. As a result, Wang Chang's training plans could no longer be carried out. Let's hope that the momentum can be stopped. The demonic emperor old man sighed, and then he took out a pigeon from his wide sleeve. With a flick of his hands, he sent the pigeon into the sky. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, he should inform Wang Chong of this matter and let him make the final decision. At noon, a green carriage slowly moved along the bustling streets before finally stopping in front of the residence of an important official of the royal court. The doors of the carriage opened, and Wang Chong walked out. After spending half a day, Wang Chong finally settled all of his affairs before arriving at Big Uncle Wang Zhen's residence. A tall wall surrounded Big Uncle Wang Zhen's residence. 2 massive lions squatted in front of the gate, and 2 large red lanterns hung down from the walls. Through the open door, one could vaguely see the luxuriant bamboo forest inside, fresh and elegant. Big Uncle Wang Zhen was not a pure warrior. Strictly speaking, he was a civil official. These lush bamboos were exactly the same as the ones in Grandfather's for Quarters Embassy, in line with the Confucian preference for plums, orchids, chrysanthemums, and bamboos. This wasn't the first time Wang Chong had been here, but his mood this time was very different. About that matter, I should tell Uncle about it. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed at the majestic Wang residence before him. He had received Big Uncle Wang Zhen's messenger pigeon last night, but Wang Chong did not reply immediately. Instead, he waited until now to pay a visit personally. With a flick of his robe, Wang Chong strode inside. Young master. At the entrance of the Wang mansion, 4 Wang clan guards stood in a line. When they saw Wang Chong, their faces tightened and they revealed respectful expressions. One by one, they bowed in unison. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts, without the slightest bit of pretense. This wasn't Wang Chong's first time here. In the past, everyone thought that the youngest son of the 3rd Old Master would be an unruly and mischievous person, so they couldn't help but look down on him. But in the past half a year, Wang Chong seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Seeing his actions, everyone's respect for Wang Chong grew. Thus, upon seeing Wang Chong this time, the 4 guards immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. Is Big Uncle in? Wang Chong asked. He's in. The 1st Old Master knows that Gongzi will be coming, so he has been waiting in the study. Gongzi, do you need us to inform him? There's no need for that. I can go by myself. Wang Chong waved his hands, stepped over the door sill, and walked in. Passing through garden after garden, waterside pavilions, fake mountains, and bamboo forests, Wang Chong stopped outside Big Uncle Wang Zhen's study. A familiar sniffle could be vaguely heard in the room. Looking at the purple-brown door, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and many thoughts flashed across his mind. There was a matter that he had been trying to avoid mentioning to Big Uncle. But Big Uncle's letter had left him with no way out. Eldest Uncle would never have thought that what he was doing now was completely wrong. The closer he got to the first prince, the more danger he would be in. In his previous life, with his grandfather's influence and illustrious achievements, even though they fell for the Yao clan schemes and offended the king of Song and King Qi, the Wang clan was still able to survive. But the relationship between Big Uncle and the first prince had destroyed this final sliver of hope. Given Big Uncle's many years of experience and achievements, even if he had chosen the wrong side in every political storm, the worst that could happen to him was a demotion. But he ended up getting swept into the most dangerous war of the crown prince. This was the true reason why the Wang clan fell out of favor, and after Wang Chong's death, it quickly fell into decline. In an instant, the Wang clan fell from a prestigious clan of generals and ministers to the lowest level of society. Wang Chong had been trying to avoid mentioning this point, but at this moment he had no choice but to bring it up. Sigh. I hope that Big Uncle can listen to me. Wang Chong gave a deep sigh as he quietly said to himself, Chong-er, you're here. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, a dignified voice sounded from the room. It was Big Uncle Wang Chong's voice. Recovering from his daze, Wang Chong knocked on the door and walked in. Big Uncle. As soon as Wang Chong walked in, he saw Big Uncle seated at the back of the red sandalwood study. Before him was a thick stack of documents, seemingly in the midst of dealing with the affairs of the royal court. Chong-er, you're here. Wang Zhen chuckled as he drained the ink from the brush in his hand and casually hung it on the brush rack on the study table. After working for an entire morning, he was feeling a little tired. Sit. Wang Zhen stood up from behind the study table and sat down on a round tea table not too far away. There was a pot of tea and 2 teacups on the table. Wang Zhen first poured a cup of tea for the two of them before beckoning Wang Chong to take a seat not too far away from him. The fact that Wang Chong was able to sit so close to him was more than enough to prove the relationship between Wang Zhen and Wang Chong, this pair of uncle and nephew. Wang Chong didn't say a word as he sat down beside Big Uncle. Chong-ah, how are things in the training camp? Wang Zhen placed the teacup back on the table and asked slowly. It's fine. Wang Chong said, That's good. If there's anything you need our help with, feel free to let me know. Wang Chong nodded. You should have received my letter, right? Wang Zhen didn't waste any time and went straight to the main topic. Wang Chong's heart tightened. He already knew what Big Uncle Wang Zhen was going to say. Chong-er, I won't hide it from you. Actually, the one who wishes to meet you this time is the first prince. The first prince knows many things about you, and he admires you greatly. Thus, he hopes that you can serve him. Wang Zhen said seriously. The first prince wishes to recruit me? Wang Chong raised his head. Yes. Wang Zhen nodded solemnly. Wang Chong was an intelligent person, and there were many things that couldn't be hidden from him. Thus, Wang Zhen didn't try to hide anything from him and spoke honestly. Chong-ah, I know that the spirit vein is important to you. However, the first prince is the future successor to the throne, and the entire Tang dynasty will be his in the future. It's rare for the first prince to take the initiative to seek you out, so I hope that you can consider it carefully. With your intelligence and wisdom, the first prince will definitely put you in an important position. This is beneficial to both you and our Wang clan. This is also for the benefit of the clan, so Big Uncle hopes that you can consider it carefully. After saying this, Wang Zhen stared unblinkingly at Wang Chong, waiting for his intelligent nephew's reply. Hearing his Big Uncle's words, Wang Chong fell silent. His Big Uncle rarely brought up the benefits of the clan in front of him, and he rarely spoke in such a righteous manner. These words were more than enough to show the urgency in his big uncle's heart. Without a doubt, his big uncle hoped that he could join him and pledge loyalty to the first prince. But Wang Chong knew that there was no way he would agree. This wasn't just because Wang Chong was familiar with history and knew that the future emperor would be the fifth Prince Li Heng and not the first prince. More importantly, it was because of the first prince's personality. There was a major problem with the first prince's personality. If not for this major flaw in his personality, fifth Prince Li Heng would never have been able to ascend to the throne. If not for this flaw in his personality, he would never have committed such a treasonous act, implicating his big uncle and the entire Wang clan, and even losing his right to be the heir apparent. But this wasn't the most fundamental problem. The most fundamental problem was that the first prince was not a benevolent ruler, so he was not a suitable candidate for the throne. Thus, even if that incident hadn't occurred, given his personality, he would definitely have committed even more treasonous acts. In his last life, Wang Chong had a chance to interact with the first prince. His personality was one that could not tolerate others disobeying him. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had reservations about the first prince. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret, and Wang Chong didn't want the Wang clan to repeat the mistakes of his last life and fall into a state of extinction. Big uncle, I'm afraid that I can't agree to your request. Wang Chong looked into his big uncle's hopeful eyes and slowly but firmly said these words. Each of these words carried a heavy weight, clearly expressing Wang Chong's resolve. Why? Wang Zhen asked. He knew that Wang Chong wouldn't be easy to persuade, but he hadn't expected Wang Chong to reject him so decisively. There was no room for negotiation. Chong-er, Big Uncle knows that my request might be a little excessive, but Chong-er, Big Uncle hopes that you can consider it carefully. After all, the first prince is the future emperor. Wang Zhen said. Given the intelligence, wisdom, courage, and daring that Wang Chong had displayed, if he could serve the first prince, the Wang clan would surely reach even greater heights, perhaps even surpassing his father at his peak. On this point, Wang Zhen shared the same opinion as Madame Xing. Chapter 317. Big Uncle, do you really think that the first prince will be the future emperor? Wang Chong suddenly asked. The moment he said those words, Wang Zhen's face immediately warped. Chong-er, what do you mean by that? Do you know what you're saying? Wang Zhen had been speaking to Wang Chong amicably all this while, but upon hearing Wang Chong's words, his face suddenly turned grim. You can only say these words to me if others misunderstand and think that our Wang clan has ulterior motives. Do you know what the consequences will be? If Wang Chong's words were heard by others and spread to the outside world, it would probably cause an earthquake. Big Uncle, I know what I'm doing. On the other hand, Wang Chong's expression was surprisingly calm. He had always been filled with respect for Big Uncle Wang General. It was impossible to sever the bloodline between them. Not to mention, most of the time, Big Uncle's actions were for the sake of the Wang clan's interests. But regarding the matter of the first prince, Wang Chong couldn't agree with Big Uncle. But Big Uncle, have you ever thought about the consequences of our Wang clan failing to ascend the throne? Those words were like a bolt of lightning crashing into Wang Zhen's head. A look of astonishment surfaced on his face. What would happen if the first prince failed to ascend the throne? Wang Zhen had never considered such a possibility before. Or rather, Wang Zhen had never thought of such a possibility at all. Chong-er, you're still too young. There are some things that you still don't understand. Since ancient times, only the first prince stands, and the other princes have no hope. Furthermore, you don't understand the first prince like I do. Even though His Majesty hasn't conferred him the title of Crown Prince, yet the first prince's actions are no different from a crown prince's. By the time His Majesty passes away, the first prince's ascension to the throne is already a done deal. Regardless of whether it's in or out of the royal court, everyone has the same opinion on this matter. Wang Zhen shook his head. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. His nephew might be intelligent, but he was still lacking in the political arena. This kind of thing could not be achieved by just being smart. One must also have enough life experience and life experience. In Wang Zhen's view, the possibility that the first prince would be unable to ascend to the throne was completely impossible. "Uncle," Wang Chong shook his head, "I can listen to your opinion on other matters, but please forgive me for not being able to help you with this matter." Eldest uncle said that since ancient times, the elders should not be supported by the young. This point was not wrong, but I would like to ask if the first prince is really so outstanding, if His Majesty really likes him, then why didn't His Majesty officially make him the crown prince? The matters in the imperial court were treacherous. Eldest uncle thought that he would be able to enjoy glory and wealth by following the first prince. He was really taking it for granted. In the Battle of the Crown Prince, it was extremely dangerous to take things for granted. This, Wang Zhen's lips parted and he froze. His Majesty had great trust in the first prince. Of this Wang Zhen was certain. If that was not the case, he would not have sought refuge with the first prince. Wang Zhen wanted to refute Wang Chong's words, but he was unable to find the words to do so, because what Wang Chong said was the truth. His Majesty doted on the first prince deeply, and he would even allow him to participate in the royal court from time to time. This was no different from the crown prince. But what was strange was that His Majesty did not confer the first prince the crown prince. It was one thing if the first prince was still young, but the first prince was no longer young. This was something that even Wang Zhen found bizarre, just that he had never mentioned it to anyone before. Chong-er, the first prince, is His Majesty's eldest son. If His Majesty didn't like him, he wouldn't have allowed him to participate in the royal court. Besides, just because His Majesty hasn't conferred him a title now doesn't mean that His Majesty won't do so in the future. Wang Zhen argued. Rome wasn't built in a single day. His relationship with the first prince wasn't forged in a single day, but over a long period of time. It was impossible for Wang Chong to change Wang Zhen's impression of the first prince with just a few words and convince him that His Majesty wouldn't confer a title to the first prince in the future. Furthermore, His Majesty is a wise and benevolent ruler, a monarch whose contributions have been unparalleled throughout the ages. Do you think that he would allow such a tragedy to occur in his hands? Wang Zhen said. His words revealed the source of his confidence in the first prince's ascension to the throne. The current Holy Emperor was acknowledged by everyone in the royal court as a monarch. Under his hands, the Tang dynasty was able to escape the previous dynasty's decline and fall into chaos, thus reaching an unprecedented height. Regardless of whether it was in terms of territory or wealth, the Tang dynasty had far surpassed any other dynasty or ruler. With just 600,000 to 700,000 elite soldiers, the Tang dynasty was able to suppress all the surrounding powers. Regardless of whether it was the Uzun Empire, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, or Mengshi-Zhao, all of them had to admit that the Tang dynasty's strength was undeniably the greatest, far surpassing theirs. Even the unruly Uzun Empire understood that the reason they were able to maintain a stalemate with the Tang dynasty for so many years was due to the unique geography and altitude of the Uzun Plateau. The Tang dynasty was unable to adapt to the environment of the plateau, so they were unable to occupy the Uzun Plateau. This was the true reason why the Uzun Empire was fearless. After decades of development, the surrounding powers were no longer the same as before. However, they still held a deep respect for the Tang dynasty at the center, and all of this came from the current Holy Emperor. Regardless of whether it was in terms of governance, martial arts, or courage, the current Holy Emperor had reached the limits of all previous emperors. Without a doubt, the current Tang dynasty was the most powerful era in history. If not for the respect shown by the previous emperors in the history of the Central Plains, the current Holy Emperor would have long been crowned with the title of Greatest Emperor of all ages. There were many times when Wang Zhen was glad that he was born in such an era and met such a wise emperor. To those who harbored vengeance, This was a rare opportunity that only appeared once in 1,000 years. There was no way Wang Zhen would believe that such a tragedy would occur in the hands of such an emperor. Looking at the serious and confident expression on his big uncle's face, Wang Chong's heart felt heavy. Even now, his big uncle was still unaware that he was walking on a path of no return. His Majesty was indeed wise, but this had nothing to do with what his big uncle wanted him to do. Perhaps his big uncle still didn't know that in the hands of the Holy Emperor, not only would such a tragedy occur, there would also be many things that his big uncle would never be able to imagine. There were simply too many doubts in this matter. Even as someone who had experienced it personally, there were many things that Wang Chong couldn't understand. Needless to say, his big uncle. However, there was one thing that Wang Chong was certain of. What his big uncle was doing was slowly dragging the Wang clan into the deepest abyss of all clans, the deepest abyss of darkness. If he couldn't stop his big uncle, no matter how glorious the Wang clan seemed to be at the moment, it would only be a fleeting moment in the future, repeating the same mistakes of his previous life. Since his big uncle was still obstinate, he could only find a way to wake him up. At the very least, he had to make him understand that his way of thinking was extremely wrong. Big uncle, do you really think that because His Majesty is a benevolent emperor, such a tragedy wouldn't occur? Throughout history, no matter how wise the emperor was, he was unable to control such a tragedy. Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, unified the western regions and conquered Jiaoji. For the first time, he pushed the influence of the Central Plains into the western and southern borders. His political and military prowess was praised by the world, but due to the catastrophe of the Shaman Gu, Crown Prince Li was beheaded at the waist, and Emperor Wu's younger sisters, Princess Jui and Princess Yangshi, were sentenced to death with white silk. Tens of thousands of officials were implicated, and countless clans were wiped out as a result. Prime Minister Gongsun, he wielded great authority in the royal court back then, and he claimed to have the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor. The Gongsun clan was known as a colossus that had existed since the Warring States period, and it was known as the #1 clan in the Great Han. In terms of authority and standing, even grandfather couldn't compare to them when he was still alive. However, due to their involvement in the matter with Crown Prince Li, their entire clan was wiped out and their land was reduced to ashes. From then on, the Gongsun clan disappeared from the history of the Great Han. If even a clan with 1,000 years of history like this is the case, what do you think will happen to our Wang clan? Wang Chong sternly said. In the struggle for power, it had always been a bloody, callous, and cruel struggle. Even the princes and princesses were just pawns on this chessboard, let alone the influential clans. Although the Wang clan had a special status in the Tang dynasty due to grandfather, they were still far from reaching the status of the #1 clan. They couldn't be compared to those clans that had hundreds and thousands of years of history. Big Uncle only knew that it wasn't easy for such a disaster to happen in the hands of the Holy Emperor, but he didn't know that in the hands of a wise monarch, once a taboo was violated, it was easier for one to be implicated. During the reign of the first emperor, Crown Prince Fu Su was the eldest son. The historical records said that he was benevolent, insightful, and farsighted, making him an extremely suitable candidate for the crown prince position. Throughout his life, he had never committed any major mistakes, and his moral conduct was the model of a benevolent person. However, when the first emperor of the Qin dynasty died, Crown Prince Fu Su was killed, and the Meng clan, which was known as the #1 clan in the Warring States period, was implicated and completely wiped out. Yao abdicated to Shun, Shun abdicated to you, and you abdicated to Bo-yi. This was the ancient abdication system. In the end, Bo-yi was killed by Yu's son, Qi, and Yu's ministers, Zhao and Meng, died at the same time. Big Uncle, which one of these people wasn't a wise monarch and overlord of the Central Plains? Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Qin, and Yu the Great? Crown Prince Fu Su, Crown Prince Fu Su, and Bo-yi, which one of them wasn't a person of good character, a person who could ascend to the throne? Gongsun he Gongsun Jing Meng Tian Meng Yi Zhao Meng Meng. Which one of these people wasn't a wise and insightful person who was praised by the people? Which era didn't have an overlord that was hard to come across in the world? But who would have thought that even when wise emperors like Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Qin, and Yu the Great were still alive, the crown prince would be deposed? Nephew isn't saying that there will definitely be a problem, but if it happened when Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Qin, and Yu the Great were alive, does Big Uncle dare to say that this dynasty definitely won't have problem? Wang Chong said in a low voice. He was already being quite tactful with his words. He couldn't reveal too much about the future, and this was already the limit. Chapter 318. In the room, ever since Wang Chong brought up Emperor Wu of Han and the Gongsun clan, Wang Zhen had fallen silent. The Gongsun clan of Emperor Wu of Han and the Meng clan of the first Emperor of Qin were things that all civil officials had to learn from the moment they decided to enter politics. Wang Chong had spoken very tactfully. At their peak, the Gongsun clan and the Meng clan were not existences that the Wang clan could compare to. As for Gongsun He, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and the others, even though Wang Zhen considered himself an important official of the royal court, possessing the right to participate in politics and having a clear understanding of the structure of the royal court, he was still lacking compared to these truly renowned generals. Chong'er, what do you want to say? After a long moment of silence, Wang Zhen finally spoke, his tone much heavier than before. Compared to a moment ago, Wang Zhen's attitude had clearly undergone a massive transformation. The Wang clan was a powerful clan, but it could not compare to the Gongsun clan of Emperor Wu of Han, much less the Meng clan of the first Emperor of Qin. Wang Chong's words clearly had some effect on Wang Zhen's mind. Although Wang Zhen still found it hard to believe that the Holy Emperor would depose the first prince, his tone was no longer as certain as before. The first prince is the legitimate heir, and it is tradition for all the officials to support the eldest son of the first wife. Compared to the other princes, the first prince is clearly more legitimate, and his chances of ascending the throne are greater. Chong'er, do you want our Wang clan to change its attitude toward the first prince because of this possibility? Wang Zhen sternly said. It wasn't easy for him to say these words. One must know that Wang Zhen had summoned Wang Chong over to have him swear loyalty to the first prince. I'm not saying that we won't support the first prince. Wang Chong seriously said, Big Uncle, do you still remember the Weiji Nanyang incident? Wang, hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Zhen's body visibly trembled, and he arched his back slightly. It was clear that Wang Chong's words had moved him. In the Wang clan, Wang Yan and his son walked the path of generals, while Wang Zhen walked the path of civil officials. Quoting scriptures was a matter for the civil officials. Naturally, Wang Zhen knew what Wang Chong was talking about. It was precisely because he knew that Wang Zhen completely understood Wang Chong's plan. Are you trying to say that you want to imitate Zhuge of Nanyang? Wang Zhen looked at Wang Chong said, Yes. Wang Chong nodded seriously. The history of this world was the same as the one he was familiar with. It also had the story of the three kingdoms, Wei and Jin. However, the span of time was not as long, nor was it as intense and glorious, nor did it leave behind such a glorious chapter in this world. However, the Zhuge family was divided into three, and the three branches were loyal to three different forces. Thus, the Zhuge family was able to survive in the chaotic world. This was a strategy that allowed the aristocratic families to survive and protect themselves. I understand. Wang Zhen let out a long sigh. But Chong'er, do you really understand what the Zhuge clan of Nanyang is doing? Yes. Wang Chong nodded. We are still far from the point where we need to do such a thing. I just feel that we shouldn't rush this matter. Perhaps in the future, our Wang clan might even side with the first prince. However, I feel that we are still far from the point where we need to choose sides. Wang Chong spoke these words seriously, enunciating every single one of them. Chong'er, I already understand your intentions. Wang Zhen let out a long sigh. He had completely failed in his attempt to persuade the other party. Even though he was disappointed, Wang Chong's words weren't without reason. The two of them were thinking for the sake of the clan. Wang Zhen wanted to recruit Wang Chong so that he could pledge loyalty to the first prince together with him. It was the same for Wang Chong's rejection. Even though the paths they chose were different, their goals were the same. From this aspect, Wang Zhen actually felt happy for Wang Chong. At the very least, Wang Chong had learned to think for the sake of the clan. You have already grown up. Big Uncle is happy for you. Wang Zhen's heart was filled with complicated emotions. We'll do as you say then. I already know how to reply to the first prince. In the Wang clan, he was already in his 50s, and Wang Chong's father wasn't young either. The second generation of the Wang clan had already reached the peak. After that, it would be Wang Chong, Wang Li, Wang Bei, and Wang Fu's turn. It was about time for the third generation of the Wang clan to grow up. Regardless of whether Wang Chong's decision was right or wrong, or if it was proven that he had missed out on an important opportunity in the future, Wang Zhen was willing to support Wang Chong's decision. This was the price that the next generation of the Wang clan had to pay and grow up through. When Wang Chong came, he was filled with ambition. He wanted to convince Big Uncle, but when he left, his heart was filled with respect for Big Uncle. It was easy to imagine the first prince's attitude when he rejected Big Uncle. At the very least, for a long period of time, Big Uncle would be treated coldly, and the first prince would have a rift with him. Big Uncle clearly knew this, but he still chose to support him. This was what moved Wang Chong. Big Uncle, one day, you'll know that this decision is the right one. Boarding the carriage, Wang Chong quickly left Big Uncle's residence and headed for Kunwa training camp. There, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor was on the verge of exploding. On the second day, the number of students who appeared in the vicinity of deflecting blade manor to join Wang Chong was even greater than on the first day. After the previous preparations, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor had become the most eye-catching existence in Longwei, Xinwei, and Kunwa training camps. It was finally time for the results. A sliver of consciousness floated in the darkness, extending into the boundless depths and breadth. In this place there was no time, no space, no temperature, only endless nothingness. This was an unknown space, a world of laws. Found it! After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly echoed in the darkness, like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky. The entire space suddenly flared up, and at the end of that sliver of consciousness, a sporadic light suddenly appeared. Within that light, a tiny shadow that harnessed boundless power could be faintly seen. At a glance, that shadow was like a miniature page of a book. It was a tiny fragment of the power of laws. But in the world of martial arts, it had another name, the Book of Laws. When one's consciousness perceived these books of laws and fused them with one's consciousness, this was known as comprehension. Like a hook, Wang Chong's consciousness instantly hooked onto the Book of Laws and swiftly retracted it back into his head. The darkness receded and light reappeared. Wang Chong finally opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was an exquisitely polished red sandalwood floor engraved with patterns of flowers and birds, a simple but elegant table, and a pot of hot red clay tea that was still emitting steam. I've improved a little more. Wang Chong exhaled deeply, feeling much more relaxed than before. After returning from Big Uncle's place, Wang Chong had cast aside the outside world. The royal court and the princes were all tossed to the back of his mind. Wang Chong's entire life revolved around the deflecting blade manor and the training camp. Wang Chong had placed all of his attention on raising his cultivation. Advancing from origin energy tier 9 pinnacle to true martial 1 dan was a huge step. This step didn't have a high requirement on one's origin energy, but it was extremely demanding on one's comprehension of the power of laws, reaching an astonishing level. When Wang Chong first started cultivating the Ripple Halo, he could still perceive and absorb a huge amount of the Book of Laws. But as time went by, the number of books of laws he could absorb gradually decreased. Today, Wang Chong had only managed to capture 24 fragments of the power of laws. Compared to the hundreds and thousands of fragments at the start, this was a pitifully small number. But even so, Wang Chong had never given up. In the initial stages, the more one comprehended the power of laws, the more power of laws one could absorb, and the higher one's achievements would be in the future. This was a small trick in martial arts cultivation. It was often overlooked by many, but it had a huge effect. Thus, even though he had already met the requirements to reach true martial realm, even though he could only absorb 20 fragments of the power of laws each day, Wang Chong had never given up on accumulating knowledge in this aspect. Accumulating knowledge to unleash it. This was what Wang Chong was currently doing. After several months of accumulation, Wang Chong felt that it was about time. Perhaps it's time to ask instructor Zhao for that item. Wang Chong thought, in order to advance from Origin Energy Tier 9 to true Martial One Dan, other than possessing a certain level of comprehension of the laws, one also needed to compress the power of laws into one's body. And in this training camp, other than the 100 great generals, there was also the war halo technique that Wang Chong desired the most. It was in the hands of instructor Zhao Qianqiu, Wang Chong's immediate superior. This war halo technique had been completely forgotten in Wang Chong's previous life. Not a single person in the training camp, including Su Hanshan, had managed to learn it, and for some reason, Zhao Qianqiu had never imparted it to anyone. Wang Chong had no idea what kind of secret or reason lay behind it, but what he knew was that among the war-type halos that could be used on an entire army, the one stored in this training camp was definitely one of the strongest. Every time he thought about how Zhao Qianqiu had never imparted it to anyone, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. But Wang Chong wasn't in a hurry. Getting up from the floor, Wang Chong walked to the red sandalwood table, picked up the red clay teapot, and brewed a cup of tea for himself. Slowly sipping on it, he savored the fragrance in his mouth with a look of satisfaction on his face. Life wasn't just about strength and cultivation. According to the saying of the other world, there should also be poetry and distance. Savoring life and living in the present, this was what Wang Chong had come to after his reincarnation. The future was important, but cherishing the present was even more important. Hung Long. Chapter 319. The deflecting blade manor was bustling with activity. Initially, it only had Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, and a few others, but now it had grown to nearly 100 people. There were people playing around, and there were all sorts of people. Initially, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor was only meant to recruit candidates from Kunwu training camp. However, due to the addition of the Longwei and Shunwei battalions, Wang Chong's original plan had exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. Thus, the deflecting blade manor was temporarily lacking. Gongzi. Outside the gate, a square-headed, big-eared youth with an ordinary appearance but an extremely determined expression saw Wang Chong. He respectfully bowed and said, "Wang Chong, I'll be waiting for you. The candidates for today's examination have already been arranged. All that's left is for Gongzi to test them." His voice was neither servile nor overbearing, but extremely respectful. He wasn't Zhao Jingdian, who stood by Wang Chong's side, but Wei Anfang, whom Wang Chong had poached from Longwei training camp. Wang Chong's judgment was spot on. Wei Anfang was currently at his lowest, and the most ostracized. More importantly, Wei Anfang had offended the eldest son of his clan in Longwei training camp. Thus, when Wang Chong's invitation arrived, Wei Anfang was overjoyed and agreed without any hesitation. With this invitation from Wang Chong, Wei Anfang was able to easily shake off the pressure from his clan and elder brother. The Wei clan had just been worrying about how to establish a relationship with the Wang clan, and Wang Chong's invitation came at the right time. And Wei Anfang's capability didn't disappoint Wang Chong. Although the abilities he had displayed weren't too outstanding, He could easily and methodically complete all the missions that Wang Chong had assigned to him on time and on schedule. In terms of capability, he was able to complete all of the tasks assigned to him by Wang Chong perfectly. With Wei Anfang around, Zhao Jingdian was finally freed. The first thing Wang Chong did was arrange for him to cultivate on the spirit vein. In his last life, Zhao Jingdian had not only been his assistant, but also his most capable general. Wang Chong did not want to limit his talent and fighting prowess because of these trifling matters. I'll leave it to you. Wang Chong nodded and followed Wei Anfang down the wooden stairs from the second floor. Turning the corner, Zhang Xian saw 2 tall poles pierced into the ground. One was the flagpole of Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor, and the other was a newly erected one. 2 students from the training camp were standing under 2 wooden poles, surrounded by a large group of people. Come on, let's see who goes up first. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. 10 taels of gold. Deal. As soon as the 2 of them finished speaking, they dashed towards the top of the pole like monkeys amidst the cheers of the crowd. Wang Chong smiled when he saw the 2 agile figures. This was the place where he planted his flag, but it had now become a place for them to train and compare their movement techniques. Walking around the corner, he saw many figures fighting in the garden, in the pond, on the fake mountain, and on the walls. They were wielding swords and sabers, but they were all made of wood. This was the daily playful training of the students in the deflecting blade manor. Battles should be fought according to the actual situation. A real battlefield wouldn't just take place on plains, hills, rivers. All sorts of things were possible. This was also one of Wang Chong's ideals. Actual combat. All training was for the sake of actual combat. As such, even though there was a training ground in the deflecting blade manor, it wasn't large. More importantly, it was a practical training ground. Gongzi! 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 Upon seeing Wang Chong, the crowd immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Let's continue. Wang Chong chuckled and waved his hands. Understanding his intentions, the crowd continued with their work. This was the daily routine of the deflecting blade manor, and they were already used to it. While there were those who diligently trained, there were naturally those who came to play. Hearing Wang Chong's words, many people returned to their seats and continued chatting and sipping tea in the courtyard. Wang Chong's wisteria chairs and sandalwood tables were very popular with many people. At present, there were already more than 10 sandalwood tables and wisteria chairs for drinking tea in the courtyard. These were not prepared by Wang Chong, but by the scions of the other clans. Grapes, pomegranates, sakya fruits, dates, pineapples, figs. All sorts of fruits from the western regions, Abbasid Caliphate, and even places further away filled the tables. Most of these fruits had been prepared by Wang Chong, but a portion had been brought by the scions of the other clans. Many of the fruits were even wrapped in the snow of the western regions. And these weren't the only fruits that the scions had brought. Glancing outside, one could see massive axes protruding from the walls. Each of these axes was accompanied by a powerful aura. These were the guards of the Qi clan. The Qi clan had been conservative at the very start, but now its attitude had completely changed. These people had all been assigned to Qi Siwei by the Qi clan. Of course, that was only on the surface. But in reality, these Qi clan guards all obeyed Wang Chong. Wang Chong could order them around as he pleased. This was the Qi clan's way of expressing its support for Wang Chong and the Wang clan. Not only that, there were also many guards from the other clans in the deflecting blade manor. After the matter of the spirit vein broke out, countless clans wanted to provide Wang Chong with guards. However, Wang Chong didn't have everything. Only the strongest would be chosen. Even now, there were still quite a few clans sending letters to Wang Chong, arguing that Wang Chong should select more guards for their clans. Careful, careful! Just as they were walking, a loud shout suddenly sounded by their ears. The earth rumbled and dust billowed. 5, or 6 black horses, brushed past Wang Chong. Wang Chong could almost see the hair and clothes of the riders on the horses fluttering in the wind. Damn it! It's those bastards who train in cavalry again. Can't you guys go somewhere else? Do these bastards think that they can't kill us? Why are they rushing into the crowd? The people in the courtyard were cursing and slapping the dust off their bodies. The Saiyans who were drinking tea were the most infuriated. The dust kicked up by the horses flew all over their cups, and all of them started cursing. But the 5 of them only laughed loudly in front of them. Su Jin, Huang Jian, Zhang Tu, what are you guys doing? You almost bumped into Gongzi. Wei Anfang stood at the front, straightening his neck as he looked in the direction of the 5 people. His expression was solemn as he berated them. Gongzi, I'm sorry. I didn't see him. We're doomed. How did we bump into Gongzi? The laughter from the success of their prank came to an abrupt halt. The group reined in their horses and turned around to look in Wang Chong's direction with awkward and uneasy expressions. It had nothing to do with the pranks of others, but they had almost bumped into Gongzi. In the deflecting blade manner, no matter what Gongzi they used to call themselves, they were now using their original names. In the entire deflecting blade manner, there was only one person who could be called Gongzi, and that was Wang Chong. Go on. Be careful next time. Don't charge into the crowd. Wang Chong waved his sleeves. Yes, Gongzi. Receiving the order, the crowd felt as though they had received a great pardon. They quickly passed through the gates of deflecting blade manor and headed for another mountain, leaving a trail of dust behind them. Wang Chong, I didn't call these girls over to squeeze juice for you. Hurry up and call a few of them over to assist us. Just as Wang Chong was watching them leave, a furious voice suddenly sounded from the side. In a shed not too far away, Marchioness E was fuming with rage. As she spoke, she suddenly drew the spear on her back and pointed it at Wang Chong, as though saying that she would teach him a lesson if he didn't agree to her request. Sweat. Seeing Marchioness Yi's attitude, cold sweat trickled down Wang Chong's back. He had called Marchioness E over so that she could share his burden. But who could have thought that birds of a feather flock together? The ladies that Marchioness E brought and started to help Zhang Xian with the juices, acting as his assistant due to their graceful nature. But after being reprimanded by Marchioness E a few times, they were now following Marchioness E and practicing their martial arts. Unlike those Saiyans, Wang Chong couldn't order a single one of them around. Anfang, find a few brothers to help Marchioness E. Wang Chong turned to Wei Anfang and said, Got it. Wei Anfang's complexion wasn't too good either, and the gorgeously dressed girls around Marchioness E burst into laughter. Wei Anfang felt even more uncomfortable. He had always tried his best to avoid this place. As the only Marchioness of the Tang dynasty, even Wang Chong couldn't subdue Marchioness E, needless to say him. He remembered it all in the past, but for some reason he had forgotten about it this time. That's more like it. Let's go. Having received a satisfactory answer, Marchioness E smiled and waved her hands, letting Wang Chong off. Wang Chong, what about me? When are you going to hand over your intelligence network? Before Wang Chong could take a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Wang Chong's path. She looked at him with hostility. Beside her was an old nanny with unfathomable cultivation, who was also staring at Wang Chong like a tiger watching its prey. The only person who could barge into Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor and speak to Wang Chong in such a manner despite not being a member of the deflecting blade manor could only be a member of the royal family, Princess Anai Huang. Ever since Wang Chong was right about Li Yichao, this princess of the royal family had been hanging on to Wang Chong's residence, keeping an eye on Wang Chong at all times. Your Highness, I've already told you, I don't have any intelligence network at all. Everything is from the military. Wang Chong explained with a smile, appearing to be extremely patient. Don't try to fool me. I've already asked. When you told me about Li Yichao losing the Black Mountain, even the biting protectorate manor didn't know about it. Where did you get the intelligence? From the military? With a frosty face, Princess Enai Huang exposed Wang Chong mercilessly. She wasn't a naive person. After Li Yichao's matter was verified, she immediately started investigating the situation in the north. In the end, she realized that even the biting protectorate manor didn't know about the loss of the Black Mountain, and yet a person like Wang Chong, who had been holed up in the capital's training camp, knew about it. Chapter 320. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Princess Enai Huang's judgment was that Wang Chong, or perhaps the Wang clan, definitely possessed an extremely secretive and fast information channel. Princess Enai Huang's thoughts were simple. She wanted Wang Chong to hand over such a secret source of information, to be able to obtain information from the Black Mountain so quickly. This kind of intelligence system was probably even more important than the spirit vein. These were Princess Enai Huang's thoughts. Thus, during this period of time, she did nothing but stay in Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor to keep an eye on him. Anyway, Wang Chong couldn't drive her away. She wouldn't give up until she got her hands on the intelligence system in Wang Chong's hands. Haha, Princess, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. In any case, I've already said that I don't have a secret, fast private intelligence channel like you think I do. Wang Chong shrugged with a smile. There was nothing wrong with him in the first place, so it was useless for Princess Enai Huang to force him. Since Princess Enai Huang was willing to stay here, there was nothing he could do. Humph, you'll show your foxtail sooner or later. I'll catch you sooner or later. Seeing how stubborn Wang Chong was, Princess Enai Huang threw down those words and stormed back into Marchioness Yi's bamboo shed, glaring at Wang Chong with a frosty gaze. Princess, have some pomegranate juice to calm down. By the side, Marchioness Yi tossed a cup of drink over with a smile, but it was caught by Princess Enai Huang. Thank you, Sister Yin. The reason why he invited Marchioness Yi over was so that she could mediate the relationship between Zhang Xian and Princess Enai Huang, but the two of them ended up chatting with one another instead. This was something that Wang Chong could never have imagined. Walking past the bamboo hut that Marchioness Yi had erected, Zhang Xian arrived at a large hall. This was the most important chess hall in the Deflecting Blade Manor. This was the largest building in the Deflecting Blade Manor. This was something that Wang Chong had attached great importance to from the very beginning. Young master! Young master! Inside the chess hall, upon seeing Wang Chong, several guards tensed up and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Wang Chong stretched out his hands and gestured for everyone to be quiet. In contrast to the hubbub of voices outside, the vast chess hall was completely silent. The 20 to 30 examinees were deep in thought, and opposite them, the examiners were fighting against each other around the chessboards. As a general, it wasn't enough to just rely on his martial prowess. He also needed to have wisdom and understand the art of war. This was the first level examination that Wang Chong had arranged. All examinees who wished to join Deflecting Blade Manor had to pass the examination on the first floor before they could enter the chess hall. And the examinees who had already joined the chess hall could also replace Wang Chong in inspecting the next batch of examinees. This was the origin of the instructors opposite them, and it was also the experience that Wang Chong had gained during this period of time. This way, he could save Wang Chong's personal time and energy, and he could also cultivate everyone's feelings for the chess hall. At the same time, he could also strengthen the importance that the students of the training camp placed on the art of war. At the very least, he could make them learn to be flexible in their thinking. Without alarming anyone, Wang Chong walked up a spiral staircase to the second floor of the chess hall. Gongzi! 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 Upon seeing Wang Chong, the dozen or so students bowed respectfully, their gazes brimming with respect and anticipation. It was as if they weren't looking at someone of the same generation. In the training camp, With his extraordinary background and the existence of deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong had long since become an idol in the hearts of the students. But this wasn't the only reason for their nervousness and anticipation. It was also because today was the day that would decide whether they would be able to enter the spirit vein to cultivate. Wang Chong had always divided the chess hall into two sections. The first section was the examination to join the chess hall, which was very easy. Thus, Wang Chong had even allowed the ordinary members of deflecting blade manner to pass the examination. The second section was the examination that Wang Chong himself presided over, and it was aimed at all members of deflecting blade manner. Only by passing the examination would they be able to enter the spirit vein to cultivate. This would greatly increase the importance placed on the art of war and the art of chess, subtly changing everyone's understanding of the art of war and war. Only with this motivation would they truly devote themselves to the study of the art of war. Only a person skilled in the art of war and martial arts was the general that Wang Chong wanted, a future comrade who could fight alongside him. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Sit down. Wang Chong waved his sleeves and gestured to Wei Anfang behind him. The examination will begin now. Everyone sit down. Wei Anfang nodded and stepped forward to address the crowd. The examination officially began, and the crowd sat down with nervous expressions on their faces. More than half of the people who joined deflecting blade manner were here for the spirit vein. Thus, it was easy to imagine how much anticipation they had for this examination. Even though there were more than a dozen examinees, there was only a single examiner. Wang Chong had long ago become familiar with this task. Let's begin. Wang Chong gestured, and the group of examinees solemnly arranged the chessboard and pot before them. Wang Chong walked over and placed his stones one by one, starting from the first piece on the first row to the last piece on the last row. Wang Chong's expression was relaxed and content, and he began playing without any hesitation. As someone who could defeat even war god So Young-sun, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to deal with these students who didn't have much of a foundation. The second floor of the chess hall quickly fell silent, and everyone wore nervous and solemn expressions. The examiners on the first floor were only examinees here. At this moment, the one who was the most relaxed was Wang Chong. After he was done, Wang Chong even had the leisure to look out the window at the bustling construction work behind the deflecting blade manor. Ever since he decided to join Longwei and Shinwei, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor had been running out of manpower. From that moment on, Wang Chong began to prepare for the expansion of deflecting blade manor. Other than the summit, Wang Chong also planned to build several courtyards halfway up the mountain to increase the space for entertainment and activities. A significant portion of the examinees here were scions of prestigious clans. Their goal here was to have fun. Wang Chong didn't intend to build this place into a training ground, so it was necessary to have some space for entertainment and activities. Halfway through the game, Wang Chong's eyebrows suddenly twitched. This person is a little different. Wang Chong carefully examined the second person in the third row. This was a youth with abnormally fair skin. His eyebrows were extremely delicate, and the contours of his face were extremely soft and beautiful, as if they had been painted by a master painter. His every movement, be it the slight crease of his eyebrows or the slight pursing of his lips, was elegant and refined. He seemed more like a woman than a man. More importantly, Wang Chong realized that he didn't have an Adam's apple. Even though he had been trying his best to conceal it with his head lowered, Wang Chong was still able to see through it with a single glance. A woman? Wang Chong's eyelids twitched. Without an Adam's apple, it was obvious that he was a woman. But more importantly, all of the ladies in deflecting blade manor were gathered around Marchioness E. Why was there a woman here? Furthermore, even by the standards of a man, the youth before him was extremely beautiful. If he were to revert back to his female attire, he would surely be a peerless beauty. Anfang, who is this person? Wang Chong walked to the side and beckoned for Wei Anfang to ask. Su Chong. Wei Anfang replied without any hesitation. He knew all the people and matters that he had dealt with like the back of his hand. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Chong admired him so much. Which training camp did he come from? Long Wei. Gongzi, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Wei Anfang asked in confusion. He couldn't help but glance at the black-haired youth once more. Nothing at all. Wang Chong waved his hands with a smile. Wei Anfang might be capable, and he had done his job well, but in terms of gender, he was probably lacking compared to Wang Chong. At the very least, Wang Chong could tell that he didn't have an Adam's apple. Su Chong, Su Chong. This fellow is here for me. Wang Chong chuckled. Turning to look at the black-haired youth, he saw the cross-dressing black-haired youth glancing at him indignantly. But it was only a single glance before she lowered her head, revealing a fair and elegant neck. Su Clan, Su Clan. It's Longway training camp again, and they're even skilled at chess. Looking at the black-haired youth, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. All of a sudden, a thought flashed across his mind, and a person came to mind. Su Yiqin, the daughter of the capital's Su Clan. She was definitely an influential figure in the capital. Furthermore, in Longway training camp, this woman was extremely famous. She was definitely on par with his second sister, Wang Zhuyan. More importantly, Wang Chong vaguely recalled that she seemed to be an incredible chess player. If I'm not mistaken, it should be her. Wang Chong smiled. Other than a small portion of the candidates who had entered Deflecting Blade Manor, most of them had been recruited through the chess hall. As such, there were some whose names and backgrounds Wang Chong didn't know. Without a doubt, Su Chong was a fake name. But at the very least, he hadn't changed his surname, so there were still some clues left behind. Is it because you're indignant? That's why you came here to compete with me? Wang Chong chuckled. He vaguely remembered that the person from the Su clan was an extremely proud existence. Most likely it was because he heard that Zhang Xian was recruiting students for the Deflecting Blade Manor on a large scale and used chess as the standard for the examination that he came here to compete with him. And that was indeed the case. When Wang Chong played with her, he could clearly sense that she was far more skilled than the others. It could even be said that they were on a completely different level. Furthermore, when he was playing with her, Wang Chong could clearly feel a strong sense of challenge from her, one that was brimming with hostility. If he wasn't mistaken, she wasn't here for the spirit vein. I vaguely recall that she's quite skilled in logistics. Wang Chong thought. The Tang dynasty was a world of men, and it was extremely difficult for women to stand out. The fact that Su Yiqin was able to make a name for herself among the male students of Longway training camp was a testament to her capabilities. But more importantly, Wang Chong still remembered that she was skilled in logistics. Everything had been arranged in an orderly manner. In his previous life, when the Su clan was recruited by King Qi, Su Yiqin naturally joined King Qi. With this woman's assistance, King Qi was like a tiger that had grown wings. In his previous life, she had caused quite a bit of trouble. In terms of logistics, King Qi didn't have to worry at all. If I can poach the Su clan or this woman over, that would be great. Chapter 321. The Su clan was a major clan in the capital. Even though it wasn't a clan of ministers and generals like the Wang clan, it was by no means inferior. If Wang Chong could pull it over to his side, it would be of great help to him. More importantly, the Su clan was still far from being recruited by King Qi. But it was easier said than done. The Su clan was a massive power, and at this stage it was unlikely that it would submit to any clan. Moreover, Su Yiqin was a proud swan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used an alias to compete with him in chess. It wouldn't be easy to recruit her. Not to mention, given her reputation in Longway training camp, she was probably even stronger than him. If Wang Chong wanted to recruit her, he would have to give her a show of strength. At this point, Wang Chong already knew what he had to do next. From first to last, Wang Chong's expression remained the same, as if he hadn't noticed anything and continued to play. In truth, Wang Chong's standard was far above that of these people. Seeing Wang Chong devouring their stones in large batches, and a large portion of the chessboard filled with Wang Chong's black stones, the examinees of the deflecting blade manor were already drenched in cold sweat from nervousness. Wang Chong didn't make things too difficult for them. After assessing their skill level and feeling that it was about the right level, he let them pass. Only on Su Yiqin's side, Wang Chong didn't hold back. If Wang Chong had only used 10 to 20% of his strength against the others, then against Su Yiqin, Wang Chong had used 60 to 70% of his strength. It was precisely because of this 70% that Su Yiqin, despite being far stronger than the other examinees, suffered an even more tragic defeat. At the start, Su Yiqin's brows were knitted tighter and tighter. Eventually, she bit down on her lips, cold sweat dripping down her fair forehead. In the end, his face turned pale. In the beginning, Su Yiqin still wanted to struggle and resist. But when Wang Chong increased the intensity of his attacks, Su Yiqin's line of defense was completely routed. He had lost more miserably than anyone else. Pa! Wang Chong placed down the last chess piece. His expression was the same as usual. He didn't say anything, as if he didn't see Su Yiqin's pale face. Now, I will announce the list of finalists. Zhou Yao, Su Yongyuan, Ouyang Chen, Chong Wu, Sun Zhongshu. Wang Chong began to announce the names of the finalists one by one. Those whose names were called out all cheered excitedly. However, Su Yiqin or Su Chong's name was not among them. All right, Wei Anfang, make the arrangements. Give those whose names are called a token and send them to the spirit vein to cultivate. Yes, young master. Wei Anfang said respectfully. Wang Chong didn't say much. After arranging everything, he flicked his sleeves and walked downstairs. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly called out to Wang Chong. Su Yiqin suddenly stood up from her seat, pointed a finger at the people around her, and said in dissatisfaction, "Why is it that their chess skills are beneath mine, but they are still qualified, even though my chess skills are higher than theirs? Why can't I enter the spirit vein?" Even though she had lost, she wasn't even qualified to enter the spirit vein despite her superior chess skills. This made Su Yiqin extremely displeased. "Humph, with your standards, you say that you are superior after losing 200 points? Humph, you can only bring this matter up when you raise your standards. You." Su Yiqin's face paled in anger. Wang Chong ignored her. With a cold snort, he flung his sleeves and walked down the stairs. Hee, this woman isn't simple. If he didn't remember wrongly, even Yao Feng had suffered under her hands. Since the other party had changed her name to Su Chong, I should pretend that I don't know her, even though I don't know her. Otherwise, if she were to go on a rampage, her fighting prowess wouldn't be beneath Marchioness Yi's. Bastard! After Wang Chong left, Su Yiqin finally slammed her palm on the table. The rosewood table, known for its toughness, density, and toughness, shattered into smithereens under Su Yiqin's palm, shocking the crowd. Su Yiqin knew that Wang Chong was definitely targeting her. The strength he displayed when playing chess with her was completely different from others. He seemed to be merciless towards her. Even now, Su Yiqin still couldn't figure out what went wrong. Could he have seen through her disguise? But even so, he shouldn't have been able to recognize her as Su Yiqin, right? Furthermore, even if her identity was exposed, there was no reason for him to be so hostile towards her, right? It was all directed at her. Humph, what are you looking at? Do you think that I can't afford it? Su Yiqin tossed a few gold ingots on the table and stormed off. Walking through the bustling crowd, Su Yiqin didn't alarm anyone. Outside the gates of the deflecting blade manor, a maid who had been by Marchioness Yi's side was waiting with her back bent. "Young mistress, how is it?" The maid was small and dainty, and when she spoke, she lowered her voice so that only Su Yiqin could hear her. "Forget it, let's go." Su Yiqin was still fuming when she was on the second floor of the chess hall. but the moment she stepped out of the gates, she surprisingly calmed down. The Spirit Veins revelation and Wang Chong's recruitment of members for the deflecting blade manor near the Kunwa training camp had attracted the attention of nearly everyone in the capital. For a moment, the Wang clan had become the center of attention, and even the members of the royal family had gotten involved. And as the Wang clan's Qilin son, Wang Chong was known to everyone. Back then, when Su Yiqin heard the news from Longwei training camp, she felt indignant and wanted to teach Wang Chong a lesson, but she didn't expect that she would be completely humiliated this time. But even so, Su Yiqin didn't feel much anger. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how Wang Chong had defeated her. Even though Su Yiqin had a proud personality, she had to admit that Wang Chong's chess skills were exceptionally profound. Even with her skills, she was still no match for him. For some reason, Su Yiqin recalled that rumor. It was said that Wang Chong had played against the legendary war god of the Tang dynasty, So Young-sun, in the Ghost Tree District and even won. This was the reason why she felt so much hostility toward Wang Chong. Su Yiqin didn't believe it initially, but at this moment, Su Yiqin was starting to believe it. Don't get too full of yourself. I'll defeat you sooner or later. This thought flashed through Su Yiqin's mind, and she felt much better. Although Wang Chong's chess skills were better than hers, Su Yiqin didn't think they were much better. She would definitely be able to defeat him the next time she came. At that time, she would tell him who she was. Su Yiqin still felt that Wang Chong couldn't possibly know who she was. Girl, let's go. But miss, don't say any more. We'll come back next time. As she spoke, she walked down the mountain. When she reached a place where there was no one around, she lightly flicked her finger at the top of her head. Kacha! The hairband broke, and her beautiful hair cascaded down her shoulders, back, chest, and hands like a waterfall. Rip! The fingernail of her right index finger drew across her chest, and the male robe on her body immediately split into two, revealing the soft and smooth white dress underneath. At this moment, Su Yiqin didn't have any of her original looks. She had completely transformed into a peerless beauty with fair skin and jade-like skin. Her entire temperament had become incomparably cold. Even if Wang Chong was here, he would probably be stunned by her beauty. Her pitch-black hair made Su Yiqin's skin look like white jade. It was truly pitiful, and the most heart-stirring thing was Su Yiqin's final step. She took out a dark red rouge paper from her bosom and lightly touched it with her red lips. Immediately, her originally cold temperament had an additional trace of heart-stirring red lips. It was like a burning flame, soul-stirring. Su Yiqin put away the rouge paper and called out to someone in the distance, "Nay!" A carriage that had been hidden in advance immediately rushed out from the forest. Su Yiqin raised her dress slightly and boarded the carriage together with her dainty maid. A cloud of dust rose as the carriage disappeared into the distance. Wang Chong didn't know about Su Yiqin's matter. After leaving the deflecting blade manor, passing through the valley where the training camp was located, Wang Chong headed straight for the main peak. In a grand hall on the main peak, Wang Chong met with his instructor, Zhao Qianqiu. "Wang Chong, why are you here?" Zhao Qianqiu asked in delight. The hall was shrouded in darkness. When Wang Chong walked in, Zhao Qianqiu was seated in front of a bronze table, doing something seriously. At first glance, Wang Chong couldn't get a clear look, but when he took a closer look, he couldn't help but smile. Placed before Zhao Qianqiu was a chessboard, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the game on it was clearly the one he had played with Zhao Qianqiu previously. "Brat, what are you laughing at?" A snake-like arm abruptly reached over and wrapped around Wang Chong's neck, twisting it so tightly that Wang Chong's neck reddened. "No, I wouldn't dare to laugh at you." Wang Chong hurriedly released his arm and admitted defeat. What a joke! Even though his strength had grown significantly, how could he possibly compare to Zhao Qianqiu? He was no different from a mantis trying to stop a cart. "Brat!" Zhao Qianqiu pushed his arm away before releasing Wang Chong. In the training camp, there was a clear division between instructors and students. But Zhao Qianqiu was different. Only he would do something like that in the middle of the night, when everyone was getting familiar with one another. Similarly, there were only a handful of instructors like Zhao Qianqiu who were willing to play around with their students without putting on airs. Of course, Zhao Qianqiu didn't treat everyone like that. Ever since he lost to Wang Chong in the chess hall, Zhao Qianqiu didn't dare to teach Wang Chong at all. Correspondingly, Wang Chong was also bound by many restrictions, allowing him to enjoy his freedom. "Speak, what's the matter? You don't come here often." Zhao Qianqiu smiled. "Instructor, I wish to learn the halo of Dusk Stallion." Wang Chong said, "What did you say?" Zhao Qianqiu was still smiling initially, but upon hearing those words from Wang Chong, his body jolted. The smile on his face vanished, and he stared at Wang Chong in shock. "Halo of Dusk Stallion. I wish to learn the halo of Dusk Stallion." Wang Chong repeated, "My cultivation has already reached Origin Energy Tier 9 Pinnacle, and my comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth has reached the same level as well. I still need a true martial realm war halo." "No, that's not what I'm asking. How do you know about the halo of Dusk Stallion?" Chapter 322. The matter of the halo of Dusk Stallion was a secret in the training camp. Not even the other instructors knew of it, needless to say, the students. In the entire training camp, there were probably less than 3 people who knew of the existence of this cultivation technique. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the war halo was a taboo in the training camp. In fact, the higher-ups hadn't even decided whether they would impart it or not. And Zhao Qianqiu had never mentioned it to anyone either. In the training camp, this was a secret. Where in the world did Wang Chong learn of the existence of this cultivation technique? Wang Chong smiled silently. The matter of the halo of Dusk Stallion had always been a secret in the training camp. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for no one to learn it. Of course, Wang Chong wouldn't say that he had learned it through his second reincarnation. "Instructor, am I wrong? Is there no such cultivation technique in the training camp?" Wang Chong asked. Zhao Qianqiu's brow creased as he seriously looked at Wang Chong. "Wang Chong, you said that you wish to learn the halo of Dusk Stallion, but do you know what this halo represents?" "Of course I do." Wang Chong smiled. The halo of Dusk Stallion was the strongest war halo in the world, as well as the strongest war halo in the entire training camp. It was created for the sake of battle. Unlike other secret techniques, this secret technique had to be complemented by a war steed in order to display its might. More importantly, this secret technique could be evolved. Wait a moment. Without saying a word, Zhao Qianqiu turned around and left. In just a few moments, he had already left the hall. Leaving his living quarters, Zhao Qianqiu passed through the main hall and soon arrived at the most central room of Kunwu training camp. It was dignified and solemn, reminiscent of a bottomless abyss. In this hall, there was only one person who was qualified to sit here. Of the thousands of instructors in the training camp, only a handful of high-ranking instructors were qualified to enter this room. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qianqiu revealed what Wang Chong had told him. "Halo of Dusk Stallion?" In the hall, the tall and burly figure hidden in the darkness sat up slightly. He supported his chin with one hand and frowned at the same time. "The halo of Dusk Stallion was bestowed upon us by His Majesty. Besides you, me, and His Majesty, the number of people who know about this matter can be counted on one hand. Definitely not more than 5. Also, the training camp has just opened. How did Wang Chong know about it? Could it be that the Wang clan's won? This subordinate thinks so too." Zhao Qianqiu hurriedly interjected. "If it was the elder of the Wang clan who reported it to him, then everything can be explained. The old duke has always had a deep meaning behind his every move, and he is extremely close to His Majesty. Perhaps it was His Majesty's intention to have Wang Chong learn the halo of Dusk Stallion. If Wang Chong were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the content of their conversation was completely different from his understanding of what they were talking about. Both of them actually thought that it was Wang Chong's grandfather, Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty. Since it's the old Duke's intention, he should understand that His Majesty doesn't want us to impart this ultimate art lightly and must choose suitable candidates. It's definitely not because this ultimate art is too powerful and can't be imparted lightly, or because we want to keep it to ourselves. Instead, it's because this is a very important matter and involves a lot of people. Even His Majesty has to tread carefully. Since Duke Jiao knows this well, why would he still allow his grandson to learn it? The brows of the tall and burly figure in the hall shot up, as though he had just heard a difficult question. I don't know. Perhaps His Majesty and the old Duke have other intentions. Besides, I've asked Wang Chong, and he said that he knows what it means. Zhao Qianqiu revealed the conversation between him and Wang Chong. These words played a decisive role. Perhaps not even Wang Chong could have imagined that his words would be interpreted by Zhao Qianqiu and that person. Since the old Duke doesn't mind, let's do as he wishes. Zhao Qianqiu, follow the rules. That person said, Yes, Lord. I understand what I should do. Zhao Qianqiu nodded before respectfully backing out of the room. Wang Chong waited outside the room for a very long time. Just as he was wondering what Zhao Qianqiu was up to, Zhao Qianqiu finally stepped over the doorsill and walked in. Wang Chong, I can impart the halo of Dusk Stallion to you. However, you have to think it through carefully. The halo of Dusk Stallion is different from other martial halos. Firstly, it needs to be paired with a steed, and you already have this. Secondly, the cultivation of this secret art is much more difficult than any other martial art. Cultivating the halo of Dusk Stallion will cause your martial realm to regress, and it will consume a large amount of origin energy. Those of the same cultivation realm as him might have already reached profound martial realm, but due to the halo of Dusk Stallion, you are still stuck at true martial realm Tier 1 or Tier 2. Are you willing to accept this? Zhao Qianqiu said grimly. There was a reason why the halo of Dusk Stallion was not taught to others. Cultivating this secret art would place a huge burden on a martial artist, and it wasn't something that just anyone could cultivate. I'm willing, Wang Chong replied without any hesitation. No matter what, he had to learn the halo of Dusk Stallion. Also, even if I impart the halo of Dusk Stallion to you, you might not succeed. You might not even be able to meet your expectations. Even so, do you still want to learn it? Zhao Qianqiu asked. This was the truth. The halo of Dusk Stallion had an extremely high requirement on talent and diligence. Even so, one might not necessarily succeed. The more powerful a secret art was, the harder it was to cultivate. This was a fact. The halo of Dusk Stallion was not a new technique. Before this, there had been other cultivators who had cultivated it. However, those who had managed to cultivate it to the highest level were few and far between. To be more precise, there had not been a single one. Because they had spent a large amount of time on the halo of Dusk Stallion, they had failed to get on the good side of both sides, resulting in their achievements falling far short of expectations. This was a common situation. As Wang Chong's instructor, Zhao Qianqiu had to be responsible for him. These were things that had to be made clear. Wang Chong nodded. Very good. Zhao Qianqiu nodded in satisfaction. Then the rest is simple. The halo of Dusk Stallion is a top-notch secret art in the training camp, so it can't be imparted lightly. Make your preparations. 3 days from now, you should prepare to undergo a trial. As long as you can clear it, I will impart the halo of Dusk Stallion to you. Trial? Wang Chong was surprised. He wasn't too sure about this. Let me tell you this first. Even I can't change the rules of the training camp. Once you accept the rules, you will be under the responsibility of the other instructors, and even I can't do anything about it. This is the rule of the training camp. Also, I know that you have established the deflecting blade manner and recruited quite a few students from the training camp. However, the rule of the training camp is to test your individual ability. Thus, other than yourself, you're not allowed to bring anyone else. This includes the guards of the Wang clan. If anyone were to violate the rules or cheat, their academic records will be revoked and they will be expelled from the training camp. Zhao Qianqiu said seriously. The consequences of violating the rules were severe, so he had to explain this to Wang Chong. Being expelled from the training camp wasn't a big deal, but having one's academic records revoked meant that one would never be able to enter the military again. Similarly, this stain on one's academic records meant that one would never be able to enter politics or become an official. As a scion of a prestigious clan, this meant that one's entire life would be ruined. Zhao Qianqiu had no choice but to explain this severe consequence to Wang Chong. I understand. Wang Chong nodded. In other words, in order to obtain the halo of Dusk Stallion, one had to display the corresponding ability. Go. After leaving the main peak, Wang Chong settled the matters in the deflecting blade manner and began preparing for the training camp's trial 3 days later. Wang Chong didn't know much about the training camp's trial, only a rough understanding of it. When the students in the training camp reached a certain level, or when their cultivation reached a certain level, the royal court would assign them randomly. However, the assignment wasn't fixed, and most of the time, the chief examiners weren't even from the training camp. On top of that, there was no way to control it. More importantly, these missions were all real, and they were all difficult problems that the royal court couldn't resolve. They weren't intentionally arranged by the training camp. This also meant that there was a certain degree of danger to these missions, even though the royal court would try its best to control the danger. I wonder what kind of mission it will be? Wang Chong thought. This was the first time Wang Chong was participating in such a mission. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nay. Suddenly, the crisp neigh of a horse reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, a black silhouette darted through the forest and landed on the peak. It circled around Wang Chong, and at the same time, it approached Wang Chong and rubbed its head against Wang Chong's body. At the same time, it stuck out its tongue and licked Wang Chong's palm in an extremely intimate manner. Wang Chong's palm was tickled, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Haha, little Shadow, long time no see." Stroking Black Shadow's glossy mane, Wang Chong passed over a handful of beans and watched as Black Shadow's lips squirmed as he ate them one by one. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy. The white-hoofed shadow had a personality that was extremely fond of freedom and freedom. This was not obvious in the palace, but now that it was out of the capital and in the presence of nature, the white-hoofed shadow's free and unrestrained nature could no longer be controlled. When Wang Chong first realized this, he had long ago released it into the wild. Unlike what he had imagined, not only did this not alienate the relationship between the owner and the white-hoofed shadow, it actually made the white-hoofed shadow feel closer to its owner. This was because the white-hoofed shadow could sense that its owner had given it something that no one else could. Freedom. Little fellow, let's go. It's time for you to be of use. Chapter 3:23. Hiya. Squeezing the horse's abdomen, Shadowless leaped up like a dragon. With a single step, it crossed layers of space and landed 5 or 6 zhang away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Neigh let out a long neigh as the white-hoofed shadow carried Wang Chong down. After a few months of growth, Shadowless's body was much stronger and stronger than before. Although it was not an adult yet, it was not inferior to other adult horses and might even be better. Brat, catch! At the edge of the training camp, a tall figure stood, seemingly waiting for a long time. Seeing Wang Chong approaching on horseback, he laughed and suddenly threw something over. Wang Chong leaned to one side and caught it. It was a thumb-sized bamboo tube. Brat, open it whenever you encounter a problem you can't solve. It might be of help to you. Ha ha ha. Thank you, instructor. Wang Chong waved his hand and put the bamboo tube into his robe. Then he galloped away without stopping and soon disappeared into the forest. Whoosh! The autumn wind blew. On a bare hillside deep in the mountains, several figures exuded an extraordinary aura. Each of them was riding on a tall horse. These people were in their 20s, and they were both men and women. Every movement they made had the extraordinary aura of dragons and phoenixes among men. Under their feet, a halo of thistles and thorns vibrated under the hooves of the horses, spreading out, making them look even more heroic. True martial realm. These people were actually all true martial realm experts. He should be here by now, right? It's been so long. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Who does he think he is to make so many people wait for him? The people of Kunwu training camp have no concept of time at all. On the bare hillside where reddish-brown rocks were exposed, the horses were sneezing. These people looked rather impatient. Nay. At this moment, Ney's horse suddenly neighed. At first, it was still in another valley, but in the blink of an eye, it had sped all the way here. Everyone sorry for the long wait. War horses Ney and Wang Chong rode the white hoof shadow out of the dense foliage and landed on the reddish-brown rocky hillside. It should be right. This is the place. Wang Chong thought to himself as he glanced at the tall scarlet flame flag behind the three of them. Kunwu, 3 great training camps, had a total of 3 fixed assembly points for the joint training. The gathering point would be different depending on the level. Wang Chong was currently at the highest grade Dragon Tiger flaming flag, the gathering point for the 3 great training camps joint trial. It was Wang Chong's first time participating in such an operation. He had been lost in the mountains for a while. Fortunately, he had set off in advance, so it should be about time. These fellows have very high cultivation bases. Shifting his gaze away from the scarlet flame flag, Wang Chong soon noticed the 3 people in front of the flagpole, as well as the true martial realm halos beneath them. Wang Chong had no idea that the people accompanying him were all true martial realm experts. What's going on? Why are you only here now? Aren't you being a little too arrogant to have a group of people wait for you? Are all the people in Kunwu training camp like this? As expected of those with humble backgrounds. Just as Wang Chong was about to greet them and introduce himself, a piercing voice sounded by his ear. The 3 of them were assessing Wang Chong with unfriendly gazes. Wang Chong chuckled and retracted his outstretched hand. Clearly, the 3 of them had taken him as a descendant of those officials in Kunwu training camp. Indeed, compared to those from Longwei and Xinwei, those from Kunwu training camp had the worst backgrounds. Chan Burang, for example, was the son of an ordinary hunter. In this aspect, they weren't on the same level. I'm sorry I'm late. Wang Chong smiled. He wasn't angry at all. It was obvious that none of the 3 recognized him. What's going on? Why did Kunwu training camp send such a young lad? The young man in the middle, who seemed to be the scion of a prestigious clan, assessed Wang Chong from head to toe. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something and cursed. At this moment, the others also noticed that Wang Chong's appearance was at most 15 to 16 years old. He didn't seem to be older than 17, which was a far cry from them. Those who were able to appear here were around 19 to 20 years old. Most of them were at the same level as Wang Zhuyan and Marchioness Yi. They were well-known figures in their respective training camps. Standing together with them, Wang Chong did seem out of place. Not only so, the young man on the right with a square face and thick brows also noticed something else. What's going on? He doesn't even have the halo of a true martial realm cultivator? Isn't he trying to drag us down? Not only was Wang Chong younger than them, his cultivation realm was also much lower than theirs. Furthermore, the war steed beneath him didn't even have the halo of a true martial realm cultivator. Not to mention, that steed was just a young one. Such a companion was truly a prodigy. He wasn't on the same level as them at all. This made the crowd even more displeased. Xinwei and Longwei weren't on the same level as Kunwu in the first place. This was the difference between nobles and commoners. On the other hand, Wang Chong's behavior only served to deepen the gap between them. This misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Chong chuckled. From the attire of the trio, Wang Chong could roughly tell that they were from prestigious clans. Indeed, they were rather prominent in the capital. However, in terms of background, none of them could match up to him. However, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered to explain. This wasn't his style at all. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. If you encounter any danger, feel free to leave me behind. Wang Chong smiled. He wasn't angry at all. Humph, it's best if you don't. The young man in the middle harumphed. With a flick of his reins, Nei and his steed flew down the slope, heading north. 1, 2, 3. Finally, Wang Chong also urged the white hoof shadow to leap down the slope. The young woman, who was at the very back, saw Wang Chong's skillful maneuvers, and a hint of astonishment flashed across her eyes. However, she quickly turned around and, without saying a word, flew away. The trees on both sides flew past them as fast as lightning. In such a complicated terrain, the warhorse's capabilities were displayed. The thistles, shrubs, and jagged rocks were all too easy for warhorses to get injured. The trio had originally believed that Wang Chong wouldn't be able to keep up, but they quickly realized that Wang Chong was completely capable of keeping up with them. He's got some skill. The trio coldly snorted and quickly ignored Wang Chong as they headed north. This isn't going into the capital at all. Wang Chong quickly noticed something strange as he followed behind them. Although he couldn't see it from the forest, if he looked carefully, he could see that the group was traveling in a massive arc, circling around the capital. This meant that they wouldn't be entering the capital at all. I wonder what this mission is about. Wang Chong suddenly felt a tinge of curiosity. About 2 hours later, the group finally passed through the forest and stepped onto the official road. They traveled more than 20 kilometers to the north. In the northwest of the capital, a figure dressed in official robes stood by the side of the official road with his hands behind his back and a gloomy expression. Behind him were several imperial guards of the palace. Someone from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched. Of all the officials in the royal court, the ones he hated to see the most were the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. It wasn't because he had any grudges with the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, but the vast majority of the people in the capital didn't like the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. This was because the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies were extremely protective of the foreigners. Be it the Abbasid Caliphate, Carix, Spazinu, the countries of the western regions, Uzin, or Goguryeo, as long as there was a conflict with the foreigners, the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies would definitely appear. The phrase that the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies said the most was, "Our great China is a land of etiquette. We must be magnanimous." Thus, whenever there was a conflict, it was the people of the Central Plains who were on the losing end. In the capital, even the scions of the prestigious clans didn't like the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. But the Chamberlain of Dependencies just had to shoulder the responsibility of diplomacy, and it wielded immense authority. Every year, the royal court would be arranged by the Chamberlain of Dependencies. On top of that, the Holy Emperor rarely interfered in this matter, allowing the Chamberlain of Dependencies to grow stronger and stronger. Even the scions of the prestigious clans would rarely provoke the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Otherwise, if the Chamberlain of Dependencies were to lodge a complaint with the Holy Emperor and the censors were to impeach them, it would be a huge headache for their clans in the royal court. The Chamberlain of Dependencies is only responsible for matters related to the foreign countries. In other words, this mission has something to do with the western regions. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he vaguely guessed at a few things. The biting protectorate in the north was currently in a tense relationship with the eastern and western khaganates. The appearance of the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies definitely didn't have anything to do with the Turks, so the rest was easy to guess. Of all the foreign countries, the Chamberlain of Dependencies was most concerned about the relationship between the countries of the western regions and the Abbasid Caliphate, Kerak, Spazinu, and Sindhu. Firstly, it was because this road was far from the central plains to the Turkic steppe, and it was fraught with danger. Secondly, it was because this road was too unstable, filled with too many uncertainties. The Silk Road. The name of this road flashed through Wang Chong's mind. In the Tang dynasty, it still didn't have such a name. However, Wang Chong already had a rough idea of what this mission was related to. Since Wang Chong had come from the commoners' Kunwa training camp, this matter naturally had nothing to do with him. The youth from Longwei training camp quickly stepped forward and handed over the task to the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The official from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies nodded and turned to face the crowd. All of you will head west to the first gathering point. Everything has been arranged. Let me warn all of you in advance. Once you participate in the operation, even if you die midway, you are not allowed to back out. You must completely obey orders, or else you will be severely punished. Chapter 324. Yes, my lord. The three of them lowered their heads and answered respectfully. It was clear that they had already experienced the might of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Only Wang Chong held his head high, unmoved. What did you not hear? The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies stared at Wang Chong, his expression suddenly turning cold. He extended a finger like an iron pincer and pointed fiercely at Wang Chong, said, his expression very displeased. What are you doing? Did you not hear what my lord said? Don't cause trouble. Hurry up and apologize to my lord. The expressions of the three changed slightly, and they all turned to look at Wang Chong, their faces full of accusation. The people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies were feared by everyone. Getting involved with them was troublesome. The three of them were not young children. They already knew how powerful they were, so they did not dare to offend them. Ha! Rest assured, my lord. We will definitely do things according to the rules. Seated on the back of the horse, Wang Chong laughed heartily. Although the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies were arrogant and bad-tempered, to the point that even the seniors of Longwei and Shinwei training camp were afraid of them, he was not that quick. Wang. Just as the official's expression changed and was about to explode, Wang Chong lowered his sleeves and calmly and lightly brushed it, revealing a golden token at his waist. In just an instant, the token was once more hidden beneath Wang Chong's robes. Even the three closest to him did not notice it, but the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies facing Wang Chong saw it clearly. In that instant, his entire body felt like it had been pricked by a needle. The curses that had been about to burst out of his mouth were swallowed back. He looked at Wang Chong again, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of extreme fear. Only now did he realize that the most inconspicuous youth in the group, the one with the lowest status, was actually the one with the highest status here. Although the Chamberlain of Dependencies had great power, it could not control the royal family. My lord, I'm sorry. It was our people who were disrespectful. I'll teach this kid a lesson on your behalf. The youth from Longwei training camp suddenly turned his horse around and glared fiercely at Wang Chong. He was already dissatisfied when they gathered at the first training camp. Now that Wang Chong had offended someone from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, he really could not hold back his anger. He did not want to offend the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies because of Wang Chong, making this mission even more difficult. Enough! Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and be on your way. Just as the young leader was about to reprimand Wang Chong, the official from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies waved his hand and chased him away. He didn't want to offend a certain prince of the Tang dynasty because of this matter. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Humph! Count yourself lucky. The young man in the lead glared fiercely at Wang Chong before spurring his horse west. heading towards the first gathering point mentioned by the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Flap, flap, flap. Wang Chong would never have imagined that not long after they left, a white pigeon would flutter down from the sky. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies extended an arm, allowing the pigeon to land on it. Only then did he untie a letter from his leg. Seeing the contents of the letter, the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies had a look of understanding in his eyes. Then he took out a pen and quickly wrote a line on the back of the letter. Target has passed. He tied the letter back to the pigeon and sent it off with both hands. The pigeon fluttered into the sky, heading in the direction of the capital. Wang Chong would never have imagined that what awaited him at the first gathering point was not some Yamen official, but 4 squads of Tang Dynasty cavalry. These cavalrymen were all clad in old armor, many of which were already worn and mottled, almost falling off. However, their postures were still ramrod straight as they sat on their horses, like javelins. Their gazes were as sharp and resolute as ever, filled with a fearless spirit. These were 4 squads of seasoned veterans. Lord, upon seeing the 4 men galloping over, an officer who seemed to have been waiting for a long time hurriedly urged his steed forward to welcome them. At this moment, the transcendent status of the 3 great training camps was on display. The students of the 3 great training camps would eventually become generals in the military. In the words of the other world, they would be considered to have graduated from a specialized school. In terms of standing, they were even higher than the officers of the regular army. Lord, Officer Zhang Lin will lead the soldiers here to take over the military order. Prepare to heed the orders of the lords at any moment. We will not hesitate to carry out the orders of the lords. May I know when we shall set off? As he spoke, the lieutenant named Zhang placed his right hand on his chest and performed a standard military salute. His expression was very respectful. What did you say? These soldiers are here for us to command? Judging from the lieutenant's words, the upright, meticulous veterans who looked like they were cast from iron and silver were all there for them to carry out their tasks. Su Gan, the young leader of Longway Training Camp, had participated in many missions, but this was the first time he had encountered such a mission. He couldn't help but feel agitated. Yes, Lord. According to the orders of the military, the 4 lords will each lead 20 soldiers for this mission. You are free to command them as you please. Don't worry, sirs, they are the most qualified warriors. No matter what mission it is, even if it's a dead end, they will still strictly follow orders and rush forward without a frown. They are the most qualified soldiers. Zhang Sen added one last sentence with an extremely solemn expression. The 4 of them were incomparably agitated. Among the students of the training camp, be it Longwei, Shenwei, or Kunwu, which one of them didn't dream of leading an army on the battlefield? But all of that would have to wait until they graduated from the training camp. Who could have thought that they would be able to experience it in advance in this mission? Even though each of them would only lead 20 soldiers, this was already a considerable number. In the military, this was equivalent to having 2 10-man squad leaders under each of them. Great! The 3 of them were delighted, and even Wang Chong was tempted by the offer. I didn't think that I would be able to get so many soldiers for this mission. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel agitated. However, these soldiers held an even greater significance to him. As a former marshal of the Tang Dynasty, Wang Chong felt an innate sense of closeness toward these soldiers. Leading soldiers to war, to Wang Chong, felt as if he had traveled back in time, and his blood seemed to be on the verge of boiling. This was a call from the depths of his soul. Ever since his reincarnation, this was one of the few times that Wang Chong was given a chance to lead a troop to war. The last time was when they were dealing with the Gogrian assassins. However, that mission was extremely short, lasting only a single night. Furthermore, Wang Chong was only a supporting figure. However, it was different this time. It seemed like he was in charge of this mission. Furthermore, the duration of the mission seemed to be far longer than a single day. During the mission, he would be able to command these soldiers to his heart's content, allowing him to experience the same feeling he had in his previous life. Jaya! While Su-gan and Zhonglin were exchanging their roles, Wang Chong suddenly leaped onto his steed, and before the astonished gazes of the trio, he actually dashed toward the group of soldiers ahead of them. That darned bastard! How dare he make the first move? He's really looking down on us. Later on, when the mission is over, the three of us will leave him behind. Let's see how he accomplishes the mission. The trio flew into a rage. Hearing the furious voices of the trio, Wang Chong chuckled lightly, paying them no heed. Seeing these veterans on the battlefield, something deep within Wang Chong's bloodline awakened. It was as if some kind of summoning had awakened, and it would have been a miracle if he had been able to hold himself back. Slowing down his footsteps, the hooves of the white crow moved in a unique rhythm toward the 80 soldiers, or rather cavalrymen. This was a unique movement technique to show respect to the other party. In the military, only veterans with more than 10 years of service would know how to use this technique. These were all veterans on the battlefield. Just the worn armor on their bodies was enough to prove their worth. Only those who had dedicated their lives to the front lines of the empire were qualified to earn his respect. Upon seeing Wang Chong's movements, the faces of the 80 cavalrymen warped in astonishment. Initially, they thought that the mission was just to serve a bunch of young masters from the training camps. But who would have thought that they would meet such a figure? With just a casual movement, Wang Chong had won the respect of these soldiers. Which of you are willing to follow me for this mission? Wang Chong urged his steed forward. His voice was resounding, and his eyes were sharp. Even before 80 seasoned veterans, he didn't show the slightest hint of stage fright. We are willing to follow Lord Wang Chong's orders. After a short period of silence, a group of 20 cavalrymen stepped forward in an orderly manner, their eyes shining brightly. They were in high spirits and stood out from the formation. Very well, follow me. Wang Chong gestured grandly before galloping to the other side of the hill. Behind him, the 20 experienced cavalrymen followed closely behind him. There wasn't the slightest hint of disorder in their formation, as if they were a single person. Wang Chong glanced at them and nodded. In terms of military accomplishment, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were undoubtedly the best among the surrounding countries. This also boosted his confidence in this mission. Where did that lad go? Looking at Wang Chong's departing back, Su-gan frowned. Is there even a need to ask? Look at how smug he is. He must have dragged those cavalrymen over to have some fun. People who are born as commoners have never seen the world. On the other side, Huang Yongtu tightened the reins on his steed with a look of disdain. Although everyone was very excited to have obtained 20 soldiers that they could use as they pleased, they were, after all, from great families and had seen the world. They were not as complacent and unrestrained as that brat. Kunwa training camp is Kunwa training camp. Commoners are commoners. Huang Yongtu's disdain deepened. Forget it. The mission is more important. Let's hurry up and select our soldiers. Chapter 325. Siling's words make sense. Let's hurry up and select our troops. By Siling's words quickly drew everyone's attention away from Wang Chong. Their gazes quickly shifted from the group to the 60 imposing cavalrymen. This was the first time he was leading an army into battle, and on top of that, it was a real battlefield. At this moment, even Su-gan couldn't help but feel excited. The group of cavalrymen galloped forward and began selecting their troops. After crossing a small hill, on the other side of the hill, Wang Chong arranged the 20 cavalrymen into formation and began his training. In the military, when a commander took in soldiers, especially those who didn't belong to him, the first thing he had to do was to drill them and familiarize them with their unique traits. Then, according to the characteristics of these soldiers, they were assigned different tasks according to their abilities. This was a common practice in the military. A true commander would have to know every single soldier sergeant, and 10-man squad leader like the back of his hand. This way, he would be able to bring out the full might of his troops during a mission. This was what Wang Chong was doing at the moment, and this action won him the respect of the 20 cavalrymen. Who among you is a sergeant and a 10-man squad leader? Wang Chong stood at the very front of the group and asked with a loud voice. A slight commotion broke out in the group, and soon 3 cavalrymen stepped forward. Reporting in, I am a 10-man squad leader. Reporting in, I am a 10-man squad leader. Reporting in, I am a 10-man squad leader. The 3 of them raised their arms and announced their identities in the military. There's only one 5-man squad leader. Wang Chong frowned. Logically speaking, there should be 4 5-man squad leaders and 2 10-man squad leaders in a group of 20, but something was amiss. Reporting in, we weren't originally from the same squad. It's just that we were transferred out of the other squads in the past few days. One of the 10-man squad leaders said. This surprised Wang Chong. Judging from their appearance, Wang Chong thought that they were from the same squad. Which squad did you all belong to? All of you. Report your original army. Wang Chong said. What happened next surprised Wang Chong even more. The team of 20 people actually came from more than 10 different teams. 5 different legions of various sizes. Some were from the Biting Protectorate, some from the Anong Protectorate, some from Anchi, and some from the prefectural armies in the rear. In short, this was an army that the imperial court had temporarily transferred from various troops to form. This discovery greatly surprised Wang Chong. Is the training standard of the current army still so high? Wang Chong was astonished. In his memory, when he first came into contact with the regular army in his previous life, their training was terrible. However, from the looks of it now, even though the imperial court was still filled with arrogance and hadn't been able to open their eyes in time to see the rise of the various powerful forces around them, the military training system of the imperial court that had been passed down for hundreds of years was still perfectly maintained. At the very least, before the great calamity, the military still maintained a very high standard of conduct. This could be seen from the army before him. Wang Chong couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had been reincarnated rather early. If he used it well, he still had time. Next, split into 4 groups of 5 people. Begin the formal training. Wang Chong ordered. An army of 20 people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Wang Chong's plan was to divide them into 4 square formations of 5 people. Each square formation would be arranged according to the abilities they displayed, and everyone would have their own tasks. In this way, they would be able to use their arms and fingers, and in battle, they would be able to bring out the limits of their abilities to the greatest extent. Gallop! The war horses charged, kicking up a cloud of dust. The army of 20 divided into 4 groups and began their daily training. At this time, everyone's unique traits were on full display. Some people were very fast, and when they charged, they were clearly much faster than the others. These people could serve as bait for the enemy, and they could also turn around and help defeat the enemy at any time. At the same time, they could be used as scouts to investigate the enemy's situation at any time. Wang Chong organized them into the first echelon, and some people were very strong. They were very talented and skillful in borrowing the strength of their war horses. With the same strength, they could use the war horses to charge, and the strength they displayed was much higher than the others. These people could take on the task of attacking the enemy, and they could also serve as backup support to deal with unexpected situations at any time. Wang Chong organized them into the second echelon. There were also people who were more balanced in strength and speed. Whether it was attacking the enemy or baiting them, they could take on the role. These people were the backbone of the mission. Once the first and second echelon were damaged, they could be transferred from there as a backup plan. Wang Chong organized them into the third echelon, and the rest of the people were the fourth echelon. These people were the weakest, but they weren't too far off. Basically, they were enough to carry out the mission. Wang Chong personally led this group of people by his side. "You two, where are you going?" "You and you go over there." Wang Chong watched carefully. After a few drills, he reorganized the 4 echelons according to the characteristics of these people. Then he picked out 3 more sergeants from these echelon squads. Just like that, a team of 20 people, 2 sergeants for sergeants, and 2 echelons were all reorganized. The 20 people were still the same 20 people, but in Wang Chong's eyes, the atmosphere had completely changed. This was a team that could truly fight. In other words, they could cooperate with him on the battlefield at any time. Now, there's only one last step left. Wang Chong thought to himself, war was the best way to improve an army. Throughout the ages, the most elite and valiant troops had always been trained from fierce battlefields, from blood and fire, from swords and sabers. In the future, although calamities were everywhere, the strength of the army would increase to an unprecedented level. And in the future, there would also be new changes in the way the army was commanded. And Wang Chong was the new initiator of that change. Relying on the knowledge from another world, Wang Chong invented a set of flag semaphore that could make an army more united, compact, and more powerful. At the same time, it was more efficient. What Wang Chong was going to teach them now was the simplified version of the flag semaphore. It was very suitable for this kind of small team of 20 people, for echelons with different responsibilities, plus this concise and comprehensive set of flag semaphore. The combination of the two was enough to make this team of 20 people shed their mortal body and change their bones. They would be able to display a combat strength far stronger than before. After passing the simple flag semaphore to the 2 sergeants and the 4 sergeants, the way they looked at Wang Chong was completely different from before. In the beginning, they only felt that Wang Chong was completely different from the other young masters and young mistresses of the training camp. He seemed to be very proficient in military matters, but after teaching the flag semaphore, the way they looked at Wang Chong was completely different. They even felt that this young man was like a deep abyss, unfathomable and unfathomable. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" A sergeant suddenly stepped forward, his eyes filled with respect. Even a fool could tell what Wang Chong's flag semaphore meant. Opportunities on the battlefield were fleeting. The same order, as long as the timing was slightly off, could result in a completely different outcome. The way the army commanded was slowly accumulated through the generations. It was not something that could be easily changed. The flag semaphore that Wang Chong taught was concise and effective. It was not something an ordinary person could easily do. My name is Wang Chong. My father is Wang Yan." Wang Chong smiled calmly. He knew what everyone was thinking, so he revealed his name without hiding it. "So it's young Master Wang." The crowd was in an uproar. The sergeant who stepped forward to question Wang Chong widened his eyes. Crude people like them did not understand the politics of the capital. However, the regional commander's incident that happened a few months ago was something that even they, the ordinary, uncouth people, knew about. Not to mention, the Wang clan was a military family. Be it Duke Jiu, who was revered by the people of the Tang dynasty, or General Wang Yan, they were true generals. They were naturally close to the military. It's fine as long as everyone knows. Don't tell anyone else." Wang Chong faintly smiled. He could clearly sense the change in the gazes of the crowd. The Wang clan still had a high reputation in the military. "Understood. Don't worry, sir. We know what to do." The gazes that the crowd directed toward Wang Chong were filled with respect. Since this lord was from a military clan, it was no wonder that he would be able to invent such a set of flag semaphore. Naturally, the crowd attributed the flag semaphore that Wang Chong had just invented to the credit of the Wang clan. Right? Are they still unaware of Lord Wang Chong's identity? The 10-man squad leader said as he turned his gaze to Su Gan and the others on the other side of the hill. They could clearly see that the relationship between Wang Chong and the others wasn't too good. It's just a small misunderstanding. Let them be. Wang Chong shook his head, not bothering to explain the matter. I understand. The gazes of the group, from sergeants to corporals, looked at Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others unfriendly. The Wang clan was a clan of generals and ministers, and it was a part of the military. Furthermore, given the Wang clan's reputation, they weren't one to bully others. Thus, it was likely that the others were at fault. Everyone, practice a little more and familiarize yourselves with it. After that, we'll head over. Wang Chong instructed. Yes, Lord. Receiving the order, the crowd began practicing once more. It had to be said that these veterans of the Tang dynasty were indeed skilled. In just a short period of time, they had already grasped Wang Chong's flag semaphore. As for their strength, seeing the corporeal halos beneath their feet as they charged forward, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh in awe. Chapter 326. Regardless of whether they were the 10-man squad leaders or the ordinary soldiers, every single one of them possessed a cultivation higher than him, reaching true martial realm. 20 veterans of the Tang dynasty were all true martial realm experts. This was the difference between regular soldiers and ordinary soldiers, other than those who are currently undergoing training. Most of those who could join the regular army of the Tang dynasty were at true martial realm. On the other hand, these veterans had served in the military for 10 years or even longer, and they were the elites of the elites. As such, there was no need for him to worry about their fighting prowess. What kind of nonsense is this? Does he think that he's fighting a war? 20 men isn't a lot in the first place. And to think that they would be so scattered, leave it to him. That fellow doesn't seem to know anything at all. There's no way he'll be able to complete this mission. Let's just leave him at the rear later on, so that he doesn't drag us down. It seems like those 20 men have followed the wrong person. What a waste. While Wang Chong was training, the trio had also finished reorganizing their troops. At the same time, they began paying close attention to the situation on Wang Chong's side. As they were separated by a small hill, the trio could only see the troops above their shoulders. Wang Chong's 4 echelons were mixed together, and in the eyes of the others it was a complete mess. There was no order to speak of at all, and they couldn't help but look down on them. On top of that, Wang Chong was from the Kunwu training camp, which was a place where commoners gathered. Thus, the trio couldn't be bothered with Wang Chong anymore. Get ready, we'll be setting off soon. If he doesn't come over by then, there's no need for us to wait for him. We'll just have to leave by ourselves then. As Su Gan spoke, he turned his steed around and headed back to his cavalry unit. Even though it was only 20 men, this was the first time Su Gan was leading an army into battle. He couldn't help but feel an urge to give it a try. On the other hand, Wang Chong didn't allow Su Gan to have his way. After practicing a few more times and practicing a few offensive formations, Wang Chong finally ended the drill. Leading the group of 20 cavalrymen who had undergone a complete transformation on the outside, they began making their way towards Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Are you satisfied? Huang Yongtu raised his eyelids and looked at Wang Chong with a mocking smile. Yes. Wang Chong gave a magnanimous smile, not bothering to bicker with him. With a wave of his right hand, the 20 soldiers immediately returned to their original formation, standing next to the other lines of cavalry. Humph! When the 3 of them saw this, they snorted and turned their heads away. Wang Chong smirked and didn't mind. He stood alone at the front of the line. Walala! In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, a hawk commonly seen in the army with golden hooks and sharp claws fell from the sky like a sharp arrow. Zhang Lin, the captain of this operation, hurriedly rode forward and raised his hands to catch the massive eagle. Then he deftly removed a bamboo tube from the eagle and opened it. After taking a look at its contents, he quickly galloped over and passed it with both hands. The royal court has ordered us to set off immediately for the mission. This is the map of the operation and the requirements. The mission was divided into different parts, and each person was responsible for a different mission. The officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were responsible for selecting the gathering point from the 100 or so gathering points, while low-ranking captains like Zhang Lin were responsible for commanding the troops and gathering them together. The details of the mission were issued by the Bureau of Military Personnel, but even the Bureau of Military Personnel had no idea who would be carrying out the mission. Everyone was responsible for their own tasks, and this ensured that the mission was carried out safely. Everyone played their part, and at the same time, this ensured that the mission would be carried out without any malfeasance. The first part of the mission is to clear out the bandits and highwaymen along the way. Don't let a single one of them escape. Once more than 6 of your subordinates die, you will have to withdraw from the mission immediately, and the mission will be considered a failure. Looking at the contents of the news, a deep frown slowly formed on Su Gan's forehead. He passed the letter over to Huang Yongtu, who passed it over to Bai Siling and finally to Wang Chong. The Silk Road was an extremely long and narrow road. It would take several months for one to reach the western regions, and most of the places along the way were uninhabited. They were either deserts, mountains, or barren plains. On such a long journey, it was simply too convenient for one to spy on others, rob them, and so on. And it just so happened that the Hu people and Hu merchants on the Silk Road were all extremely wealthy, and the things they bought and sold were not ordinary. Pearls, agate, precious stones, spices, gold, and even charming Persian dancers. All of these were simply too attractive. Just by robbing a few of them, one would be able to strike it rich. As such, the Silk Road to the west was filled with bandits and highwaymen. Even though the imperial army had been cracking down on them, they were still unable to stop them. Even though they knew that the consequences would be dire, there were still quite a number of bandits and highwaymen who were willing to take them down. Most of the Hu merchants from the Abbasid Caliphate and Carax Spazinu were either wealthy or noble, and they had many experts by their side. It wasn't an easy task to take them down, but even so, it didn't stop the passion of the bandits. These bandits and highwaymen were really like chives. Every year, a wave of them would be harvested, and another wave would be harvested. It would have been one thing if that was all. The situation on the Silk Road was extremely complicated. At the start, there were only a few Han bandits and highwaymen, but as time went by, the situation gradually changed. Some of the Hu Arabs and Carax Spazinu who were skilled in martial arts also realized the immense profits to be made from the Silk Road, and after being robbed once, they decided to join the bandits as well. On top of that, there were many times when the Hu Arabs and Han would mingle together, and the bandits would be filled with all sorts of people. The Hu and Arabs would provide intelligence, and the Han and Hu would move together to rob others. As time went by, the bandits on the Silk Road grew larger and larger, and the targets of their robberies also changed. At the start, the bandits on the Silk Road still targeted the Hu merchants, Hu and Arabs, but as time went on, they started robbing everyone who passed through their territory. As long as there was a profit to be made, the Hu and Han would work together to rob the bandits. Later on, when the situation reached its most outrageous point, there was a time when a bandit or highwayman actually plundered the troops of the imperial court. Because of that incident, the imperial court was enraged, and they began to pay more attention to the matter. Thus, they began to carry out regular sweeps. The situation was extremely complicated, and Wang Chong had heard a little about it back then. He had met some merchants who had been robbed, and they had all complained about the bandits and highwaymen, so he was extremely familiar with the situation. It seemed like he was participating in one of the regular sweeps conducted by the imperial court. It's no wonder the Chamberlain of Dependencies would be dispatched, as well as 80 veteran soldiers. Wang Chong recalled the officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies in the northwest corner of the capital, and he fell into deep thought. In Wang Chong's memories, the Silk Road was a passageway for Hu merchants, and it was under the jurisdiction of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. As for the regular sweeps of the bandits and highwaymen of the Silk Road, the Chamberlain of Dependencies had always been in the charge of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wiping out the bandits and highwaymen of the Silk Road wasn't a difficult task. No matter how strong the bandits and highwaymen were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than the regular army, not to mention 80 veteran soldiers. However, the requirements mentioned that no fish could escape the net during the operation. During the course of the mission, each subordinate could not die more than 6 people. This was the real problem. Those who were able to travel along the Silk Road were no ordinary people. Most of them had interacted with the Imperial Army and had their own philosophy of survival and techniques. Some of the bandits were even equipped with military crossbows, and some of them numbered in the hundreds or even close to 1,000. In this kind of encirclement, it was very difficult to guarantee that there would be no casualties. These 2 conditions meant that this operation was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Commandant Zhang, it's understandable if the Imperial Court doesn't want to act. But wouldn't it be a little difficult to prevent a single bandit or horse bandit from escaping? The mountain range was so deep and wide, so it was normal for 1 or 2 of them to escape. Isn't this request a little too high? Su Gan said with an awful complexion. He, my lord, this matter is actually very easy to understand. Zhang San explained with a smile. These bandits and highwaymen are no different from weeds. As long as 1 or 2 of them manage to escape, they will be able to build another stronghold in the future. This is how most of the bandits and highwaymen on the road to the west came about. If we want to intimidate these bandits and highwaymen, we have to eliminate all of them. Only then can we instill fear into the hearts of those who come after us. Otherwise, this operation will be meaningless. It will only lead to more and more bandits and highwaymen. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling glanced at one another. The complexity of the Silk Road had far exceeded their expectations. Only Wang Chong wasn't too surprised, having expected this. However, there's no need to worry. Most of the bandits and highwaymen on the road are just disbanded troops, and their fighting prowess is negligible. Before the Imperial Army, they won't pose a threat to us. So, there's no need for you to worry too much. All you have to do is to find them and prevent them from escaping. Zhang San added with a smile. Who? Hearing this explanation, Su Gan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That gave me a fright. So that's the case. That's simple. We just have to wait until late at night before making our move. Even though the bandits and highwaymen are scattered throughout the day, they will surely return to their hideout at night. Furthermore, the night is also the time when the bandits and highwaymen are exhausted. If we make our move at that time, we will surely be able to catch them off guard. Furthermore, we can also prevent them from escaping. Chapter 3:27. Lord Su Gan is wise. This method is indeed feasible. Zhang Lin bowed respectfully. He had no objections to Su Gan's opinion. Even though the members of Longway Training Camp had 0 experience on the battlefield, they weren't newbies. Clearly, this method was feasible as well. Su Gan nodded proudly. Then, he suddenly caught sight of Wang Chong and sneered coldly. Humph, there's no need for you to follow us. You can wait at the back lest you drag us down. Sure. On the back of the steed, Wang Chong nodded nonchalantly. His nonchalant attitude left Su Gan gnashing his teeth in hatred. If he could, he would have given the other party a good beating. But in the end, he held himself back. As long as Wang Chong didn't make any mistakes, he couldn't find fault with him for no good reason. The consequences of such a mistake in the midst of the training would be severe. You'd better do so. Su Gan glared at Wang Chong hatefully before beckoning the others. Let's go. Under Zhang Xian's command, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling led 20 cavalrymen each, and for a total of 60 cavalrymen, they set off for the west. Lord Su, why didn't you resist? The road to the west is not as simple as he thinks. If it were that easy, we would have wiped them out a long time ago. Why would we need to do this now? Galloping sounds sounded behind them, and a 10-man squad leader from Wang Chong suddenly rode up to them. Looking in the direction that Su Gan and the others had left in, He glared at them indignantly. Wang Chong came from a military clan, and it was one of the most respected of them all. Weren't these people being too brazen before Wang Chong? It's fine. Let them do as they please. Wang Chong waved his hands. Sugon Huang Yong too. And the others thought that they were useless at the moment, so if they were to reveal their identity now, it would only weaken the reputation of the Wang clan and make others think that the Wang clan only knew how to bully others. Once they suffered and hit a wall, they would naturally understand. It wouldn't be too late for them to reveal themselves after revealing their capabilities. Right? Have you participated in such a mission before? Wang Chong suddenly turned around and asked. Yes. Ma Song nodded and did not deny it. Most of our brothers were transferred from other places. I've only participated a few times in the past. Oh! Wang Chong was a little surprised. Even Commandant Zhang couldn't see through it. However, Ma Song seemed to be more knowledgeable. Then do you know what's going on? Wang Chong asked. Ma Song shook his head, then nodded. I don't know what happened before. I only know what happened in the past few months. On the road leading to the Anqi Protectorate Manor, the Imperial Army would regularly encircle and suppress the bandits and brigands. However, they were usually separated by a long time. However, things have been very different recently. About a month ago, many bandits and horse bandits suddenly appeared on this road. Furthermore, they were extremely active, and it seemed very different. Ma Song said, Oh. Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched, and he seemed to be deep in thought. On the road to the west, it should be normal for bandits and horse bandits to appear at certain times, right? I'm not too sure either. However, around half a month ago, we caught a group of bandits and captured their leader. Based on what they said, someone seemed to have invited them to form a clique and gather in the forest. The remuneration they offered was extremely generous. That person was masked, and he seemed to be highly skilled in martial arts. We weren't able to discern his background. However, according to that person is extremely short. He doesn't seem like the Hu of the western regions, nor does he seem like a Han. Instead, he exudes the scent of horse milk, reminiscent of the scent of the people from Uzin in the west. Uzin is still quite a distance away from this road. Furthermore, they rarely leave the highlands, so they aren't familiar with the central plains. It's unlikely that they would come here, Wang Chong said. Wang Chong had some understanding of the Uzin. In truth, the Uzin were slightly shorter than the Han. However, due to their worship of heaven's burial, the Uzin had a ferocious nature. Their greatest trait was the scimitars they carried on their bodies, and when paired with the charge of their steeds, it was extremely effective. In a battle against the Uzin, when they charged down from the highlands like a tidal wave, it was extremely difficult to stop them. Even the sturdiest of fortresses might not be able to stop the charge of the Uzin. However, the Uzin had an innate attachment to their highlands, and they viewed the environment of the highlands as superior to any other environment. In the eyes of the Han, the environment of the highlands was extremely harsh. Most of the time, the Uzin would return to the highlands after conquering the cities and conquering the lands. Thus, in the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, there were Hu Abbasid Caliphate, Sindhi, Goguryeo, and the 6 Zhao of Arai. However, there were very few Uzin. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Chong felt that it was unlikely for the Uzin to appear here. I don't know either. However, those were indeed the words of the chief of the fort back then. Later on, the people from the Bureau of Military Personnel appeared and took him away. I don't know what happened after that. Ma Song said, there were many soldiers on the western expedition to suppress the bandits, and Ma Song was just an insignificant soldier among them. It was already commendable for him to know so much. After all, it wasn't often that he went on missions. I understand. Wang Chong nodded. He didn't say anything else, but his mind began to work. The Uzin. A month ago, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. He vaguely recalled hearing that an envoy from the Uzin had arrived at the Tang dynasty. However, envoys were common in all countries, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It's a pity that there aren't any carrier pigeons here. Otherwise, I could look into it and see if this matter is really related to the Yuzin. Wang Chong sighed. Other than followers, messenger pigeons were not allowed to be brought into the mission. In other words, all of those who participated in the mission were currently uncontactable. Even the instructors in the training camps weren't aware of the situation. Needless to say, the others. Jaya! Wang Chong urged his steed forward, and the group swiftly followed behind. By nightfall, they were already 200 li away from the capital, and they were already within the borders of the Tang dynasty. Beneath a massive pine tree, Su Gan led a group of 20 men ready to set off. They had only discovered a small group of bandits this time around, and they didn't seem to be too strong. Su Gan was itching to make a move, and he was prepared to make a move. Even though he was from a prestigious clan, this was the first time Su Gan was involved in a real battle, not to mention that he was leading a group of 20 elites under his command. Thus, Su Gan decided to make a move personally. Don't move around recklessly, just stay here. I'll deal with them myself. Especially you. I don't want you to foil my plans. Su Gan turned around and pointed a finger at Wang Chong, who was standing on the dark road a dozen zhang away. Brother Su, I'll be staying here today. I won't be going anywhere. Wang Chong replied with a smile. His temper was unbelievably good. Su Gan's punch landed on empty air, and he felt extremely displeased. He had tried his best to infuriate Wang Chong, but the latter didn't fall for it at all. Like a mouse trying to pull a tortoise, Su Gan had no idea where to start. But the more Wang Chong behaved this way, the more displeased Su Gan felt. Wait for my good news. Su Gan turned around and led the 20 cavalrymen into the forest. Like a slithering snake, they made their way toward the bandit den. Su Gan's cavalrymen were agile, and they moved in a uniform formation, completely unaffected by the trees and thorns. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but commend them upon seeing this. It would take at most an hour to travel from the main road to the bandit den. Given Su Gan's capability, they would be able to slaughter their way back and forth a few times. Seeing that they had disappeared, Wang Chong closed his eyes and remained motionless. Hua! In just an incense's time, a blazing flame suddenly burst forth from a mountain in the distance, and screams of agony echoed. Soldiers, run for your lives! The screams of agony and fear were exceptionally loud in the dark of the night. Even from afar, everyone could hear them clearly. Amidst the blazing flames, the neighing of war horses could be heard, and one could vaguely see the silhouettes of imperial soldiers leaping into the air, as well as bandits fleeing in all directions. Su Gan has failed. Looking at the distant mountain peak, Huang Yongtu and Bai Siling's complexion turned awful. Even if they hadn't seen it yet, it was clear that Su Gan's plan had failed. Those bandits might be weaker than the soldiers, but once they decided to escape, their martial arts wouldn't be of much use at all. What was worse was that, according to Lieutenant Zhang Lin, even though the bandits and highwaymen had their own territories, they were extremely well coordinated when it came to matters concerning the soldiers. If 1 or 2 bandits were to escape, news of the group's success would swiftly reach the other bandits and highwaymen. This was also the reason why they couldn't allow a single bandit to escape. But from the looks of it now, their operation wouldn't be as smooth as before. In the shadow of the trees, Wang Chong watched the blazing flames and the screams on the mountain peak with a nonchalant smile. You knew that he would fail. A voice suddenly sounded by Wang Chong's ear, making him leap in fright. Turning around, Wang Chong saw a beautiful and fair face. In the darkness, Bai Siling stared at Wang Chong with a bizarre expression. Wang Chong was truly shocked. He had heard the voice earlier, but he thought that it was one of his subordinates. He didn't expect it to be Bai Siling. Along the way, the 3 of them had looked down on him, not interacting with him at all. As for this Bai Siling, this was the first time Wang Chong was interacting with her. Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you are saying at all. Wang Chong shook his head with a smile, feigning ignorance. Is that so? Chapter 328. But soon, Bai Siling turned around and walked to the other side. On the other side, Huang Yongtu had already noticed the commotion. What were you talking about with that lad? Huang Yongtu frowned. Nothing much. Brushing past Huang Yongtu, Bai Siling returned to her group without any hesitation. Displeased, Huang Yongtu harumphed coldly and quickly diverted his attention. On the other hand, Wang Chong was shocked by Bai Siling's actions. This woman is a little too formidable. Did she see through something, or is it just a woman's intuition? Looking at the motionless Bai Siling in the distance, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. Bai Siling's actions had truly caught everyone off guard. Wang Chong had to admit that he didn't expect Bai Siling to be paying attention to him all this while. But even so, Wang Chong didn't think that he had any flaws that she could see through. In Wang Chong's view, Bai Siling's actions seemed to be the fearsome intuition of a woman. The women in the training camp who are able to reach true martial realm are indeed extraordinary. Wang Chong thought. Second Sister Wang Zhuyan, Marchioness Yi, Princess Ni Huang, and now Bai Siling were the same as well. This left Wang Chong feeling deeply apprehensive. Furthermore, Bai Siling's final words left Wang Chong with an indescribable feeling. Bai Siling said that she had met him somewhere before, but Wang Chong knew that it was impossible for him to have met her before. I have underestimated her. Wang Chong thought. At the peak of the mountain, the fire was still blazing. It should have been a swift mission, but Su Gan took an entire hour to arrive. By the time they came down from the mountain, they were all covered in soot, and Su Gan's face was as dark as the bottom of a wok. "My lord!" Zhang Sen spurred his horse forward with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, Su Gan quickly turned his head away. "Don't ask. You've failed. 2 of them escaped." As he said those words, Su Gan's complexion was extremely awful. This time he was full of confidence and had considered all the problems very well. But when they really arrived at the top of the mountain, everything was completely different from what they had expected. Su Gan spent more than an hour hunting down the bandits who had escaped, hoping to make up for his mistake. However, the darkness of the night, the complicated terrain, and the darkness of the night instead became his greatest obstacles. Even though he had given it his all, the 2 bandits still managed to escape. Even Su Gan himself sustained some injuries. It wasn't from the bandits, but from his hasty pursuit that his steed lost its footing and got caught in the thorny vines. Su Gan wanted to lie and say that he had killed all of them, but other than him, there were still 20 veterans of the Tang dynasty. It was impossible for him to do such a thing even if he wanted to. "My lord, there's no need to worry about it. There are still many bandits and highwaymen on the road to the west, and this is only the first one. There will be many more opportunities in the future, so just be careful." Zhang San consoled. In the first place, the royal court didn't expect the recruits to succeed in this operation. They were just making use of this opportunity to temper them. Zhang San had already thought this through, so he wasn't too disappointed. Since it was still early, the group made use of the darkness of the night to rush toward the second bandit den. Su Gan had been suppressing his anger for a long time now. This time, without waiting for orders, he led the 20 cavalrymen up the mountain like ferocious tigers unleashed from their lashes. Having learned his lesson from the last time, Su Gan was exceptionally cautious. He had also made ample preparations beforehand. But an hour later, Su Gan appeared before them with an even uglier complexion than before. Even though he had been extremely careful, a few bandits still managed to escape. It wasn't that Su Gan hadn't participated in other missions before, but the bandits on the road to the west were exceptionally cunning. They were more familiar with the terrain here, and they were more adept at making use of it. At the same time, they were also more experienced in dealing with government troops. It was as if he was holding a loach in his hand, unable to catch it no matter how hard he tried. Damn it! Sugon's face turned livid. He had finally realized that the mission wasn't as simple as he had thought. Brother Su, why don't you let me give it a try? Huang Yongtu stepped forward with his steed between his legs and offered. There's no need for that. I don't believe that a disciple of Longway training camp like me, the heir of the Su clan, won't be able to deal with a bunch of weak bandits. Not only did Sugon not give up after 2 consecutive failures, he was even more determined to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Making use of the darkness of the night, the group headed west. When they arrived at the 3rd bandit den, Sugon immediately charged up the mountain. The commotion this time around was clearly much better than the previous 2. There were no blazing flames or the neighing of horses. But when a small bandit slid down the cliff and disappeared into the valley, Sugon felt like his lungs were going to explode. Without a doubt, this meant that he had failed yet again. The escape of any bandit meant that their whereabouts had been compromised. After 3 consecutive failures, something unexpected was bound to happen. Sugon's mission was a complete failure. Brother Su, it's inevitable for you to fail the first time. Why don't you rest for a while and leave the rest to me? Huang Yongtu patted Sugon's shoulder and said nonchalantly. Sugon was from Longway training camp, and his cultivation was even higher than his. Initially, Huang Yongtu had thought highly of Sugon for this mission. However, the 3 consecutive failures had left Huang Yongtu's eyes wide open. He began to look down on Sugon a little more and a little less. Furthermore, it was written all over his face. Sensing this change, Sugon harumphed coldly before riding his steed to the side. Even though he was indignant after failing so many times, even Sugon was at a loss for words. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time before daybreak, the army marched for 20 li and arrived at the 4th bandits' territory. Needless to say, Huang Yongtu was in high spirits as he led the 20-odd cavalrymen forward like tigers and wolves. Roughly an hour later, Huang Yongtu finally returned with his men. Unlike Sugon, there were injured soldiers in Huang Yongtu's group as well. Just by looking at his expression, everyone could tell that Huang Yongtu had failed as well. He had failed to wipe out all of the bandits. What are you looking at? Is it strange to fall into a trap? There's something interesting to see here. Huang Yongtu angrily retreated to the side with his men. Huang Yongtu didn't expect the bandits to be so cunning. The path leading to the den seemed to be safe, but it was actually riddled with traps. In a moment of carelessness, Huang Yongtu and his steed had fallen into a trap. Since the trap had already been triggered, the bandits in the den had already been alerted. It was easy to imagine what would happen next. Huang Yongtu might be strong, but his fist was stuck in the air, unable to exert any strength at all. Humph. And I thought that you were a capable man. Naturally, Sugon wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Only at this moment did everyone realize that the simple order from the Bureau of Military Personnel was completely different from what they had imagined. It wasn't difficult to defeat those bandits, but it was impossible to annihilate all of them without letting a single one escape. The 4th and 5th bandit groups were located relatively close to each other. The one to carry out the mission this time was bisiling, but they still failed. 5 missions from the 3 of them ended in failure. Even Lieutenant Zhonglin was unable to offer any words of consolation at this point. These few recruits from Shanwei and Longway training camps seemed to be completely inexperienced. At this rate, there was no way they would be able to succeed in the mission. There was no need for them to carry on with the mission. Furthermore, even though they had wiped out a few groups of bandits, it wouldn't be long before new groups of bandits rose up and reclaimed the hills. There was no lack of such adventurers on the road to the west. 5 missions in a single night. By this time, the sun had already risen, and it was no longer suitable for them to carry out any missions. All right, let's rest for a while. Don't give up. We'll continue tomorrow night. Before Zhonglin could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sharp rebuke. "Brat, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking us?" Sugon suddenly glared at Wang Chong and bellowed furiously, "Am I?" Wang Chong pointed a finger at himself with a perplexed look on his face. He had been sitting on the back of the horse all this while, and he didn't seem to have done anything at all. When did Sugon see him mocking them? Humph! Still trying to deny it? The more Sugon thought about it, the angrier he got. 3 missions in a single night, and all of them ended in failure. This left Sugon fuming. At this moment, he felt that everyone was mocking him. No matter whose gaze it was, even if it were to brush past him, Sugon would find it extremely jarring. As for whether Wang Chong was laughing at him or not, it didn't matter anymore. "Do you think that we are useless? Do you think that you are more formidable than us? Humph! Do you think that I can't see through your thoughts? If you are that formidable, why don't you go? Let us see what you are capable of." Sugon said coldly, "Am I?" Wang Chong pointed at himself with an innocent look on his face. He didn't seem to have such thoughts, nor did he say such words. However, from the looks of it, Sugon seemed to have confirmed his thoughts. Humph, what arrogance! Huang Yongtu harumphed coldly by the side. Initially, he thought that Sugon was a weakling, but when it came to the operation, he realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. At this moment, Huang Yongtu felt a stinging sensation on his face. It wouldn't have mattered much if all of them had failed, but of the 4 of them, 3 had failed. Only Wang Chong had yet to give it a try. At this moment, Huang Yongtu was naturally standing on Sugon's side. "Lad, since you are so formidable, why don't you try it yourself? Then why don't you do it yourself and show us?" Huang Yongtu mocked from the side. A glint flashed across Bai Siling's eyes. She wanted to say something, but she eventually held it in. Only Lieutenant Zhang Lin was a little worried. "Sirs, it's important for us to maintain amicable relations. We still need to work together in the future. Besides, the sun is already up, and it's no longer suitable for us to make a move." Zhang Lin urged his steed to stand in the middle of the group, hoping to alleviate the tense atmosphere. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. All right. Chapter 329. In an instant, the entire path fell deathly silent. Zhang Lin turned around and stared at the young man behind him in shock. Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling were stunned as well. Sugon and Huang Yongtu were just trying to provoke Wang Chong so as to vent their frustrations. Yet, who could have thought that Wang Chong would actually agree to it? Because they were too surprised, the 3 of them were stunned, and none of them could say anything. "Lad, what did you just say?" Sugon suddenly urged his steed forward and stared at Wang Chong in bewilderment. Even now, he wasn't sure whether he had really heard those words or not. "I said, all right. I can lead my men to suppress the bandits." With a slight smile, Wang Chong glanced at the trio calmly without the slightest hint of stage fright. But Zhang Lin opened his mouth, wanting to stop the other party, but he found himself unable to say a word. "Ha ha ha, good. Lad, you sure have guts." After receiving the confirmation from Wang Chong, Sugon burst into laughter from sheer rage. "Fine. You are formidable. You are stronger than us. We will await your good news." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with hatred. One could imagine the rage in his heart. "Lord, this isn't a good time to make a move." A 10-man squad leader rode up from behind and said worriedly, even though Sugon had failed thrice, there was one thing he was right about. An operation carried out at night would definitely have a higher chance of success than one carried out in the day. There's no need to say any more. Let's go. Wang Chong raised his right hand and gestured for them to leave. The mouths of the 2 10-man commanders behind him opened and closed, but they still respectfully followed Wang Chong out of the tent. "Lord, the sun is already up. How can I succeed? Lord, there's no need for you to agree to their terms." At this moment, another 10-man squad, leader rode up from behind and said worriedly, failure was a small matter. Given their strength, the bandits posed no threat to them at all. However, he had already made his statement. If he were to return like this, he would probably be ridiculed by others. It would have been fine if he hadn't known of Wang Chong's identity. After all, this was just a conflict between Wang Chong and Su Gan and the other trainees. However, after learning of Wang Chong's identity and the fact that he came from a military family, as well as the grandson of Duke Jiao and the youngest son of General Wang Yan, everyone's impression of him had changed. Emotionally, no one wanted to see Wang Chong being humiliated, because that would be the same as insulting everyone else. Haha, don't worry. If you're only worried about daybreak, it's not that complicated. Wang Chong stopped next to a tree, his expression indifferent. He was not as nervous or worried as the others, and he was even able to smile. The sun has just risen. Think about it. If we all think that we have a chance of success during the day, what will those bandits think? The two 10-man squad leaders were taken aback. They glanced at one another, and their eyes suddenly lit up. As soon as Wang Chong said those words, they vaguely understood what he was thinking. Bandits are bandits, after all. Once the sun rises, we in the army will all take up our positions and be extremely vigilant. But let me ask you, do you think that the bandits are that well-mannered? Do you think they won't wash up, cook, eat, or rest? Do you think they'll just scatter and go to different mountains? Ma Song, you've participated in a few encirclement missions. Do you think that the bandits are that well-mannered? Wang Chong said as he glanced at 10-man Ma Song. No, the bandits aren't that well-mannered. Ma Song's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had already caught up to Wang Chong's train of thought, and he knew what the latter was thinking. Ma Song was astonished. As expected of Duke Jiao's grandson, the young master of a military family, even his train of thought was different from ordinary people. Indeed, the bandits were well disciplined. If even the imperial army felt that the operation was unlikely to succeed, then the bandits would probably be even more relaxed and think that they wouldn't be attacked. From this point of view, the success rate of the operation at this time was probably higher than that at night. Ma Song finally understood why Wang Chong would agree to encircle the bandits, even though it was already morning. Looking at this young man who looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old, Ma Song couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Haha, it seems that you have understood. Wang Chong stared at Ma Song and laughed. This 10-man squad leader was very quick-witted. Perhaps after this operation, he could make use of his relationship with the King of Song to transfer him to his side through the Ministry of War. A mere 10-man squad leader shouldn't be too much of a problem. Moreover, with the intelligence that he had displayed, Wang Chong could think of ways to groom him after he returned. His future achievements would definitely not be as simple as a 10-man squad leader. But of course, these were all matters for the future. There was no need for Wang Chong to tell Ma Song about it now. As these thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, he quickly regained his composure. All right, let's begin. Tear off a few pieces of cloth and wrap the hooves of the horses. Make sure not to make any noise. Yes, Lord. A moment later, after the preparations were completed, Wang Chong waved his hand grandly, and 4 echelons of cavalrymen swiftly darted into the forest. Wang Chong left quickly, but he returned even faster. Around an hour later, Wang Chong and his 20 horsemen emerged from the forest, once more appearing before the crowd without a speck of dust. It's over? Su Gan charged over with a doubtful look on his face. It's over. Wang Chong nodded with a smile. You succeeded? Huang Yongtu also charged over with a doubtful look on his face. It's a success. Wang Chong nodded once more. How is that possible? Who are you trying to fool? An hour's time is at most a round trip from here to that stronghold. You said that you succeeded? Do you really think we're fools? Su Gan flew into a rage. He had carried out the mission 3 times in a row and each time he had taken close to 2 hours. Yet Wang Chong claimed that he had succeeded in less than an hour, and it was in broad daylight on top of that? How was that possible? Did he take them for fools? Empty words and white teeth, pure nonsense. He, I have already said that the mission is complete. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Wang Chong sneered. Lad, you aren't spouting nonsense. This mission was arranged by the Bureau of Military Personnel. You should know the consequences of lying about your contributions. Huang Yongtu retorted with a stern expression. Clearly, he didn't believe Wang Chong's words either. Wang Chong chuckled, not bothering to respond to him. Soldiers, Zhang Jia and Zhang Yi, stepped forward. Did you really manage to eliminate the bandits? Lieutenant Zhang Lin suddenly galloped over and asked sternly. He had no idea what the truth was, but since a dispute had arisen, as an official lieutenant, he had the responsibility to get to the bottom of it. Reporting to Lord Lieutenant, we have indeed eliminated the bandits in the mountain, and none of them escaped. Behind Wang Chong, 2 of the horsemen whose names had been called stepped forward and bowed as they sincerely spoke. This time, Zhang Lin didn't have any objections. Unlike Wang Chong, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu, the soldiers on the mission had to return to the training camp after the mission was over. However, these soldiers were soldiers on duty. Soldiers had to obey orders. If they were to lie about the military, even if it was something as simple and insignificant as this, they would be severely punished by the Bureau of Military Personnel. Furthermore, as veterans of countless wars, soldiers had their own pride. They wouldn't lie, and it was beneath them to do so. Since they said that Wang Chong had completed the mission, it was definitely true. Li Quan and Song Zhu head out to take a look. I want to know if all of the bandits have been eliminated, Su Gan suddenly said. He didn't trust Wang Chong that easily. Yes, Lord. The 2 cavalrymen swiftly left. An hour later, they returned once more, and the news they brought back left Su Gan stunned. All of the bandits in the den had been killed. Most of them were still asleep, and some of them were killed while they were cooking. Pots, bowls, pots, and ladles were scattered all over the place, and not a single one of them managed to escape. Wang Chong had really wiped out a bunch of bandits. Facing this result, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were stunned. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Wang Chong had really wiped out a bunch of bandits. Out of the 4 of them, only Wang Chong had succeeded in 6 missions. Perhaps it's just my luck. The bandits I met were all exceptionally weak. Wang Chong brushed aside the hair at his temples and met the strange gazes of the crowd. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu didn't say anything. On the other hand, Bai Sailing couldn't help but glance deeply at Wang Chong. Humph, brat, count yourself lucky. Let's see if you'll be so lucky the next time. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu glared at Wang Chong hatefully. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that they would lose to a person from the Kunwa training camp, not to mention that he was even younger than them. Wang Chong's explanation gave them some consolation. Indeed, compared to Wang Chong's strength, they were more willing to believe that Wang Chong was just lucky. This operation didn't improve the relationship between Wang Chong, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu. Instead, it made the 2 of them dislike this commoner from the Kunwa training camp even more. For the rest of the journey, the 2 of them became increasingly estranged from Wang Chong. They basically had nothing to say to each other. The troops of both sides were also very far apart, and there was a clear sense of coldness and hostility. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, the day had passed, and it was nighttime again. Kid, you go. Su Gan suddenly came to look for Wang Chong, and for once he didn't volunteer himself to deal with the bandits. Su Gan wasn't a fool either. In the short span of a day, the news of the official army encircling the bandits had already spread far and wide. If he went now, the success rate would definitely not be high. Under such circumstances, Su Gan didn't believe that Wang Chong would be as lucky as he was during the day. That's right. We were the first ones last night. Now it's your turn. Huang Yongtu also chimed in, using a small trick to change the topic. Chapter 330. All right. Wang Chong had been resting under an ancient bronze tree, but when he heard these words, he patted off the dust on his body and readily accepted the advice. Without another word, he mounted his horse and beckoned his 20 subordinates to gallop up the mountain without the slightest hesitation. In just a moment, Wang Chong and the 20 cavalrymen had already disappeared without a trace. Even Su Gan and the others were taken aback by Zhang Xian's swift response. They were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. They thought that Wang Chong would at least hesitate for a moment, but who could have thought that he would leave just like that? Wang Chong left swiftly, and he returned even quicker. Just like before, in less than an hour, Wang Chong returned with 20 cavalrymen. Furthermore, it didn't seem like he had just gone through a huge battle. Instead, it seemed like he had just taken a leisurely stroll around the mountain peak before returning leisurely. You succeeded. Zhang Lin rode forward on his steed and stared at Wang Chong in astonishment. No matter how he looked at it, Wang Chong didn't seem like someone who had failed the mission. But wasn't this a little too fast? Not to mention, there wasn't the slightest sound coming from the mountain. Wang Chong nodded with a smile. Is it luck again? Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's faces darkened. There were simply too many uncertainties in the matter regarding Wang Chong. Who knows? Perhaps it was really just luck. Who asked the bandits I met to be so weak? Wang Chong chuckled. Humph. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu harumphed furiously. The duo was perplexed. Logically speaking, news of the arrival of the army should have spread far and wide within a day. No matter how weak the opponent Wang Chong met was, he shouldn't have been so careless. At the very least, they should have been more difficult to deal with than the ones in the day, right? Yet, Wang Chong's trip to and fro took roughly the same amount of time as the day, and there was no movement at all. Could it be that the opponents he met were really weak? Did he eliminate them before they could even send out a signal? Let's go and give it a try. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu glanced at one another, and the same thought surfaced in their minds. It was impossible for all the bandits on the road to the west to be of equal strength. Perhaps the bandits in this section were especially weak. If even Wang Chong could annihilate them effortlessly, then they would definitely be able to do so with their strength. The two of them hurried forward, one in front and one behind. An hour later, Su Gan led the way into the depths of the forest. Killing his way into the depths of the forest. When Su Gan left, he was brimming with ambition and determination. But when he returned, he was completely dejected and lifeless. Behind him, the top of the mountain was ablaze with flames, which could be seen from dozens of miles away. Not only was the other party prepared for this operation, they even managed to catch Su Gan off guard. Of Su Gan's subordinates, 2 steeds and 4 cavalrymen were injured, and even Su Gan himself was injured. It would have been one thing if he had been injured in a face-to-face battle, but if it wasn't a trap, it had to be some kind of poison mist or poison arrows. None of these were honorable means. If not for Su Gan's decisive decision to forcefully break through the encirclement and kill the bandit leader, the losses this operation would have been even greater. Su Gan was filled with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. They were both carrying out a mission to eliminate bandits, but the difficulty of the mission was on a completely different level from that of Wang Chong. Recalling how relaxed Wang Chong was when he descended the mountain, as if he had just gone on a hunt, Su Gan felt even more awful. That fellow can't be that unlucky, right? Huang Yongtu's eyes darted around in astonishment. There was no way he would believe that Su Gan would be weaker than Wang Chong. In Huang Yongtu's view, there was a high chance that Su Gan was unlucky this time around. Naturally, Huang Yongtu wouldn't step on Su Gan's bad luck. I'll give it a try. Huang Yongtu rolled his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he led his team forward. He refused to believe that he would be as unlucky as Su Gan. No matter what, bandits were still bandits. There was no way they could match up to the official army. Huang Yongtu left swiftly, and he returned even more swiftly. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. His luck was even worse than Su Gan's. The flames that Su Gan had caused in the mountain had long caught the attention of the bandits. As such, the other party had made ample preparations, using all kinds of traps, ambushing arrows, poison mist, and even attracting the attention of bandits from other mountains. It had been an arduous battle, and nearly all of Su Gan's subordinates had sustained injuries. Even Huang Yongtu had nearly been struck by a poisonous saber. If not for one of the cavalryman's quick reflexes, using his own body to block the blade for him, Huang Yongtu would have been poisoned and injured. "Hurry up and help me!" Carrying the unconscious cavalryman who had blocked the saber for him, Huang Yongtu bellowed in exasperation. Naturally, there were military physicians in the 80-men group. Fortunately, they were mountain bandits after all, so the poisons they used were very common and not too rare. It didn't take long for the cavalryman's condition to stabilize, but at this moment the atmosphere in the 80-men group had turned a little bizarre. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Bai Siling turned their gazes to Wang Chong at the other end of the path. It was one thing for Su Gan to be unlucky, but it was the same for Huang Yongtu as well. With the two of them unlucky at the same time, was Wang Chong the only lucky one? It was one thing for the opponents he met in the day to be weak, but at night as well. Could it be that all the good things had gone to him? So far, Wang Chong was the only one who had completed the mission of the three of them, and he had done it with ease at that. It was impossible for them to believe that there was nothing amiss here. Let's give it another try. I don't believe that he will still be so lucky on the third day. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu looked at the smiling Wang Chong beneath a camphor tree on the other side of the path, and the same thought surfaced in their minds. The pride of the two of them made it impossible for them to accept the fact that they were no match for a commoner from the Kunwood training camp. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's expectations didn't come true. On the third day, there was still no change in the situation. Not only did Su Gan and Huang Yongtu fail, their condition was even worse than the first day. Even Su Gan had sustained some injuries from the clash. On the journey west, the further they were from the capital, the stronger the bandits and highwaymen would be. Lieutenant Zhang Lin had already warned them about this. But on the other hand, Wang Chong seemed to be hunting leisurely as if he was drinking water. There was no sign of injury on him at all. In fact, it was hard to tell if he had really climbed up the mountain to eliminate the bandits. Something's wrong. For the next 3 days, Wang Chong managed to suppress Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, who had been drifting apart from each other, finally reunited once more. There's something fishy about that lad. Indeed, it's impossible for his luck to be that good. How can the bandits he meets be so weak? That lad is trying to trick us, Huang Yongtu said. There was a tinge of anger in his voice. Every time Wang Chong returned, he would use the same excuse. The bandits I met are probably weaker than the others. Initially, the duo thought that it was true, but thinking about it now, it was clear that the lad was mocking them. Just the thought of it was infuriating. If Wang Changshenwei or Long Wei had appeared, the duo would have to admit that they were no match for him. But Wang Chong hadn't even finished forming his true martial realm war halo. How could the duo possibly be willing to face a commoner who was weaker than them? We'll send a few men to follow him later on. Let's see what's going on. Su Gan spat furiously. He had never been looked down upon in such a manner before. Just the thought of it was infuriating. Huang Yongtu nodded. He was also curious to know how Wang Chong managed to wipe out the bandits. It was so fast and easy, and it didn't even cause the slightest commotion. The duo discussed under the tree, and it didn't take long for them to come up with an idea. Wang Chong, it's your turn now. After the duo finished their discussion, Huang Yongtu suddenly leaped onto his steed and rode up to Wang Chong with a livid face. Oh! Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up. He didn't seem to recall that it was him. But since Huang Yongtu wanted him to set off first, He didn't mind either. All right. Beckoning to the back, Wang Chong led his troops up the mountain, just like before. Not too long after Wang Chong left, Su Gan gestured to a cavalryman, and a cavalryman immediately dashed off in the direction Wang Chong and the others had left in. Pum! Without any sound, a bandit with a black scarf over his face hiding in the depths of the treetops, who looked extremely vigilant, had his neck cut off by a sharp dagger that stuck out from behind him. The corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing into the ground. However, amidst the rustling of the rustling leaves in the forest, it wasn't particularly conspicuous. As the corpse of the bandit fell to the ground, similar thuds echoed from other parts of the forest. Lord, it seems like someone is following us. At this moment, Ma Song suddenly spoke up. His gaze subtly shot a glance behind him, and his expression was extremely wary. Oh, are you sure if it's in front or behind us? Wang Chong's brow rose as he calmly said, Behind us, about 50 steps away from us, behind a bush. Ma Song replied seriously, Oh, let him be then. There's no need to pay him any heed. Wang Chong waved his hands nonchalantly. But Lord, relax, Ma Song. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a spy sent by Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. If it's really a bandit, do you think that he would still be so indifferent to us? Wang Chong faintly smiled, appearing extremely relaxed. So Lord already knows about it. Ma Song was taken aback. Wang Chong chuckled softly, not bothering to explain. After being humiliated by him for 3 consecutive days, it would be weird if Su Gan and Huang Yongtu remained indifferent. Chapter 331. Get ready. We'll split into 4 groups and take care of the bandits and scouts along the way. The treetops, the bushes, the rocks, and the hills. Remember, don't let them send out any signals. As long as a single one of them escapes, our operation will fail. There's no need for us to continue with the assault. Let's retreat and leave them to the other soldiers to deal with. Wang Chong turned around and continued commanding the operation. Yes, Lord. Ma Song quickly left to carry out the orders. Hearing the dull thuds from the forest, a smile slowly crept onto Wang Chong's lips. It was just that the bandits were weak, they weren't fools. To be able to survive the encirclement of the Imperial Army, they either possessed superior strength or exceptional alertness. No matter how strong they were no match for the Imperial Army. Thus, it was easy to imagine how alert the bandits were. Snakes had their ways and rats had theirs. After all, scions like Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were too inexperienced, and they had underestimated the difficulty of the mission. They thought that they would just have to dispatch their troops and defeat the bandits with overwhelming strength. But from the very start, Wang Chong knew that this mission was a test of experience, insight, and wisdom, not just pure martial prowess. The bandits on the mountain had their own scouts. No matter how deep the night was or how sleepy the bandits were, there would always be a few of them standing guard. If one didn't eliminate these scouts, it would be impossible for one to eliminate all of the bandits. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu should have thought of this when they failed the first time. However, it was a pity that they were too inexperienced and they had underestimated the bandits. Even until now, they still hadn't thought of the fact that there were scouts among the bandits, thinking that it was just their bad luck. Prepare yourselves, begin. After swiftly dealing with the scouts, Wang Chong waved his hand, and under the cover of the night, the 4 echelons split into 8 groups and charged into the den. At this moment, the bandits on the mountain peak were still sleeping soundly. What? Scouts! On the path at the foot of the mountain, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu stared at one another in bewilderment. From the beginning to the end, the 2 of them had never taken these bandits seriously. After failing for several days straight, Zhang Xian had thought that it was due to his bad luck. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would be noticed by the scouts the bandits had arranged. So that's how it is. It's been so many days, but this kid actually didn't mention it. Huang Yongtu was infuriated when he thought of this. If that kid had told them a little, they wouldn't have been unable to complete the mission until now, and they even almost got poisoned by him. However, Huang Yongtu also knew that given their attitude over the past few days, it was impossible for Wang Cheng to tell him about it. Humph, so that's how it is. On the other hand, Su Gan didn't think too much about it. Knowing Wang Cheng's secret, he flung his sleeves and stood up. I was wondering how capable that kid was. Now that we know what's going on, we won't need him anymore. As he spoke, he regained his confidence. At the same time, the disdain and contempt he had for Wang Cheng surfaced in his eyes once more. It was just a moment of carelessness that he failed to notice the scouts among the bandits. Since he knew what was going on, he would surely do better than Wang Cheng in the future. This commoner of the Kunwu training camp no longer had the slightest bit of pride to speak of before him. Dee-da-da! While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, the clopping of hooves sounded from the forest. Dressed in a casual outfit, Wang Cheng led the group out of the forest with a smile on his face. Mission accomplished? Su Gan asked from afar. Wang Cheng nodded. Humph, congratulations, Su Gan replied coldly. Even a fool could hear the disdain in Su Gan's voice. Wang Cheng chuckled, glancing at a certain cavalryman behind Su Gan. He already knew what was going on. But Wang Cheng didn't expose him, only indifferently replying with 2 words. Thank you. Lad, don't get too complacent. Do you think that we don't know what you're up to? Huang Yongtu, let's go. It's our turn now. The 2 of them galloped forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. They had left in high spirits, but when they returned, their faces were still covered in dust. In fact, their complexions were even more awful than the previous few times they failed. What happened? Didn't you notice how he eliminated the traps? Su Gan found the cavalryman tailing Wang Cheng. His face and neck were flushed red. In this operation, he had learned from Wang Cheng's mistake and eliminated the bandit scouts and sentries beforehand. However, an ordinary twig trap had rendered all of Su Gan's efforts futile. Not only so, as they advanced westward, Su Gan noticed that the bandits had set up more and more powerful traps, making it nigh impossible to guard against them. Only at this moment did Su Gan realize that the only way to sneak into the stronghold without alerting the bandits was to eliminate the scouts. On top of that, he had to find a way to eliminate the numerous traps. I don't know either. I was tailing them, but I realized that they didn't fall for any of the traps. That was a moment of carelessness. The cavalryman tailing Wang Cheng was also sweating profusely. It was the duty of a soldier to follow orders. Su Gan had instructed him to follow Wang Cheng, and he had done so. How could he have expected so much? Su Gan's request had already exceeded the scope of his responsibility. Damn it! Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's complexions darkened. We have underestimated that lad. That lad held back. Hatred flashed across the duo's faces. Su Gan had suffered a setback, and so had Huang Yongtu. Even though the 2 of them appeared to be amicable on the surface, one stemmed from the might of a dragon, while the other stemmed from the might of a god. Huang Yongtu thought that it was a coincidence that Su Gan had failed, but it turned out that he had failed as well. In this silent contest, the 2 of them were the losers, and the winner was none other than the person whom they didn't think highly of, Wang Cheng. Hee, the 2 of you are back. May I know if the bandits have been eradicated? On the main road, upon seeing the duo, Wang Cheng immediately stepped forward and clasped his fist to welcome them. Even though the duo had always been arrogant, recalling the disdain they had for Wang Cheng before leaving, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed by Wang Cheng's words. Their faces reddened, and they felt as though they were about to find a hole to crawl into. If they had succeeded, the 2 of them would have been able to look down on Wang Cheng and harshly mock him. But now the tables had turned. Don't get gleeful. Didn't you just eradicate a few groups of bandits? What's there to be proud of? Huang Yongtu scoffed coldly. Even though he felt his face reddening, it was more anger than anything else. If not for the fact that Lieutenant Zhang Lin was supervising them, he would have long made a move. Humph. Compared to Huang Yongtu, Su Gan's reaction was much simpler. With a cold harumph, he led his subordinates to the other side. Why don't you tell them directly? A voice suddenly sounded by Wang Chong's ear. Bai Siling had unknowingly arrived at his side. What? Wang Chong shot a doubtful look at her. They think that you are a commoner from the Kunwood training camp. Why don't you tell them your identity? Bai Siling assessed Wang Chong from head to toe with a probing look in her eyes. The sense of familiarity she felt from Wang Chong was growing stronger and stronger. She was certain that she had met Wang Chong somewhere in the past, or perhaps it was something similar. Furthermore, his way of doing things had also piqued Bai Siling's interest. Hee, what identity could I possibly have? Wang Chong feigned ignorance. No commoner would dare speak to scions of prestigious clans like Su Gan and Huang Yongtu in such a tone. Bai Siling shook her head as she stared intently at Wang Chong, seemingly trying to peer into the depths of his soul. Your background is definitely not that of a commoner. Hee, I have no idea what you are talking about. Wang Chong chuckled as he urged his steed forward. This lady from the Bai clan was much smarter than Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. If he were to continue chatting with her, Wang Chong was afraid that he might give himself away. Looking at Wang Chong's back, Bai Siling sighed deeply. She had a feeling that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had kicked a metal plate this time. That person was clearly displeased with them. He was currently toying with them. However, as long as he refused to reveal his identity, there was nothing Bai Siling could do. After failing twice in a row, the two of them immediately lost the chance to try again. No matter how many bandits they killed, it was meaningless if they couldn't complete the mission. Soon, after a brief discussion, they turned their attention back to Wang Chong. Lad, get up. It's your turn now. While Wang Chong was resting against a pine tree by the side of the road, Huang Yongtu suddenly walked up to him, blocking the moonlight that shone through the forest. What's wrong with me? Wang Chong opened his bleary eyes. It's time for you to exterminate the bandits. Huang Yongtu cursed. I'm not going. Wang Chong took out a handful of beans from the pouch at his waist and stuffed them into Little Wu's mouth, who had stuck its head out and was licking him with its tongue. What did you say? Huang Yongtu's mouth twisted in anger. Wasn't this lad thinking too highly of himself? If I recall correctly, I have already been there today, right? Wang Chong replied calmly. The rules have changed. From now on, each of us can go there twice. Huang Yongtu replied without any hesitation. He and Su Gan had already considered this matter. I'm not going. Wang Chong rejected him once more. You dare! Huang Yongtu flew into a rage. Whether Wang Chong would go or not was secondary. What was more important was his infuriating attitude. This is the unanimous decision that we have come to after much consideration. You have to go regardless of whether you want to or not. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. Huang Yongtu had been suppressing these words for a long time now, and he finally made use of this opportunity to speak them out. He had long wanted to teach this lad a lesson. Those who came from the Kunwood training camp were way too arrogant. They might not be a match for this lad in exterminating bandits, but in terms of individual cultivation, they were far superior to Wang Chong. This was their forte. Chapter 332. If I recall correctly, it was already the 4th day since the first day. I have already wiped out 4 groups of bandits, and not a single one of them managed to escape. Going by the orders we have received, I should have already completed the first phase of the mission. In other words, unless I receive a new order, I can choose whether to set off now or not. Wang Chong raised his middle finger as he spoke calmly. Those bastards, they don't understand the meaning of this middle finger anyway. As if he had punched empty air, Huang Yongtu's face froze, and he suddenly found himself unable to speak. Thinking about it, Wang Chong had succeeded every single time from the first to the fourth day. In other words, he had indeed completed all of the requirements of the first phase of the mission. All of the excuses that Huang Yongtu had prepared beforehand were rendered completely useless. Damn it! Huang Yongtu clenched his fists tightly as he cursed Wang Chong. If there's nothing else, I'll have to trouble you to leave for the moment. I still have some matters to attend to, so I need to rest for a while. Wang Chong leaned back as he waved his hands as if he was shooing away a fly. Huang Yongtu was filled with rage, but there was nowhere he could vent it on. Thus, he could only turn around and return to his original spot. Sugon opened his mouth, but he eventually closed it once more. There was nothing he could do at this point. In the remaining time, Huang Yongtu, Sugon, and Baixiling were still struggling with how they should complete the mission. As for Wang Chong, he was much more relaxed than before. If he was in a good mood, he would clear out the bandits along the way, and if he was in a bad mood, he would rest for the day. As for the second phase of the mission, Wang Chong was more than happy to be idle. Lord, their men are here again. In the forest, Ma Song suddenly exclaimed. As he spoke, he glanced behind him. Amidst the darkness, one could vaguely see that there was more than a single person. On the first day, Sugon and Huang Yongtu had dispatched men to tail Wang Chong, so they had only sent a single person out of fear. But towards the end, there were more and more of them, and they became more and more unscrupulous. Just like now, there were a few people who knew that they had been discovered, so they simply walked out from behind the rocks and openly watched from the back. This woman. Wang Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. Sugon and Huang Yongtu still cared a little about their reputation, so the only one who could send someone to keep an eye on them so openly was Baixiling. Unlike Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others, this woman wasn't as arrogant and condescending as them. Moreover, this woman was much more astute. He might be able to fool Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others, but he couldn't fool her. Plus, she was a woman, so Wang Chong didn't want to argue with her. Let him be. As long as they don't cause trouble, just ignore them. Wang Chong said faintly. While removing the traps, he continued to move forward. Behind him, the cavalrymen obediently followed behind Wang Chong, following the path that he had taken. For bandits who made a living by robbing, setting up traps, and whatnot was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others had been injured many times, and they had fallen for these traps by accident. Bandits in the pugilistic world always had their own means that the students and scions in the training camp were unaware of. However, these means were completely useless before Wang Chong. Back then, when the otherworldly conquerors invaded, in order to balance out the disparity in strength, the army that Wang Chong led back then had used all kinds of traps. Compared to those complicated traps, the means of the bandits this time around were nothing more than child's play. There were many traps that Wang Chong could bypass even with his eyes closed. It was only when he encountered those that were difficult to bypass that Wang Chong would occasionally step in to remove them. As for his subordinates, Wang Chong's instructions had always been simple. They only had to follow his instructions. If Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others thought that they would be able to learn it easily just by sending a few cavalrymen to keep an eye on them, they would be thinking too much. Some things weren't that easy to learn. Lord, the den of the Blackwind bandits is right ahead. If I'm not mistaken, the gold should be in their den. Ma Song pointed to the peak of the mountain after finally passing through the area of traps. Under the faint moonlight, one could vaguely make out a towering camp standing on the peak of the mountain. At this moment, the entire camp was still in a deep slumber. No one knew that the army, led by Wang Chong, had already arrived here. There's no need to stand on ceremony, then. All of the gold will be ours now. Looking at the peak of the mountain, Wang Chong's lips slowly curled into a smile. He had already completed the first part of the mission, and it wasn't that he had nothing better to do or that he wanted to show off before Sugon, Huang Yongtu, and the others. There was still quite a bit of profit to be made from this westbound Silk Road. Back when they were exterminating the bandits, Wang Chong had already asked around. Most of the bandits on the road leading to the capital were from the underworld, and they had nothing to offer. However, the Black Wind bandits were different. They had just robbed a group of merchants, and they had obtained quite a bit of gold, jewelry, and accessories. The bandits had their own channels to dispose of the stolen goods, and they had sold all of the jewelry and accessories for gold. In other words, the Black Wind bandits were a huge gold mine. How could Wang Chong possibly let go of such an opportunity? Right now, he needed money everywhere. Dee-da-da! When Wang Chong appeared with 20 cavalrymen and chests of gold, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Wang Chong's chests weren't covered with lids, and they were a glistening yellow, dazzling in the moonlight. Gold! Gold! There was probably at least 100,000 gold taels in there. No one could have thought that Wang Chong would be able to bring back so much gold from his trip to the mountain. In that instant, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's eyes reddened. Even though the Su clan and Huang clan weren't small clans, the fact that they were able to enter Longwei and Xinwei training camps was more than enough to prove their worth. However, their clan's wealth was completely different from their own. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had exterminated bandits many times, and while some bandits were still able to escape, they did manage to wipe them out. However, the two of them had gone in and out so many times and destroyed many mountains. Yet, they hadn't obtained even a single hair. How could the duo not feel jealous that Wang Chong was able to bring back 100,000 gold taels from his trip to the mountain? Lad, where did you get the gold from? Huang Yongtu urged his steed forward as he tried his best to restrain himself. However, his jealousy still leaked out uncontrollably. Wasn't this lad's luck a little too good? Of course it's from the bandits. Wang Chong smiled calmly. He already knew what Huang Yongtu was up to. Since it's from the bandits, it should be considered as the spoils of war during the mission. According to the rules, it should be confiscated or split equally among the four of us. As Huang Yongtu spoke, he stared intently at the boxes of gold. His intentions were clear. You worked so hard, waking up early in the morning to earn nothing, only to meet an unkempt beggar by the side of the road who casually picked up a box and became a billionaire. How would you feel? That was exactly what Huang Yongtu was feeling at the moment. Either Wang Chong agreed to it, and the four of them would split it among themselves, or else he would confiscate it and leave it to none of them. The royal court's order only states that we are to exterminate bandits, but it doesn't state how we should deal with the spoils of war. In other words, since it's not stated, you can deal with it however you want. Commandant Zhang, am I right? Wang Chong chuckled as he turned to Lieutenant Zhang Lin. Yes, that's right. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Wang Chong's harvest had truly exceeded his expectations. However, the royal court didn't state how they should deal with the spoils of war, and on this point, Wang Chong was right. Haha, the royal court didn't state it. Since that's the case, we can deal with it however we want. Huang Yongtu, I'm sorry, but I have to trouble you to move aside. You're blocking my path. Wang Chong waved his hands and laughed heartily. Bastard! Huang Yongtu clenched his fists tightly in anger. Wasn't Zhang Lin's personality a little too straightforward? He thought that Zhang Lin would cooperate with him, who knew that he would answer whatever that lad asked. How infuriating! Don't worry. Since that lad was able to steal gold from the bandits' den, we can do the same as well. That lad did remind me of something. Perhaps we might be able to reap some unexpected rewards from this mission. By the time Huang Yongtu returned, Su Gan was surprisingly calm, without the slightest hint of anger. Along the way, all he had been thinking about was how to deal with the bandits and complete the mission. He didn't think about the matter of the loot from the bandits at all. In the previous few missions, he didn't even bother to search through the bandits. But at this moment, Su Gan realized that he had overlooked a crucial point. These bandits made a living by raiding and robbing, and they had been living here for a long period of time. Naturally, they had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. If they could earn 100,000 gold taels in a single mission, how much would they earn in a single mission? A few 100,000 gold taels, or even 1,000,000 gold taels. Even for the Sioux clan, this was a huge sum of money. Sugan was tempted. He had to admit that the lad from the Kunwa training camp had given him quite a bit of inspiration. Huang Yongtu, don't mention the matter of handing over the spoils of war anymore. This matter is beneficial to that lad, and it's beneficial to us as well. Let's just make it clear to all of us. Sugan said. This, I understand. A contemplative look appeared in Huang Yongtu's eyes. He wasn't a fool, so why wouldn't he do something that was beneficial to him? Bai Siling, what do you think? Sugan turned his gaze to Bai Siling, who was standing not too far away. He wasn't a fool either. For some reason, Bai Siling had been getting close to that lad several times recently. Chapter 333. Bai Siling was taken aback. She didn't expect Sugan to mention her name, but soon a smile crept onto her face. A beautiful lady's smile carried a charm that no ordinary person possessed. Don't worry, I won't spoil your plans. That's good. Sugan nodded and fell silent. Dreams were one thing, but reality was another. Even though they had dispatched quite a few cavalrymen to observe Wang Chong while he was carrying out his mission, both Sugan and Huang Yongtu still fell for their traps time and time again. No matter how many times they observed it, it seemed as if they would never learn it. The traps of these bandits were endless, and there would always be some unexpected one that would pop out. Yet, it seemed as if Wang Chong would never encounter such a trap. That feeling left the duo frenzied. How could a prestigious clan possibly impart such a third-rate secret art to them? As scions of prestigious clans, Sugan and Huang Yongtu had never come into contact with such a thing before. Only the scions of commoners and hunters would have such a deep understanding of such traps. The familiarity that Wang Chong displayed made them even more certain that Wang Chong was a commoner, and their dislike for him deepened. However, that wasn't the crux of the matter. More importantly, despite conquering 6 bandit camps, they didn't find anything at all. Their greatest harvest was 80 taels of white. This was even more infuriating than having nothing at all. Furthermore, what left the duo even more embarrassed was that Wang Chong had conquered 2 more strongholds during this period of time, obtaining a total of more than 300,000 gold taels. How could the duo face such humiliation? Even Sugan, who was calm at the start, fell silent before Wang Chong. Every time the operation ended and the group gathered together, the two of them would feel Wang Chong's mocking gaze on them, even though Wang Chong didn't even spare them a glance. It's not that I'm lecturing you, but if you still look down on him and despise him, thinking that he is some commoner in the Kunwa training camp, there will be a lot more such embarrassing and intolerable scenes in the future. A cold and haughty female voice suddenly rang in their ears. They didn't need to turn around to know that it must be Bai Siling from the Bai family. Now, only she could speak in such an arrogant voice beside the two of them. Bai Siling, if you like that kid so much, why don't you go and hang out with him? Why are you still following us? Huang Yongtu mocked coldly. This woman's words were too harsh. He didn't like it. If it weren't for the fact that the Bai family was powerful in the capital, and that this woman wasn't a good person, he would have been impolite to her long ago. Humph, Huang Yongtu, you really don't know how to behave. I kindly reminded you, but you treated it as malicious intent. No wonder you can't win against your second brother, and are suppressed by him in the family. Bai Siling gently stroked the hair beside her ear and retorted rudely. You. Huang Yongtu's eyes narrowed in rage. This woman was too insensible. The competition for the throne was extremely intense, and that matter had always been a taboo for him. Yet she actually dared to expose it in front of everyone. Enough! Just as Huang Yongtu was about to explode, Sugan, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, suddenly called out, Huang Yongtu, you can't be thinking of lowering yourself to the level of a woman, right? Huang Yongtu's face froze. He could ignore Bai Siling, but he couldn't ignore Su Gan's words. Bai Siling, it can't be that you came here just to humiliate us? Speak, what are you trying to say? Seated on the floor, Su Gan said impassively. Humph, Su Gan, at least you're smart. I didn't intend to say it, but in view of your words, I'll give you a reminder for free. After fighting with him for so many days, haven't you noticed what kind of steed he is riding? Bai Siling glanced in Wang Chong's direction and said coldly, Steed? Hearing those words, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu immediately turned their gazes in Wang Chong's direction. Under the gentle moonlight, Wang Chong's steed was grazing on the grass near a lush locust tree. Under the bright moonlight, the steed's coat was exceptionally glossy, giving it the air of a majestic steed. Good steed. This was the first time Su Gan was looking at Wang Chong's steed. This was also the first time he realized that Wang Chong's steed was exceptionally good-looking. But that was all. Su Gan couldn't tell what Bai Siling was trying to show him. Bai Siling, what do you mean by that? If you have anything to say, just spit it out. What's the point of hiding things? While Su Gan was only thinking about it, Huang Yongtu's words were far from polite. Humph, they sure are blind. I've already explained it to you, but they still don't understand what's going on. Serves them right to be toyed with. Take a closer look at the surroundings of the steed's hooves. Is there anything different about them? Bai Siling said coldly. Upon hearing Bai Siling's words, the duo's gazes immediately shifted downward. With a single glance, they finally understood what Bai Siling was trying to get them to pay attention to. Under the moonlight, the four hooves of the steed were as white as snow, untainted by even the slightest speck of dust. At a glance, it looked as if it was floating in midair, creating a mystical sight. This is... A thought suddenly struck Su Gan's mind, and shock surfaced in his eyes for the first time. On the other hand, Huang Yongtu's complexion was the same as well. It seems like those two fellows aren't too stupid after all. Taking in the expressions of the duo, Bai Siling heaved a long sigh of relief. As scions of prestigious clans, their eyes weren't too shabby. The White Hoof Shadow is a majestic steed of the royal palace, a prized imperial steed of the royal family. It's difficult for even officials to be rewarded with it. That fellow has been riding it for several days now, and yet you two fools still thought that he was an ordinary scion. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Bai Siling didn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule the duo. Wang Chong couldn't have imagined that the reason why Bai Siling viewed him in such a favorable light wasn't due to her intuition. Rather, it was because she had recognized the white-hoofed shadow beneath Wang Chong on the first day. This woman was far more intelligent than Wang Chong had imagined, and her thoughts were also much more meticulous. In truth, Bai Siling could have warned them long ago, but there was no way Bai Siling would admit to it. How is that possible? The white-hoofed shadow is an imperial steed of the royal palace, and even the influential officials of the royal court find it hard to obtain one. How could they possibly reward it to a brat of dubious origins? Humph, Bai Siling, don't spout nonsense. It's just a horse with white hooves. What nonsense are you spouting? You've gone crazy thinking about men. The last sentence was spoken by Huang Yongtu. Idiot. Huang Yongtu's last sentence caused Bai Siling's brows to furrow and her heart to burn with rage. She had warned them out of goodwill, but they had completely taken her for granted. Bai Siling was about to explode, but she quickly calmed down. Humph, Huang Yongtu, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. This is all I can do to help you. Believe it or not, I'm not the one who's going to lose face. With that, Bai Siling coldly snorted and tugged on the reins. She walked away, leaving a cold and elegant back view to the duo. This woman, Huang Yongtu, was also furious. Bai Siling's personality was truly unlikable. However, Huang Yongtu couldn't do anything to her. The women of the Bai clan weren't easy to deal with. Bai Siling soon left. But after Bai Siling's departure, the duo calmed down. Even Huang Yongtu, who had mocked her a moment ago, fell silent. The duo wasn't fools. If Wang Chong succeeded once or twice, it could still be attributed to coincidence. But if he succeeded 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, or even 6 times, it was no longer a coincidence. Throughout their journey west, Wang Chong didn't fail once. On the other hand, the duo didn't succeed even once. With their backgrounds, this was completely abnormal. Not only so, thinking back, Wang Chong's colt was also abnormal. Even though it had yet to reach adulthood, its leg strength, speed, and the intelligence it displayed were not inferior to any divine steed. In fact, it might even be superior. It was impossible for an ordinary war horse or foal to have such a performance. Brother Su, do you think that what Bai Siling said is true? Huang Yongtu hesitated for a long moment before breaking the silence. Seated on the ground, Su Gan didn't say a word. But most of the time, silence was an answer. The relationship between Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Wang Chong didn't improve. But Bai Siling's words weren't completely ineffective. At the very least, when Su Gan and Huang Yongtu met Wang Chong, they were no longer as arrogant and superior as before. Instead, they were avoiding Wang Chong, and there was a hint of bewilderment in the depths of their eyes. At the same time, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu also let go of their pride. After failing for a few more days, the two of them finally learned to work together. They combined their forces and went up the mountain to encircle the bandits. Even though it would still alarm the bandits on the mountain, with the two of them working together, they had a high chance of success. At the very least, they weren't constantly failing like before. Looks like you've done well. Wang Chong retracted his gaze from the duo beneath the tree, turned around, and looked at the white-robed lady beside him with a smile. This lady had truly refreshed his understanding of the world. He had no idea what she said, but Su Gan and Huang Yongtu actually agreed to work together. That was truly astounding. No matter how well I've done, I can't compare to you, Bai Siling said calmly, glancing at the huge chests carried by Wang Chong's subordinates. She estimated that there were at least 600,000 to 700,000 gold taels in there. This was almost more than the annual earnings of those influential aristocratic families in the capital. As expected, robbing was much more profitable than doing proper business. More importantly, there were 20 true martial realm experts provided by the royal court for free. The royal court had always been strict with the experts of the prestigious clans. Even for a prestigious clan, 20 true martial realm experts was a huge burden. Chapter 334. I say, first miss, what kind of magic did you cast on them? Can you tell me? Wang Chong suddenly teased. The woman at his side had skin of ice and bones of jade, a curvaceous figure, and an elegant and refined appearance, coupled with her cold and intelligent demeanor. Even Wang Chong had to admit that she was a very attractive beauty, a beauty as exquisite as a snowy mountain or a white lotus. Magic. A hint of surprise and confusion flashed across Bai Siling's eyes. Then, as if she had understood something, she smiled. If I tell you, will you let me join you and share your gold? Bai Siling raised a finger and pointed at the chests of gold in Wang Chong's hands as she said with a smile. Sometimes she really couldn't understand what this fellow was thinking. Several 100,000 gold taels was not a small sum. According to the rules, he could have swallowed it all, but he was actually willing to share it with the cavalry under his command. If this person wasn't a fool, then he had extremely high standards and was indifferent to money. But regardless of which it was, it made Bai Siling even more interested in this youth who was even younger than her. He, a young miss of the Bai clan, would be interested in a mere several 100,000 gold taels. Wang Chong looked at Bai Siling with a faint smile. You knew my identity long ago. Bai Siling's smile was crafty, as if she had known. You've already told me your name, so there are probably very few people who don't know. Wang Chong didn't deny it. There's more than one by clan in the capital, right? There's probably only one by clan that can enter the Longway training camp, right? Hee, as expected of someone who can ride the white-hoofed shadow bestowed by the royal family. Nothing can be hidden from you. The last sentence caused the entire conversation to come to an abrupt end. Bai Xiling had used the most unexpected method, catching Wang Chong off guard, to defeat Wang Chong. The name, White-Hoofed Shadow, was enough to explain many problems, although he did not expect his identity to be able to be hidden forever. However, the intelligence of the woman beside him was much greater than he had imagined. As expected of the Bai family in the capital, they are indeed related by blood. Wang Chong thought of the Bai family's reputation in the outside world, and his heart was filled with emotion. That family had always been known for their shrewdness. In the past, Wang Chong did not have much of a concept, but now Wang Chong had a real taste of it. "Why aren't you talking?" Bai Xiling was all smiles. Looking at the young man's stiff face, she suddenly felt a little proud. This guy always seemed to have everything under his control and had a well-thought-out plan in his chest. It was not easy to scheme against him. At this point, "Are you still not going to tell me who you are?" Bai Xiling smiled. "I don't know what you're talking about." Wang Chong suddenly regained his composure and said in a serious tone. He had reverted to his original appearance. As he spoke, he patted the back of his horse and immediately urged it to turn around, heading to the other side. "Hey, you can't do this." Bai Xiling panicked. "You know what I'm talking about." "I don't." With his back to Bai Xiling, Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile. This woman was too smart. It was not good for a woman to be too smart. But no matter how smart a woman was, in the end, she could not win against a man. "Damn it!" Bai Xiling gnashed her teeth. Looking at Wang Chong's back, she was so angry that she was about to go crazy. It was the same thing every time, pretending to be confused even though he knew what she was thinking. But there was nothing she could do about it. If Wang Chong did not admit it, nothing she said would be of any use. "However, if you want to share the gold with us, I'll take it as a yes." Just as Bai Xiling was on the verge of going berserk, a voice drifted over from afar. Hearing those words, Bai Xiling's anger immediately turned into joy, and a gleeful smile crept onto her lips. In the end, no matter how smart a woman was, she was still a woman. "Brat, at least you know your place." Bai Xiling urged her steed forward and quickly followed behind Wang Chong. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had truly colluded with one another. When the two of them were exterminating the bandits, they had been working together. With the increase in their numbers, the success rate had also increased. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to complete the mission. On the other hand, Wang Chong had also gained a lackey. Using the words of Wang Chong's previous world, Bai Xiling was only tagging along with him to gain experience. Without the help of others, it would be difficult for Bai Xiling to complete the mission alone. But Wang Chong couldn't care less. In any case, he had already completed the first phase of the mission. Even if he was alone, he would still be exterminating bandits with an additional person. Furthermore, the 20 true martial realm veterans under Bai Xiling would be of great help to him as well. On top of that, Bai Xiling was born with a sharp mind, and she was simply too intelligent. Wang Chong couldn't trust a lady from the Bai clan to stay by Su Gan and Huang Yongtu's side. It would be better to leave a beautiful and intelligent demoness by his side. Xiao Xiao! The 2 arrows contained boundless power that could pierce through metal and split stone. They flashed across the sky like bolts of lightning, catching up to the 2 bandits who were fleeing in panic. Poo-pee-oo sounds could be heard as the 2 bandits fell to the ground, pierced by the arrows. They tumbled down the cliff, and only after a long time did 2 muffled echoes resound through the air. "I finally understand why Su Gan and Huang Yongtu lost to you. Before thinking about victory, first think about defeat. Before the battle had even begun, you had already calculated where they would escape to. Even if Su Gan and the others were to follow behind you, they wouldn't be able to see through your means. You simply have too many means hidden up your sleeves. It's not an injustice for them to lose. On the peak of the mountain, Bai Siling was standing on a jagged boulder, looking down at the scene at the waist of the mountain. She shook her head, revealing her snow-white neck, and let out a long sigh. When the two bandits were escaping, Bai Siling had been worrying for nothing, thinking that they had failed this mission. Heavens! Who could have thought that two arrows would suddenly appear out of nowhere and claim their lives? Even now, Bai Siling was still unable to see where the two cavalrymen Wang Chong had arranged were hiding. Hee, I knew I wouldn't be able to fool you. Facing Bai Siling, Wang Chong placed his hands behind his back and chuckled lightly, as if he had expected it. Since he was with this lady from the Bai clan, Wang Chong didn't think that he would be able to fool her with his means. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and bandits have 3 means: hidden scouts, traps, and a means of retreat, of which a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As long as one observes the location of a bandit, one should be able to deduce their final means of retreat based on the terrain. All one has to do is to arrange a few master archers to wait there. It's Su Gan and Huang Yongtu who have underestimated them, knowing that the imperial army will come to encircle them regularly. How can they possibly survive here without some means? Wang Chong replied calmly. His tone was relaxed, and his expression was confident. His words carried a powerful charisma that made others subconsciously trust him. Speaking to a smart lady like Bai Siling, Wang Chong was different from how he spoke to Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Since he had accepted Bai Siling into his group, Wang Chong didn't think that he would be able to hide it from her. Your words, sure, are interesting. Means. Bai Siling turned around to look at Wang Chong's handsome face, and a hint of astonishment flashed across her eyes. Wang Chong's way of speaking, and the words he used, were different from ordinary people. Even though she had never heard anyone use such words before, Bai Siling could still roughly understand what he was trying to say. However, it's easier said than done. Knowing the terrain of the bandits doesn't necessarily mean that one will be able to deduce their retreat route like you do. Even if Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were to follow behind you and witness it with their own eyes, it would still be difficult for them to do so. In the end, it's all due to your own capability. Honestly speaking, even though you have been reluctant to reveal your identity, you are still a scion of a prestigious clan. I really can't understand how you, as a scion of a prestigious clan, know so much. I really can't understand how a scion of a prestigious clan like you could possibly know so much. The survival method of a bandit? This doesn't seem to be something that a scion of a prestigious clan would know, right? Bai Siling asked curiously. The more she interacted with this fellow, the more curious Bai Siling became. Many of the things that he spoke of were as simple as plain water, but in reality, they weren't easy to accomplish. In the end, it wasn't that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were weak. In truth, their actions were extremely normal, befitting of their background. The one who was abnormal was this fellow. For a 15-year-old young man to know so many things, and his actions were extremely mature and composed, wasn't it strange? That's another story. Wang Chong chuckled heartily, but he didn't satisfy Bai Siling's curiosity at all. No matter what, he wouldn't tell anyone about his reincarnation. Move! Wang Chong waved his hands, and the reserve cavalrymen leaped over the fence and charged into battle. The reverberations of the true martial realm halo soon reverberated throughout the entire stronghold. The consequence of recruiting a smart lady like Bai Siling to his side was that Wang Chong rarely resorted to tactics in battle, going straight for the kill. In front of a woman like Bai Siling, it was best to hold back a little and hold back a little. Furthermore, the 40 true martial realm cavalrymen from the 2 of them were more than enough to deal with most of their opponents. In the end, bandits were still bandits. There was no way they could stand against these veterans. Be careful! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, an anxious bellow suddenly sounded. Chi! A cold glint flashed across the night sky, and a sharp crescent saber flashed across the night sky in a massive arc. heading straight for Wang Chong and Bai Siling. That person had been hiding in the darkness for quite some time. It was only when he determined that Wang Chong and Bai Siling were the leaders of the cavalrymen that he slowly crept forward, bypassing the cavalrymen one after another, and swiftly made his move on the duo. This strike was released after accumulating power, and it was extremely swift and fierce. As the saber flashed, even the air was sliced into two, leaving behind two massive slashes. The sharpness of the saber was such that even metal would be sliced apart, needless to say, flesh and blood. Chapter 335. My lord, be careful! My lord, be careful! Stop him! The crowd was in chaos. The sudden appearance of the majestic saber light had thrown the two teams of 40 people into chaos. Wang Chong and Bai Siling were the leaders of this operation. If Wang Chong and Bai Siling were to die during the mission, all of them would be punished by the Ministry of Military Personnel, and their deaths would be recorded in their files forever. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. In a regular battle, the enemy's generals and marshals were always the priority targets. It was also because of this reason that all the soldiers would fight to the death to protect their generals. If their generals were killed because they failed to protect them, it would be a huge dereliction of duty. But at this time, everyone had crossed the fence and entered the fray. Due to the distance, no one was able to come to the rescue of Wang Chong and Bai Siling for the time being. The situation was extremely dangerous. Humph! Wang Chong sneered coldly. Looking at the dazzling saber glint above him, he drew his sword. Just as Zhang Xian was about to execute the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon to kill this true martial realm bandit, he suddenly heard a clear and melodious sound. Before the sound had even faded away, a snow-white figure rose from the ground like a flood dragon, moving even faster than Wang Chong and attacking even faster than Wang Chong. Boom! This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Bai Siling in action. Her aura was boundless, and compared to before, it was as if she had become a completely different person. The aura on her body was swift and fierce. The extremely soft and gentle aura energy was vast and mighty, spinning rapidly outside her body. Under the moonlight, the layers of aura energy emitted rays of light that were as sharp as swords. In the face of that world-rending saber flash, Bai Siling didn't do anything. All she did was extend a jade green finger. Her finger, which usually looked fair and delicate, was now exuding a silver-white light, as if it were a sword. Rumble! She stretched out her slender index finger and blocked the saber light. With just one finger, the saber light in the air froze. Almost at the same time, Bai Siling, who was in the air, lifted her leg. Her slender, graceful, and fair leg immediately kicked the figure who was sneaking up on her. Those who didn't receive that blow would find it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power Bai Siling, a delicate, slender, and beautiful woman's body contained. In the darkness of the night, Wang Chong could clearly see the place where Bai Siling's sharp right foot had kicked. The man's body was bent like a shrimp, and his entire abdomen had sunken. Bai Siling's kick actually went into his body. Bang! With a bang, his body, which weighed no less than 80 or 90 kilograms, flew out like a cannonball. With a loud bang, he smashed through more than 10 layers of fences and slammed into a tree that was more than 100 feet away. With a loud bang, with splinters swirled in the air, the man was kicked into the tree by Bai Siling. Silence! For an instant, the entire fort was deathly silent. Even the sounds of battle could not be heard. Bai Siling's fearsome kick had stunned everyone. Even Wang Chong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Bai Siling to be so powerful. That slender body harnessed the fearsome strength of a tyrannosaurus. Gulong! Even though there was no expression on his face, Wang Chong could clearly hear his throat moving. A few of his throat muscles were involuntarily swallowing, as expected of a lady of the Bai clan. Truly powerful. This was the only thought in Wang Chong's mind. To think that he was still thinking of activating the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon. Bai Siling's attack had definitely surpassed his 8 steps of the furious flood dragon, reaching the level of his second sister and Marchioness E. It had been so many days, and yet he was still standing so close to her. If that kick had landed on him, he probably wouldn't have ended up any better than that fellow. How is it? Not bad, right? Bai Siling dusted her hands and landed on the ground lightly. Turning around, she looked at Wang Chong with a cold and arrogant smile. There weren't many opportunities to subdue Wang Chong. This was a rare opportunity. Along the way, she had been suppressed by Wang Chong, and she had been suppressing her anger for a long time. Now, she was finally able to vent it. Not bad, not bad. Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched in embarrassment. Not only was this not bad, it was ridiculously good. It seemed like he would have to reevaluate this woman. In the future, he would have to keep his distance from this woman. Lord, we've discovered a who. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. Wang Chong immediately recovered from his daze and walked toward the tree in the distance. There were several cavalrymen surrounding the base of the tree. One of the cavalrymen was holding a torch, and by the light of the torch, Wang Chong could clearly see them in the darkness. The person that Bai Siling had sent flying was a tall man with a long and curly beard. His head was wrapped in a black scarf. Not far from him, the blood-stained Arabian scimitar that had flown out of his hand was particularly striking. Arabian? This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. From the strange flash of saber light that had flashed through the air, Wang Chong had already known that this person was not from the Central Plains. The people of the Central Plains did not know how to use scimitars. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen an Arab in the stronghold during this mission. This mission is truly a complicated one. An Arab robbing an Arab. Who would believe it if I told them? A familiar voice came from behind him as Bai Siling slowly walked over. On the road to the western regions, there are not only Hu, Arabs, and Han. He might have felt a little guilty about robbing the Arabs, but he had never done so before. But robbing Han people shouldn't have any psychological burden, right? With his back facing Bai Siling, Wang Chong smiled. Bai Siling's kick had been inconceivably powerful. The Arab's organs had ruptured, and he was already on his last breaths. Who are you? Why are you here? A cavalryman holding a torch shouted at the side. Humph! Although the Arabs had ruptured their internal organs, their vitality was extremely tenacious. He only snorted at the horseman's words, opened his mouth, and spat out a torrent of Arabic words. After saying that, he turned his head to the side, obviously unwilling to cooperate. Who you? Who can understand this nonsense? The surrounding cavalrymen were stunned. Everyone around him was stunned when they heard that string of nonsense. In the end, this fellow didn't know how to speak the Han language. It's Arabic, not Hu. Bai Siling also frowned. In the Central Plains, there were very few who knew the language of the Hu merchants of the western regions, and Arabia was even more remote than the western regions, belonging to the extreme west. The Tang dynasty rarely interacted with the Abbasid Caliphate, and those who knew Arabic were even rarer. I had held back a bit of my strength, wanting to give him a chance to breathe. But it seems like my efforts were in vain. It seems like I won't be able to get anything out of him. Kill him, Bai Siling said as she gestured for the cavalryman to strike. She thought that she would be able to get some information out of him, but it seemed like her efforts were in vain. Wait a moment. Suddenly a voice sounded. Just as the cavalryman was about to strike, everyone heard another voice speaking in Arabic. This one was completely different from the one they had heard earlier. It was an even younger voice. Arabic? You actually know Arabic? Bai Siling's eyes were wide open as she stared at Wang Chong in disbelief, as if she had just discovered a new continent. Although Wang Chong had never said anything, Bai Siling was certain that he was the scion of some great clan in the capital. No one would believe that a scion of the capital could actually speak Arabic. This was simply inconceivable. Bai Xiling realized that she might have to reevaluate this fellow beside her. Wang Chong said nothing, only smiled back at her before continuing to interrogate the Arab expert. The two of them chattered in Arabic, leaving the crowd completely baffled. But even a fool could tell that the Arab expert wasn't willing to cooperate. His replies were nothing more than, "I won't speak. I definitely won't speak. You should just give up," and so on. Just when Bai Xiling was about to give up hope and believe that Wang Chong would never succeed, suddenly Wang Chong said something, but the Arab expert paled, a hint of extreme panic appearing on his face. He looked at Wang Chong like he was looking at a demon. What happened next left Bai Xiling dumbfounded. After Wang Chong stuffed a healing pill into the Arab expert's mouth, the Arab expert, who had been prepared to die just moments ago, suddenly changed into a completely different person. He answered all of Wang Chong's questions without holding anything back. "Just what did you say to him?" Bai Xiling finally couldn't help but ask. By the time Wang Chong finished his questions, the Arab expert was already dead. Wang Chong's healing pill could only delay a true martial realm expert for a little longer. But this was not what Bai Xiling was concerned about. "It's nothing. I just told him that if he refused to cooperate, I will give him a grand funeral. I will give him a grand funeral of a heathen." Wang Chong nonchalantly said, "Ah." Bai Xiling was dumbfounded, and then she shook her head and smiled. She didn't know whether to praise Wang Chong or curse him. Although she hadn't interacted much with the Arabs, she knew that they believed in some sort of religion. If Wang Chong said that he would give him a grand funeral of a heathen, this would be even more difficult for him to accept than death. The grander the funeral, the more afraid he would be. As expected, it's even harder to accept than death. No wonder he looked at you like you were a demon. Bai Xiling shook her head and laughed. "Thank you for your praise." Wang Chong faintly smiled, unconcerned. As long as he could achieve his goal, Wang Chong didn't mind being viewed as a demon by an Arab. The interests of the Arabs were not within his scope of consideration. "You're truly shameless," Bai Xiling jokingly scolded. "Thank you again for your praise." Chapter 336. The combined might of 40 true martial realm veterans was almost instantaneous. The vibrating halos of the true martial realm were as tough as steel, and wherever they passed, camps would crumble. The encirclement was almost over, and they would soon be able to withdraw. But Wang Chong's mind was still replaying the final words of that Arab expert. Wang Chong had only tried to interrogate him, but he hadn't expected that the Arab expert would actually reveal something useful. Did that fellow say anything? A faint fragrance like that of a lotus leaf came from behind him. Bai Xiling had examined the Arab expert before walking over. Compared to the battle with the bandits and the Arab expert, Bai Xiling was currently more interested in Wang Chong. It seems like this matter really does have something to do with the Yuzhen. Wang Chong came back to his senses and told her everything that Ma Song had told him, as well as what the Arab expert had said before his death. That Arab expert had originally been the bodyguard of a wealthy Arab merchant, but the merchant had unexpectedly been killed while the Arab expert had managed to survive. As the Tang dynasty's military was too powerful and he didn't have any means of making a living, he decided to become a bandit. He hoped that he would be able to gather enough money to return to the distant Abbasid Caliphate. However, because he was a lone wolf and was wary of the imperial court's regular army, he hadn't been able to make much progress. Not too long ago, he met an Yuzhen man. The other party promised that as long as Wang Chong followed his instructions, not only would he help him return to Arabia, he would even give him a death warrant. A death warrant! A hint of surprise flashed through Bai Xiling's eyes. Although he's called a bodyguard, he's actually a slave. If the master is dead, but the slave responsible for protecting him is still alive, it's a crime punishable by death in Arabia. Even if he returns, only death awaits him. Wang Chong said, The hierarchy of the Arabs was even stricter than that of the Tang dynasty, and the slave trade was prevalent there. In this aspect, Bai Xiling had no experience, so naturally, she did not understand. Bai Xiling was deep in thought, but she did not pursue the matter. Did he say what Uzun looked like? Nope. He could distinguish between the Uzun, the Turks, and the people of the western regions. The other party only told him to come here, but did not restrict his movements. He only told him to move around as much as possible during this period of time to create trouble for the Tang dynasty. He doesn't speak the same language as these bandits, and they don't even communicate. Wang Chong said, "What are these Uzun people thinking? Do you think you can cause trouble for us just like that?" Bai Xiling looked confused. Uzun's behavior was very strange to her. Hee, although I don't know their true intentions, I'm not sure. However, the imperial court and the Holy Emperor had always placed great importance on the road to the west. If the road to the west is flooded with bandits and highwaymen, it will pose a great threat to the trade of the Tang dynasty. If this continues, those who merchants, Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick-Spazanu merchants might reduce or even cancel their plans to come to the Tang dynasty out of consideration for their safety. The Uzun has always been hostile to the Tang dynasty. If the Tang dynasty and the western regions are cut off because of this, it will definitely be beneficial to the Uzun. The only thing I don't understand is that the Uzun should understand that His Majesty and the imperial court will not give up on this road to the western regions. Uzun's actions will only cause some interference for us. It's impossible for the imperial court to really give up on this place. After all, the western regions still has the Anqi protectorate. Wang Chong said. He was also very confused. The Silk Road of the western regions wasn't just an economic route for trade. It was also the lifeline of the Anqi protectorate. The military of the 4 garrisons of Anqi relied on this route to transport supplies. Just this point alone meant that the harassment launched by the Uzun wasn't enough to pose much of a threat. That's hard to say. If the imperial court doesn't pay attention to it, the imperial court won't do anything about it. If the imperial court doesn't pay attention to this matter, perhaps the Uzun might really succeed. However, there's one thing that I agree with you about the truth of the matter. For the Uzun to spend so much effort to incite these bandits and highwaymen to move about, it can't be as simple as just plundering. Bai Xiling had a pensive look on her face. Unknowingly, she had also been pulled into this train of thought by Wang Chong. That's right, Bai Xiling. Do you know of any Uzun diplomatic mission that has recently come to the capital? Wang Chong suddenly asked, "Are you joking with me? I've been in Longwei training camp all this while. How could I possibly know something that even you don't? When have you ever seen us ladies concerned about politics?" Bai Xiling rolled her eyes as though she was looking at a fool. Ha ha ha, I've misspoken. I forgot about you. You ladies aren't interested in politics at all. Wang Chong also came to his senses. He slapped his head and laughed heartily. The women around him, be it cousin Wang Zhuyan, Marchioness Yi, or even his mother and little sister, weren't interested in politics at all. This could be said to be a common problem among women. Bai Xiling was clearly the same as well. The battle came to an end quickly. The 40 veteran cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty swept through the entire stronghold before continuing on their way. There wasn't a single survivor in the stronghold, and in this stronghold, Wang Chong had earned an additional 200,000 gold taels. This was equivalent to Wang Chong's monthly income from selling Wuxi steel. Adding on his previous gains, Wang Chong now had a total of 700,000 gold taels. Even though Wang Chong was a wealthy man, he had to admit that wiping out these bandits was truly a great reward. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even need to make a move. All he had to do was to come up with a plan and command the troops, and this gold was flowing endlessly toward him. The Silk Road is truly a place of wealth. If even these bandits along the way can become so wealthy, I wonder how wealthy those highwaymen are. Wang Chong sighed. Regardless of which time-space continuum he was in, the Silk Road was always famous. It was a path forged from wealth. Wang Chong had only wiped out a few bandits, but he had already earned several 100,000 gold taels. And this was only a drop in the bucket for the westbound Silk Road. It was easy to imagine how prosperous the Silk Road to the west was from this point of view. On the westbound road, the bandits were actually not the real threat. Among them, there were only a few who had reached the true martial realm. The real threat came from those highwaymen who came and went without a trace and had extremely high mobility. They were the real threat on the westbound road. This was also one of the important reasons why the imperial court assigned Wang Chong and the others to be cavalry instead of infantry and archers. The highwaymen plundered much more than the bandits, and they were also much wealthier. Wang Chong was already beginning to look forward to how much income he could get from those highwaymen. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be a problem even if the city in Nanzhao was doubled in size. As they traveled westward, Wang Chong and the others gained more and more. When Wang Chong said that he would let Bai Siling invest, Bai Siling thought it was a joke. How could the capitals, by family, be short of money? Even the wealthiest families in the capital could not compare to the Bai family. It was just that the Bai clan had always maintained a low profile and pursued the strategy of concealing their strength. However, as she followed Wang Chong, Bai Siling realized that she had underestimated the weight of Wang Chong's words. In a short period of time, she had already received 300,000 gold taels from Wang Chong, then 400,000, then 500,000. No matter how wealthy the Bai clan was, it was impossible for them to treat 500,000 gold taels lightly. And this sum of money was still increasing exponentially. Even though Bai Siling was the daughter of the Bai clan and a direct descendant of the Bai clan, she had never received so much wealth in just a few days. This was already more than what she had spent in the past few years. If even she was able to receive so much as an assistant, it wasn't hard to imagine how much Wang Chong had received. Thus, Bai Siling didn't stand on ceremony with him at all. On the other hand, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu weren't fools either. Ever since they had tasted the sweetness of the harvest, they had also gone all out. Even though their harvest couldn't compare to that of Wang Chong and the others, it was still a huge sum for them. At the very least, it was impossible for them to obtain so much wealth from the Bai clan. Thus, the two of them were determined to compete with Wang Chong. As for Lieutenant Zhang Lin, as the supervisor of this operation, he was also glad to see the outcome. On the west path, a large number of bandits were eliminated. If this were to continue, the harvest Wang Chong and the others would receive would surely reach an astonishing figure. However, nothing on the road to the west could be calculated so simply. The operation of Wang Chong, Su Gan, and the others had wiped out the bandits one after another, and it had brought about an unexpected effect on the road to the west. Come up! Several hundred li away from Wang Chong's group, a stalwart figure more than 8 feet tall was standing on a hill, his arms as thick as bowls extending from his sleeves as he beckoned to the crowd outside. Han Long! The halos vibrated. At least 8 true martial realm experts stepped on the sharp halos and gathered all their strength. With the speed of lightning, they bombarded the body of the tall and sturdy figure from all directions. Dang! 8 surges of stellar energy struck the figure's body, but a resounding metallic reverberation echoed in the air. It was as if they had struck a massive piece of steel instead of a body of flesh and blood. Not only did the huge rebound force block the attacks of the 8 true martial realm experts, but it also scattered their aura cheese in one fell swoop. If one were to take a closer look, one would notice that a massive black chainmail condensed from stellar energy had appeared around the figure's body. The chainmail floated within the stellar energy, shrouding the figure from head to toe. Not only that, it had also deflected the attacks of the 8 true martial realm experts. Again, Chapter 337. Clatter. As the footsteps shook, another four majestic silhouettes joined the crowd. The halo of thorns under their feet vibrated, clearly indicating that they were true martial realm experts. At this time, the number of true martial realm experts attacking this person had already reached 12. "Change sabers!" someone shouted, and in the next moment, the 12 true martial realm experts drew out their shining long sabers at the same time. As bandits, it was never their style to fight barehanded. Only swords and sabers could be used to slash and kill. As soon as the 12 shining treasured sabers were drawn, the air was filled with a chilling and dangerous aura. Clang! With a flash of saber light, the 12 sabers shone brilliantly, like lightning flashing through the dark clouds. They struck the figure in the middle of the hill. Pung! In a split second, the green-black iron cloak on that person suddenly floated up. Like a peacock spreading its tail, it split into 12 petals and abruptly spread outwards. Clang, 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 clang. Before the 12 sabers could strike the person's body, they were blocked by the bulging iron cloak. The sabers that had slashed Jean Laiwe struck the iron cloak, causing dazzling sparks to fly. Ha ha ha. Just as the 12 true martial realm experts were about to launch another attack, a deafening burst of laughter resounded in their ears. In front of everyone's eyes, the huge black iron cloak suddenly began to spin rapidly. The 12 iron cloaks were like 12 incomparably sharp swords, continuously slashing through the air, stirring up a violent storm. Clang, clang, clang. The 12 sabers were swept by the sharp edges of the iron cloak and actually broke one after another. Everyone was shocked, and they retreated one after another. Pung! That person's reaction speed was extremely fast. Just as a trace of confusion appeared in the crowd, he directly punched out. Boom! A true martial realm bandit vomited blood and was sent flying far away. Then came the second, and then the third. For true martial realm bandits wanted to attack first, but before they could do so, they only heard a few swishing sounds. The iron cloak swept past, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The stellar energy outside their bodies was simply unable to block it. The few of them were greatly shocked, and they quickly retreated. Bang, bang, bang. That person took advantage of this moment to step on a chain of steps, throwing punches and palms. Bang, bang, bang. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, one figure after another was sent flying by him. In front of him, the 12 true martial realm experts of the Highwaymen didn't even have the chance to form an alliance. Wherever they tried to form an alliance, that person would appear in advance and destroy their alliance. Pung, pung, pung. One figure after another was sent flying. That person's awareness, vision, and reaction speed were extremely fast. Although he was besieged by 12 people, he forcefully turned it into a one-on-one battle. He didn't have the advantage of numbers at all. This kind of shocking battle instinct was simply shocking. Seeing that there were only 4 people left, and they were no match for them, someone shouted anxiously, "Shoot the horse! Shoot the horse! Shoot the leader's horse!" His words drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings to a horse that was over 30 meters behind the man. It was an unusually tall and handsome horse with glossy fur and clear bones that was like a dragon. In an instant, the atmosphere abruptly changed. The burly figure, who was incomparably brave and unstoppable a moment ago, was stunned. He could not help but subconsciously turn around to take a look. Without a doubt, this warhorse was extremely important to him. It was his most prized possession. So, in the blink of an eye, no one knew who was the one who did it. With a flash of light, an arrow shot out from the crowd, heading straight for the dragon-like warhorse Tenjong behind that person. Ah! The crowd exclaimed in shock. Clearly, no one had expected that someone would be so daring as to really do such a thing. That ear-piercing whistle was enough to shake one's soul. Just as the warhorse was about to be injured by the arrow, and there was no way they could save it from Tenjong away, something suddenly happened. Wang. The air trembled and clouds drifted. A shadow emerged from that person's body, and like a bolt of lightning, It flew toward the warhorse in the distance. That speed was even faster than the arrow. La! The chain mail descended and extended, covering the entire warhorse. Pum! The arrow struck the chain mail, and with a deafening metallic clang, it was completely deflected by the chain mail. Whang! At almost the same instant that the chain mail blocked the arrow, a chilling killing intent flashed across that person's eyes. So, in an instant he appeared before a true martial realm highwayman, and like a blossoming flower he gripped the highwayman's head tightly, pinning him to the ground. Leader, that arrow wasn't shot by me. The highwayman raised his hands high, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Immense fear surfaced in his eyes. Only by experiencing it for himself would one know how fearsome the strength harnessed in the leader's 5 fingers were. That strength was as heavy as a mountain, and it wasn't something that he could withstand. In that instant, he didn't even have time to react before his head and temples were gripped. I know that it wasn't you. I even know that it wasn't you who shouted. That person sneered coldly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He exuded an indescribable sinister aura. Those 5 fingers were like the hands of the Grim Reaper, firmly grasping his life and death. Do you think that I'm going to kill you for that warhorse? Humph. Do you think that I don't know that you were planning to escape with a group of brothers last night? I hate those who seek refuge with me, but think that I'm a fool. After making use of me to deal with the Imperial Army, they would form a faction to escape. Speak. Do you think that you deserve death? A chill suddenly rose from the mountain. Seeing this sight, everyone was horrified, but not a single sound could be heard. It was only at this moment that everyone realized why their leader was so excited to gather everyone here to practice the iron cloak technique. It turned out that he was intending to make use of this opportunity to deal with that traitor. At this moment, the one who was the most fearful was the true martial realm highwayman. Last night, he had discussed pulling a group of people to run away and secretly set up a new mountain. It was late at night when everyone was asleep. Furthermore, he had made sure that there was no one else in the vicinity, so no one would know about it. But he couldn't understand how their leader would know of such a secret matter. Leader, spare me. I don't want to hear your explanation. A bone-chilling voice rang out. Kacha! The 5 fingers that were like iron pincers retracted, and the huge head cracked like a watermelon. Red and white matter shot out, and it was truly a case of liver and brain being slaughtered. The lifeless, headless corpse fell to the ground like a piece of wood. In that instant, silence reigned in the surroundings. Everyone fell silent out of fear. I hate it when people betray me. You should know what the consequences are if anyone tries to do anything behind my back. That person placed his hands behind his back and looked down on the crowd with a cold and authoritative gaze. The atmosphere was somber. Leader. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with fear, and a dense mass of people knelt down. This was especially so for those who had a guilty conscience. They trembled in fear. All right, you can all disperse. That person waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed like a flock of beasts. At this moment, if one were to take a closer look, they would realize that there were all kinds of people in the crowd. There were Uzin, Arabians, Carrick, Spazinu, Gogurians, Han. There were all kinds of people here. They weren't just highwaymen either. There were quite a few highwaymen as well. It was rare to see such a complicated group, even on the Western Corridor. So, that person had made an example out of the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, he recalled the iron cloak from his beloved steed. The iron cloak flew back to him, and in an instant it melted into surging stellar energy and seeped into his body, vanishing without a trace. Congratulations, leader. Your iron cloak technique has advanced to the next level, reaching the level of flight. Given time, you'll surely be able to reach the next level, turning the iron cloak into a bronze cloak. By then, even the top-notch swords and sabers in the capital won't be able to harm you. At that time, we'll be able to subdue the highwaymen in the surroundings and become the strongest faction on the western corridor. Just as the bandit leader was retrieving his iron cloak, a middle-aged scholar who looked like a military advisor slowly walked out from the crowd. He had 3 wisps of willow beard in his hand, and he strode forward with a scroll in his hand. With an intelligent look on his face, he walked out from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, Joanne, thank you for your kind words. However, it's nothing much to fend off those top-notch swords and sabers in the capital. I heard that a new type of woozy steel sword has appeared in the capital. It's so sharp that even the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu can't buy it. This sword is known as the #1 sword in the world. Even the sword-smithing clans in the capital admit that this sword is much more formidable than the ones they forge. When I'm able to buy such a sword or fend off such a sword, my iron cloak technique will be perfected." That person gazed at the sky with boundless yearning in his eyes. Lord, there's no need to belittle yourself. Regardless of whether you have that woozy steel sword or not, you're still the #1 expert in our hearts, the middle-aged scholar said as he stroked his beard. "Ha, Joanne, that mouth of yours can really turn the dead into the living and the living into the dead. Even though I know that you're trying to suck up to me, I still fell for it. That's because of the trust you have in me." "Right. Is there any news from the front lines?" the middle-aged man asked. Reporting to the leader, the group of soldiers that returned this time is different from the ones before. Speaking of official matters, Zhou An's expression turned serious. Chapter 338. Moreover, these soldiers always chose to attack in the middle of the night. Everyone was fast asleep, and this was the time when they were least vigilant. Moreover, everyone had returned to their lair, which made it easier to exterminate them. In addition, these soldiers are very familiar with the methods of the bandits. All the open and hidden sentries have been uprooted. Even the traps are of no use. That's why many people are actually killed in their dreams without even realizing it. Snakes had their own ways, and rats had their own ways. As an official, he actually understood the methods of the bandits so well. This has never happened before. In addition, they didn't hold back at all. Everyone was annihilated. Not a single one escaped. Therefore, it caused a lot of panic among the mountain bandits. Right now, there are already more than 10 groups of bandits that have come to us. More is expected in the future. From this point of view, it's not like there aren't any benefits. The middle-aged scholar smiled. There was always a benefit to the bandits. The most obvious benefit to the bandits was that the Iron Cloak highwaymen were growing stronger and stronger. At this point, they had already become one of the strongest bandits on the entire West Passage. On top of that, unlike other highwaymen, the Iron Cloak highwaymen were all-inclusive. Regardless of whether it was highwaymen or mountain bandits, as long as they submitted to them, they would be taken in. On the other hand, the leader of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Iron Cloak Lee, possessed incredible means, and he was able to intimidate the highwaymen and bandits alike. This allowed the horse bandits and mountain bandits to unite as one, displaying great combat power. In time to come, just as the strategist of the Iron Cloak highwaymen, Zhou had said, it wasn't impossible for the Iron Cloak highwaymen to become the strongest highwaymen on the west journey. But, Chief, although those soldiers have helped us a lot, they're not as powerful as us. But we also have to guard against them. According to their route, I'm afraid they'll reach our territory in a few days. It's only right and proper for an official to catch a thief. However, the thief wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Let me ask you, how many people do they have? What are their strengths? Which troublesome people do you have? Have you investigated all of this? Iron Cloak Lee said. His words were directed at the crux of the matter, and the gleam in his narrowed eyes was truly frightening. Clearly, Iron Cloak Lee had some sort of grand scheme in mind. In the Iron Cloak bandits, as long as one was familiar with the leader's style, they would be able to predict what the leader would do next. I've already asked the bandits, who were lucky enough to escape, And I've also sent people to investigate the places where they make their stoves and eat. According to my estimation, there should be about 80 of them. Moreover, they were all true martial realm experts. The ones leading them should be 4 students from the training camp appointed by the Holy Emperor himself. There's a high chance that the royal court is cooperating with a few students from the training camp to use us bandits and highwaymen as practice. The middle-aged scholar stroked his beard. His eyes flickered as he deduced the truth. A student from the training camp? Iron Cloak Lee frowned. Even though he was a highwayman, he knew about the 3 new training camps in the capital. Moreover, it was personally appointed by the Holy Emperor. It was obvious that the imperial court attached great importance to this matter. This is rather troublesome. If we don't handle it well and kill these students, the imperial court will be in deep trouble. Iron Cloak Lee fell into deep thought. It was one thing to kill a few students, but if the royal court were to take this matter seriously, it would be a huge problem. Regardless of whether it was highwaymen or highwaymen, there was no way they could stand against the royal court. If Lord Iron Cloak Lee is afraid of trouble, wouldn't it be fine as long as no one knows about it? Besides, if you knew that they were students from the training camp, would you have given up on them? The middle-aged scholar said, Highwaymen and highwaymen were known to be robbers, and according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, they should have died more than 10 times over. After all, this leader of his had even killed the imperial army quite a few times. Yet he was still spouting such insincere words at this moment. Zhou En, you truly understand me well. Since the students of the training camp will bring trouble to us, we won't let a single one of them get away. Pass down my orders. If anyone dares to leak the news of this operation, I'll skin them alive. Iron Cloak Lee laughed heartily as a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. A man is not a gentleman with a small heart. In the world of highwaymen, it was impossible to achieve anything without some viciousness and viciousness. Yes, Lord Iron Cloak Lee. Receiving the order respectfully, Zhou En lowered his head. Officials can subdue bandits. But who says that bandits can't subdue officials? There's no need for them to come personally this time. Zhou En, make the necessary arrangements. This time we'll wipe them all out. Yes. Hong Long. As soon as those words were spoken, the mountain trembled, and a moment later, a horde of highwaymen and highwaymen surged out of the mountain like an excited flood. At a glance, there were Arabs, Turks, Uzin, Gogurians, Han, and so on. This group of highwaymen and highwaymen seemed to cover the entire sky, numbering around 600 to 700. This number far exceeded that of any group of highwaymen and highwaymen. This was a mixed force made up of dozens of groups of highwaymen and highwaymen. Tzz, a chilling autumn wind blew, and a cloud of dust rose from the path. An invisible force shrouded Wang Chong, Su Gan, and the others. But at this moment, no one was aware of it. The autumn wind was silent. Several hundred li away, the atmosphere was still silent. No one seemed to be in danger. That lad sure is enviable. Beneath a red maple tree, Huang Yongtu glared hatefully at Wang Chong, and by sighing as they left a trail of dust behind them. After so many days, he must have amassed more than 2 million gold taels. Let's not compete with him. We're no match for him. Su Gan said. Over the past few days, they had been competing with one another, and he had long since lost the motivation to do so. There was no point in competing with him. Even though Su Gan didn't say it out loud, he had already accepted Wang Chong's superiority. Even though Wang Chong's martial arts realm was beneath him, his ability to lead troops and eliminate bandits was indeed superior to theirs. Even in terms of searching for gold, Wang Chong's performance was superior to theirs. You might be convinced, but I'm not. And that slut, by sighing, she actually defected to that brat who was several years younger than her and reeked of his mother's milk. Just the thought of it pisses me off. Huang Yongtu spat hatefully. It was one thing if it was anything else, but despite working together with Su Gan to search for gold, their harvest still paled in comparison to that slut. Following behind that lad, Bai Siling was able to easily reap far more than the two of them. How could Huang Yongtu feel comfortable? For once, Su Gan chose to remain silent. In truth, he had some opinions about Bai Siling as well. It was just that he didn't share the same opinion as Huang Yongtu. Su Gan, no matter what, I can't lose to that lass. I've checked the map, and there's a group of bandits 30 li ahead. Do you want to go? Huang Yongtu turned to Su Gan and asked. Let's go. After a moment of contemplation, Su Gan leaped onto the back of his steed. Compared to Huang Yongtu's meaningless complaints, gathering gold was more practical. Su Gan knew that if he were to miss this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to earn gold in the future. Be careful this time around. Along the way, we've come across quite a few bandit camps that are empty. I have a feeling that our continuous extermination might have caused a chain reaction among the bandits. Su Gan held onto Ma Ju's reins and said hesitantly. It wasn't without reason that he was able to stand out among the many prestigious clans and be nurtured by them. Su Gan had a sharp intuition toward danger. In this period of time, he had already sensed that something had happened to the bandits. Ha ha ha, Su Gan. There's no need to make a fuss about nothing. We have already exterminated so many bandits. It would be weird if they didn't react at all. Bandits can't possibly stand up to the official army. We have more than 40 true martial realm experts here. Do you think that a dozen or 20 bandits can stand up to so many of us? Huang Yongtu burst into laughter as he scoffed at Su Gan's intuition. Su Gan pondered for a moment, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Huang Yongtu was right. The bandits only had 20 to 30 people at most, and they weren't particularly strong. No matter how indignant the bandits were, there was no way they would be a match for them. I've spoken too much. Let's go. The horses galloped, and a group of more than 40 people galloped towards another bandit camp 30 li away in a grandiose manner. At this moment, the sky was clear and the sun hung high in the sky. In the past few days, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had already completed the first phase of their respective missions. There was no need for them to be restricted by time anymore. They had to move out at night. Their target was now very clear. It was the gold in the bandits' camp. As for whether they had been discovered by the bandits or how many bandits had managed to escape, that wasn't something they cared about. Dee-da-da! Several hours later, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu finally arrived at the bandit camp along the main road. The 40 cavalrymen dived into the forest, heading toward the mountain peak. Unexpectedly, the journey was smooth sailing. Along the way, they didn't even encounter a single bandit scout. The mountain peak was completely silent, and there wasn't even a single bandit to be seen. Damn it, I've run into another group of bandits who have emptied and retreated. On the mountain peak, Huang Yongtu kicked open the gates of the bandit camp. Looking at the empty camp, he clenched his fists tightly and cursed furiously. This is bad. Just as he was at the peak of his rage, Su Gan's alarmed voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Look over there. In a daze, Huang Yongtu subconsciously turned his head around and looked in the direction Su Gan's finger was pointing at. At the foot of the mountain, on the winding road to the west, a huge cloud of dust was rising into the sky. A huge group of bandits and highwaymen were charging toward them with killing intent gushing out of them, brandishing gleaming swords and sabers. Upon seeing this sight, not only Huang Yongtu, everyone's face paled as well. Dang! Almost at the same time, no one noticed that in the empty stronghold, a nimble bandit had climbed up to the highest point of the stronghold and knocked on a large bell at the highest point of the stronghold. The resounding sound of the bell echoed across the entire mountain range, and at the same time, it pointed out the direction of the bandits and highwaymen. Not good. Retreat quickly. Chaos broke out on the mountain peak. Su Gan led the group down the mountain at lightning speed. Huang Yongtu followed closely behind them. No matter how slow they were, it was clear that this was a trap waiting for them to take the bait. Chapter 339. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled in response. Wang Chong stood behind a red maple leaf at the top of the mountain, slowly circulating his energy to regulate his breathing. Inside his body, waves of blood-colored origin qi surged and surged like serpents. In the end, Wang Chong reeled it off like silk from a cocoon and stored it in the depths of his dantian through a special circulation. This blood-colored origin qi did not belong to Wang Chong, but to the little yin-yang technique which he extracted from the bandits. Over the past few days, Wang Chong had been able to absorb the origin qi of the bandits almost every day. As the origin qi filled his body, Wang Chong's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the little yin-yang technique had broken through its bottleneck and reached a small peak. Now, under the nourishment of the various origin qi, Wang Chong could clearly feel that the little yin-yang technique was extracting much more energy than before. However, it was a pity that Wang Chong had not broken through to the true martial realm, so he could not use this energy. All of the absorbed energy was stored by Wang Chong in a special way, in a special part of his dantian at the bottom of the sea. This was a secret qi storage technique from Wang Chong's previous life. The advantage of this qi storage technique was that when one's origin qi reached its peak and could no longer be raised, it could store extra energy in the body in case of a rainy day. Although Wang Chong's current strength could not be compared to before, this qi storage technique could still play an important role. "My lord!" Just as Wang Chong was resting under a tree, his eyes closed, a loud voice rang out. Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw a high-spirited cavalryman of the Tang dynasty striding out through the broken wooden gate of the stronghold, a long saber at his waist. "My lord, the battle is over. Miss Bai has personally taken action and captured a bandit. However, Miss Bai wants you to go over personally, saying that she has something to discuss with you." The cavalryman walked up to Wang Chong and respectfully reported. "Oh." Wang Chong raised his eyebrows, slightly a little surprised. Miss Bai was naturally Bai Siling. Because Bai Siling was a woman, Wang Chong's bodyguards called her Miss Bai in private. Bai Siling usually wouldn't call him over. Since she invited him over, something must have happened. This made Wang Chong secretly curious. "Got it. I'll head over now." As soon as Wang Chong said that, he removed the pouch from his waist and opened it, revealing the soybeans inside. He placed it in front of Little Shadow and patted its neck. Watching Little Shadow happily stick its mouth into the pouch, he then turned around and walked inside. After passing through many gates, Wang Chong saw Bai Siling in the deepest part of the stronghold. The young lady of the Bai family sat on a large tiger skin chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 armed cavalrymen. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong smiled as he walked in from the door. It was rare to see such a serious Bai Siling. "There's a problem. This guy is the leader of the bandits. You can ask him yourself." Bai Siling raised her snow-white sleeves and stretched out a white finger, pointing at a man tied up on the ground. "Oh." Wang Chong's attention shifted from Bai Siling to the man on the ground. This man was about 30 years old and about 7 feet tall. He looked very righteous and had a heroic spirit. "How rare! There's actually such a person among the bandits." Wang Chong raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The appearance was born from the heart. The bandits were involved in robbing, killing, and arson. Therefore, they never had a good aura. They were used to having angry eyes and fierce looks. It was rare to see someone like this man. Wang Chong immediately had a good impression of him. "You're the chief of this bandit gang?" Wang Chong walked over and asked. "Yes." The man straightened his back and replied straightforwardly. "Even though we're bandits, we've never robbed the Han or harassed the Imperial Army. You shouldn't have captured me, and you shouldn't have killed my men." "Ha ha ha! It's rare to see a bandit like you acting so righteously. Bandits rob and rob. This is their livelihood. What other tricks can you come up with? Furthermore, the imperial court has always placed great importance on the road to the west. You should know how the imperial court deals with robbers, right? Do you think that you'll be spared just because you didn't rob the Han? Hearing those words, Wang Chong was amused. The man fell silent. I can tell you a piece of information in exchange for the lives of me and my brothers, the man said after a moment of silence. Tell me, what information can save your life? Wang Chong replied noncommittally. A piece of information that can save your lives, the man said. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He shot a glance at Bai Siling, only to see Bai Siling's calm expression. Clearly, she had already heard of it. Continue. Wang Chong retracted his gaze and looked at the chief of the bandit gang. Didn't you exterminate a large number of bandits previously? Didn't you notice that many of the bandits were completely empty? Don't you find it strange? Then what do you want to say? Are you saying that we're in danger because the bandits escaped? What if I were to tell you that all of the bandits that escaped went to seek refuge with a single person? What would you think? The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Wang Chong's lips parted, but he couldn't say a single word. He turned to look at Bai Siling, only to see Bai Siling nodding seriously. No one said anything. The man stared at Wang Chong. The atmosphere was solemn. All of the bandits that escaped went to seek refuge with a single person. Only those who had personally experienced it would understand the weight of these words. Along the way, especially in the recent period of time, Wang Chong had noticed that many of the strongholds were empty. There wasn't a single bandit in sight. In truth, Wang Chong had noticed this a long time ago. However, Wang Chong didn't take to heart. It was normal for the bandits to flee when they knew that the army was coming. But now, this man was saying that all of the bandits that escaped went to seek refuge with a single person. The nature of this matter was completely different. The bandits of a dozen or so strongholds added up to at least several hundred people. This was a significant force. Continue. Wang Chong said grimly. He wouldn't believe the words of another just because of a few words. At the same time, he wouldn't overlook some important information just because of his arrogance. I don't know if you know of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, but their leader, Iron Cloak Lee, is a vicious and powerful martial artist. More importantly, he has mastered the Iron Cloak technique, making him invulnerable to swords and spears. He's the true #1 expert in the region between Longxi and the capital. Moreover, this person is lawless and unrestrained. He is extremely dangerous. As bandits, robbing is nothing out of the ordinary. But no matter how formidable a bandit is, he knows that he's no match for the army. But the Iron Cloak Highwaymen are different. They even dare to rob the army. Before this, at least 6 to 7 groups of soldiers have died in Iron Cloak Lee's hands. As a result, Iron Cloak Lee's reputation has soared, and he's extremely respected among the bandits and highwaymen. On top of that, Iron Cloak Lee is a highwayman who comes and goes without a trace. The royal court has tried to apprehend him before. However, as soon as the royal court gets stronger, Iron Cloak Lee will immediately flee to the northwest and hide in the depths of the mountains. Once the matter blows over, he'll appear once more. On the other hand, if a small group of soldiers were to appear, Iron Cloak Lee would just wipe them out to bolster his own prestige. All of the highwaymen and bandits in the region between Longxi and the capital view him as their leader. Right now, it's said that he has gathered 400 to 500 highwaymen and bandits under him. You've gone too far in your operation to exterminate the bandits. Not a single one of the bandits managed to escape. Most of them were so frightened that they ran over to Iron Cloak Lee's side. They wanted to pull Iron Cloak Lee over to deal with you. Some of the bandits even invited me to join them, but I'm just disdainful of Iron Cloak Lee's character. As the saying goes, commoners shouldn't fight with officials. As bandits, robbing is just for the sake of riches, but Iron Cloak kills for the sake of killing. That's why I didn't join them. However, not too long ago, I received an invitation from the Iron Cloak highwaymen, requesting for the highwaymen and bandits in the area to deal with the official army. The operation will be taking place in the next few days. I believe that you'll be the only group on the road to the west. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Iron Cloak Lee's target. As the man spoke, he swept his gaze across the crowd in the room. This was especially so for Wang Chong and Bai Siling. Clearly, the man also knew that these two youngsters were the main characters of this operation. Where's the invitation? It's here. The one who spoke wasn't the man, but Bai Siling, who was seated on a chair made of tiger hide. With a flick of her finger, she took out a red invitation from her voluminous white sleeves and passed it over with 2 fingers. On the surface of the post, there was a black, evil spirit protruding out. It had a fiendish expression and an evil appearance. It looked extremely terrifying. Iron Cloak Token. Beneath the malevolent ghost, Wang Chong saw 3 bold and majestic words that seemed to have been carved out by iron hooks. The sun, moon, and universe. Clear air above and turbid air below. Snakes have their ways, and rats have their ways. Today, 80 soldiers disregarded military orders and oppressed the Greenwood Forest, resulting in countless casualties among us. We hereby invite the heroes of the world to join us to uphold order in the Greenwood Forest and uphold the authority of the Greenwood Forest. We shall execute 80 rebellious soldiers to uphold the law. Inscribed Iron Cloak Lee. Looking at the words on the invitation, Wang Chong frowned. The man had said that the leader of the Iron Cloak bandits was a vicious and unscrupulous person, but the words on the invitation didn't seem to be written by an ambitious person at all. The invitation was written by the military advisor of the Iron Cloak bandits. Zhou and Iron Cloak Lee's documents have always been written by him. The same goes for the Iron Cloak Token. Seemingly knowing what Wang Chong was thinking, the man kneeled on the floor and explained. For 80 soldiers to know how many of us are here, this isn't a good sign. Chapter 340. As a daughter of the Bai clan, Bai Siling had always been an intelligent young lady. Furthermore, as a lady, there wasn't much that she needed to worry about. In truth, the conflict between Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and Wang Chong had been the focus of this expedition. As for Bai Siling, she had always been able to sit by the sidelines and watch from the sidelines. But this time, Bai Siling couldn't help but feel deeply worried. This expedition was issued by the royal court and the training camp. Even though they knew that there was danger ahead, they couldn't possibly give up. Furthermore, the Iron Cloak bandits didn't seem to be simple at all. Even until now, Bai Siling hadn't found any traces of them, but they had already figured out how many people they had. This left Bai Siling feeling uneasy, and it was also the reason why she called Wang Chong over. Siling, it's not a big deal for them to know how many people we have. In the military, there's a method of counting the number of stoves. Our group of 80 are all veterans of the Tang dynasty, and it's common practice for us to cook with stoves. As long as they send their men around us, they'll know how many stoves we have. It's not a big deal at all. Wang Chong replied calmly. It didn't take long for him to figure out how the other party did it. What's your name? Wang Chong turned to the man on the ground. Li Tsangqi. The man was taken aback for a moment, but he still straightened his back and reported his name. Li Tsangqi slowly sensed that this young man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face who appeared to be 16 or 17 years old seemed to be the real leader of this trip. Furthermore, he had already told him about how formidable the Iron Cloak bandits were, but the young man didn't panic at all. On the contrary, he even pointed out that the Iron Cloak bandits were counting the number of people in their group. This left Li Tsangqi with a bizarre feeling. This young man seemed to be different from ordinary people. Li Tsangqi. Wang Chong nodded and glanced at him. It seems like you're quite familiar with the highwaymen on the Western Path. Let me ask you, if you were one of the Iron Cloak bandits, given your knowledge, when would they make their move? Right now, Li Tsangqi said solemnly. Wang Chong and Bai Siling looked at each other, and their expressions changed. You are too close to the Iron Cloak Highwayman's territory, only 100 li away. Based on the Iron Cloak Highwayman's usual style, they would never wait for the enemy to arrive at their territory before making a move. Instead, they were more accustomed to long-distance raids and taking the initiative to attack. This way, they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. Based on my understanding, I advise you to retreat while your men are still here and have yet to come into contact with the Iron Cloak bandits. Otherwise, with just the 80 of you, you wouldn't be a match for the Iron Cloak bandits. Li Tsangqi said solemnly. His original intention was to remind Wang Chong and the others to hurry up, but after hearing his words, Wang Chong's expression suddenly changed. This is bad. We have to inform Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others. Wang Chong abruptly turned around, and without a word, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Li Tsangqi thought that all of them were here, but Wang Chong knew that that wasn't the case at all. Perhaps one group of soldiers would head up the mountain to suppress the Iron Cloak bandits, while the other would wait at the foot of the mountain. However, their group was different. Based on his understanding of Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, they weren't at the foot of the mountain at all. It was likely that as soon as the two of them set off, these two men would rush out with their army and rush to another stronghold 30 miles away. That place was only 70 li away from the Iron Cloak bandits' territory. If the Iron Cloak highwaymen preferred to take the initiative, that meant that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu would be in great danger. Everyone retreat. Hurry up. He thought, suddenly struck by Siling, and she leaped up from her chair as if she had been electrocuted. Without any hesitation, she quickly followed behind Wang Chong and dashed out of the stronghold. Nay, with the neighing of war steeds, the entire stronghold fell into chaos. Realizing the danger they were in, the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen charged out furiously from the top of the mountain, not even bothering to clean up their spoils of war. Dust billowed on the main road as the 40 cavalrymen charged toward a stronghold 30 li away. Even though he had many conflicts with Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, Wang Chong didn't wish for them to be killed by the bandits and highwaymen just because of that. More importantly, other than Su Gan and Huang Yongtu, there were 40 loyal cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty with them. For a cavalryman who had dedicated his life to the Tang dynasty to be killed by bandits and highwaymen, this was a humiliation and a disgraceful ending. Wang Chong had spent his entire life on the battlefield, so he could understand this feeling better than anyone else. Thus, he couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Jaya, the white-hoofed shadow beneath Wang Chong, seemed to have sensed its master's intentions and galloped forward with all its might. Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had set off very early. Taking into account the time they had spent on the mountain, it would take at least several hours for them to reach the stronghold 30 li away. For the first time, Wang Chong felt that a journey of 30 li felt so long. I hope that I can make it in time. Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly. At this point, he could only hope that the Iron Cloak highwaymen wouldn't make a move so quickly. Or perhaps Su Gan and Huang Yongtu hadn't met them yet. Hung long long. Several hours later, when they were still around 10 li away from their destination, they could see a huge cloud of yellow sand rising into the sky. Amidst the yellow sand, men and horses neighed, and war cries could be heard. In an instant, an innumerable number of people had gathered in the area. This is bad. Seeing the huge cloud of yellow sand, Wang Chong and Bai Siling felt their hearts turn cold, and the blood drained from their faces. We are too late. Bai Siling's lips quivered and her face paled. No matter how slow she was, she could tell that they were too late. Judging from the surging yellow sand and the imposing aura, there were more than 100 highwaymen gathered there. To be able to gather so many of them, it was likely that they were the Iron cloak highwayman that Li Sangqi spoke of. At this moment, Wang Chang's complexion wasn't any better than Bai Siling's as well. Just based on the imposing aura, Li Sangqi's evaluation of the iron cloak highwayman wasn't wrong at all. On the road between Longxi and the capital, the iron cloak highwaymen were without a doubt the number one group. What should we do now? Bai Siling reined in the reins and turned to look at Wang Chong with a dazed look on her face. She was skilled in martial arts, and she was the daughter of a prestigious clan. She was one of the few women in the world who had her own opinions. But at the end of the day, she was still a girl. She had never experienced this kind of confrontation between two armies and a military-like battle before. On top of that, the other party had the advantage in numbers. From a distance of more than 10 li away, it would be difficult for one to hear their words if they didn't raise their voices. It would be difficult for the 40-odd cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty to deal with hundreds of highwaymen and highwaymen. If they advanced, they wouldn't be a match for them. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others would surely die if they retreated. Faced with this difficult decision, Bai Siling was caught in a dilemma. She subconsciously turned to Wang Chong, hoping to find some support from him. Along the way, Wang Chong's courage, and decisiveness had left a deep impression on her. At this moment, Bai Siling instinctively chose to trust Wang Chong's judgment. Battle cries sounded from afar. Bai Siling and the 40-odd cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty had their gazes on him. Everyone was waiting for his decision. In that instant, Wang Chong felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. And in that instant, Wang Chong felt as though he had returned to the time when he shouldered countless expectations. Back then, everyone was looking at him with the same gaze. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. All that could be heard was the thumping of his heart. It felt as though countless centuries had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Wang Chong soon calmed down. Calm down. Wang Chong suddenly spoke, his voice exuding a soothing power that made them calm down and calm down. There are still battle cries in the distance. This means that the battle isn't over yet. In other words, there's still hope for Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard any battle cries here. Those words jolted the uneasy crowd back to their senses. That's right. If the battle was over and Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were dead, they wouldn't have heard any battle cries. If there were battle cries, it meant that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were still alive. This was a simple logic. But if not for Wang Chong's words, no one would have thought of this possibility. In that instant, everyone turned to look at Wang Chong in awe. This lad is truly a born leader. Bai Siling looked at Wang Chong with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. With just a single sentence, Wang Chong was able to stabilize the morale of the army. He was truly a born leader. This made Bai Siling rejoice that she had made the right decision along the way. The art of war is to know one's enemy as well as oneself. Regardless of whether we fight or retreat, we need to know the other party's strength and fighting prowess before we can make a decision. If it's within our means, we will save Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. If it's impossible, we will retreat immediately to avoid further losses. As a general, we must avoid letting our emotions get the better of us. I hope that you all understand this. Also, no matter what we do later on, I hope that everyone will obey my orders. I hope that everyone will obey my orders obediently. You mustn't let your emotions get the better of you, understand? Wang Chong said those last words with a grim expression. There were only 40 of them, and they were vastly outnumbered by the other party. If they couldn't obey his orders and march in unison, they would only be courting death if they charged in. Yes, Lord. This time, without Bai Siling's orders, all of the Tang dynasty cavalrymen, regardless of whether they were under Wang Chong or Bai Siling, obeyed his orders. In this period of time, Wang Chong had won their respect and trust through his actions. Chapter 341. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn, and an invisible killing intent emanated from these Tang dynasty veterans. It was as if they were about to step onto a fierce battlefield. Bai Sailing could clearly sense the changes in her surroundings, and a dazed look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She looked at Wang Chong's figure, and her vision suddenly blurred. The figure of this 15 or 16-year-old youth suddenly became mysterious and tall in her eyes. Wang Chong did not notice the change in Bai Sailing at this moment. Looking at the boundless killing intent and fighting spirit emanating from the 40 Tang dynasty veterans, Wang Chong nodded in his mind. Although the Tang dynasty was showing signs of weakness, the empire still shone brightly, and these soldiers of the Tang dynasty were still the same as he remembered. With a troop like this, not to mention bandits and highwaymen 10 times their number, even if they were facing a regular army 10 times their number, Wang Chong would still dare to lead them into battle. Sailing, when the battle begins, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate with me. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to Bai Sailing and said, Ah. Bai Sailing was in a flurry, as if she had not expected Wang Chong to call her, but she quickly covered it up. All right, don't worry, I'll do my best to cooperate with you. Bai Sailing nodded seriously. As a daughter of the Bai family in the capital, Bai Sailing quickly returned to normal. All right, let's go. Wang Chong squeezed his horse's belly, and the 40 Tang dynasty cavalry immediately galloped toward the direction of the distant battle cries. Chief, the other cavalry is coming. Just as Wang Chong and the others were rushing over, a pigeon descended from the sky. On the slope beside the official road, there was a dense forest, and a rugged boulder stood on the side of the road. On the boulder, the military advisor of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Zhou, stretched out his right hand and caught the pigeon. He opened the letter on its leg and passed it over to the towering leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li. Ha, since they're already here. Then passed down the order to slow down the offensive. It wasn't easy to lure them here. I don't want to scare them away. Yes, leader. Zhou received the order and left. It didn't take long for this order to spread throughout the entire Iron Cloak Highwaymen. This allowed Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others to catch their breath. Dee-da-da! Roughly half an incense's time later, a cloud of dust rose on the official road to the east. Leading the way, Wang Chong finally saw the scene of the battle. On the official road, several li away from where Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were supposed to attack the bandits, and highwaymen dressed in all sorts of clothes filled the sky. Like a tidal wave, they covered the official road, the forest, the slopes, and the treetops. Under the encirclement of these bandits and highwaymen, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were like reefs in the middle of the ocean, isolated on a slope 30 zhang away from the official road. The air was filled with the pungent stench of blood. Corpses of bandits, highwaymen, soldiers, and steeds were strewn all over the ground. Seeing this sight, the eyes of Wang Chong, Bai Sailing, and the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen reddened. This was the first time the 80 cavalrymen had suffered such a heavy casualty. On the slope, Su Gan and Huang Yongtu had barely managed to fend off the attacks of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen by relying on the trees and the surrounding terrain. However, the number of Tang dynasty cavalrymen by their side had dropped from 40 to 24. In total, 16 to 17 veteran cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty had died in the forest. Every single one of the Tang dynasty cavalrymen was a true martial realm expert, and they had been through countless battles. This kind of loss could be said to be disastrous, but what was even more unbearable was that these respected veterans of the empire had died in the hands of these bandits and highwaymen. Lord, I want to kill them all. Beside Wang Chong, Ma Song, and the others clenched their fists tightly as their eyes reddened in fury. The other cavalrymen also felt agitated. A warrior could die on the battlefield without regrets, but they shouldn't die in the hands of bandits and highwaymen in disgrace. Have you forgotten what I told you? Calm down. We must kill these Iron Cloak Highwaymen, but we can't just charge in like this. Look at the other side. How many of them are there? Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong stopped the crowd. At the same time, a raging flame was burning in his heart. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, Wang Chong could empathize with the emotions of a soldier more than anyone else. Furthermore, even though those soldiers died in the hands of the highwaymen, in the end, they died protecting Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. At the very least, their deaths are honorable. Wang Chong's final words were effective. The eyes of Ma Song and the others immediately cleared up. That's right. As a warrior, no matter what, the first and most important task was to protect their commander. Even though Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others weren't members of the military, from the moment they received their orders, they had become the commanders of the cavalrymen. From this point of view, their deaths were honorable. Otherwise, given their capabilities, there was still a good chance that they could have survived. Lord, feel free to speak. We'll do as you say. Ma Song and the others regained their clarity of mind, and their expectant gazes fell on Wang Chong. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wang Chong fell silent for a moment before he suddenly patted his steed and leaped out of the formation. Everyone wait here. Without my orders, no one is to come into contact with them. As his voice echoed in everyone's ears, Wang Chong was already at the front of the formation, less than 50 zhang away from the iron cloak highwayman. Behind him, Bai Siling was silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and chasing after Wang Chong. These iron cloak highwaymen aren't simple. Bai Siling gritted her teeth and said, "The number of true martial realm experts they have isn't any lesser than ours. It's not just that they have more true martial realm experts than us." Wang Chong sighed and spoke with a voice that only Bai Siling could hear. The highwaymen had always been stronger than the bandits. In the previous missions, Wang Chong and the others had barely met any true martial realm experts. However, this group of highwaymen couldn't be judged using common sense. Even though they made up the majority of the group, there were still several hundred of them who were beneath true martial realm. Just the true martial realm highwaymen alone numbered at least 70 to 80. Their strength was truly astounding. If the cavalrymen in the military were well-trained, experienced, and coordinated with one another, they would have been able to defeat the highwaymen easily. Wang Chong would have long given up on the idea and fled the moment he saw the highwaymen. Siling, haven't you realized it yet? They look like a bunch of ragtag bandits, but someone is able to maneuver them into a tight formation. They surrounded Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others on a slope where the terrain is complicated and the trees are dense, making it difficult for cavalrymen to exert their might. Even though Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others managed to stop them with the help of the map. But at the same time they were also trapped there. If a cavalryman were to dismount, would he still be a cavalryman? There must be an expert among the highwaymen. Wang Chong sighed. A group of powerful highwaymen wasn't fearsome because they didn't know how to coordinate with one another. On the battlefield, a well-trained army could easily crush a group of highwaymen of equal strength. However, if the highwaymen were to learn how to coordinate with one another, everything would be different. Are you talking about the military advisor? Bai Siling was taken aback. That's not what I'm worried about. Didn't you notice? When we arrived here, the battle cries suddenly lessened significantly. Wang Chong said, "You mean?" Bai Siling was taken aback. Then, as if she had thought of something, her face suddenly paled. Wang Chong nodded, confirming her conjecture. "If I'm not mistaken, that person is quite ambitious." The appearance of Wang Chong and Bai Siling didn't just attract the attention of the highwaymen. On the slope, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others also noticed the commotion. Siling, and the others are here. Beneath the tree, Huang Yongtu propped himself up and looked at the army on the main road with trembling agitatedly. It had only been a few hours, but Huang Yongtu had never felt this long in his life. For a moment, he was on the verge of despair. There was no way the 40 Tang dynasty cavalrymen would be able to fend off 700 highwaymen and highwaymen. Huang Yongtu was only hanging on by his will to survive. Never had Huang Yongtu thought that it would be Wang Chong and Bai Siling who would come to his rescue in his moment of despair. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out Wang Chong's name. But at this moment, he awkwardly realized that even though they had been traveling together for so long, he still didn't know Wang Chong's name. It's useless. They won't be able to reach us. Just as Huang Yongtu was getting excited, a basin of cold water suddenly splashed over him. Lieutenant Zhang Lin's chest was heaving up and down, and his face was pale. Due to overexertion, he looked extremely feeble. On the other hand, his body was already riddled with wounds due to the intense battle, and fresh blood had already dyed his body red. Even though Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were the leaders of the group in name, the true leader was actually Zhang Lin. He was the one who had single-handedly fended off the enemy's relentless assault and saved Su Gan and Huang Yongtu. But at the same time, his injuries were far more severe than anyone else's. At this moment, Zhang Lin had no idea how much longer he could hold on. It was the duty of a soldier to follow orders, and the only thing driving Zhang Lin to persevere on was to ensure that Su Gan and Huang Yongtu were safe. On top of that, he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated and die under the blades of a highwayman. This was Zhang Lin's conviction. Lieutenant Zhang is right, there are too many of them. We aren't a match for them at all. Even if Siling and the others were to join us, it would still be the same. Besides, the leader of the highwaymen hasn't made a move yet, and you've seen how fearsome he is. There's no way he will allow us to escape. Siling and the others are just sending themselves to their deaths. Chapter 342. As the leader of this operation, Su Gan had 20 cavalrymen protecting him with their lives. But even so, he had still sustained severe injuries. The current Su Gan was no longer as competitive as he used to be. At this point, he could only hope that Wang Chong and the others wouldn't fall into the same trap as them. Bullshit. Siling and the others are our only hope at the moment. Do you all wish to die? You may wish to die, but I don't. Siling. Huang Yongtu abruptly leaped into the air and beckoned to Wang Chong and Bai Siling. He had long forgotten that Bai Siling was still a fickle and traitorous slut in his eyes. Ha, pass down my orders. No one is to shoot arrows. Let him shout. No one is to stop him. At the back of the formation, Iron Cloak roared with laughter. Yes, Chief. Wait a moment, don't make it too obvious. Have the bandits on the east side prepare for battle. Yes. A few highwaymen immediately rode off to carry out the orders. Even though they were highwaymen, they had the ability to pass down orders, to command, to defend, and to shoot arrows. They were no longer ordinary highwaymen, but soldiers. On the other side, Wang Chong and Bai Siling also heard Huang Yongtu's voice. Even though Wang Chong and Bai Siling didn't get along with Huang Yongtu, they couldn't help but feel ripples in their hearts upon hearing Huang Yongtu's desperate plea. Siling, do you know how to shoot arrows? Wang Chong suddenly asked. I do. Why? Bai Siling replied. For the moment, she couldn't fathom Wang Chong's intentions. Shoot an arrow for me and bring something over, Wang Chong said calmly. His gaze swept across the Iron Cloak highwayman before him, and he had a rough idea of what to do. What Su Gan and Huang Yongtu need right now is to stabilize the morale of their troops. On top of that, after fighting for so long, they have suffered quite a few casualties. Even Su Gan and Zhang Lin are injured. We need to replenish them with healing pills. Understood. Bai Siling looked at the youth beside her, who was younger than her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. Bai Siling felt an indescribable admiration for this young man who had always been secretive and never even mentioned his background, yet had the white-hoofed shadow, the royal steed of the white-hoofed shadow. No matter what problem or predicament he encountered, he always seemed to have a solution, always had his own ideas and never panicked. There was always a calming power in him. Following such a person, even if they were in prison, they couldn't help but forget. This young man possessed a strength that others could rely on and trust in. bring me the arrow. Bai Siling waved her hand, and soon someone handed over a big iron bow. In the Bai family, Bai Siling was one of the few people who dabbled in archery, and her cultivation was very high. Wang Chong had asked the right person. The army had simple charcoal pens for writing envelopes, which were used in emergencies. Using the unit of measurement, every 10 soldiers would have one of these things. Wang Chong tore a piece of cloth and swiftly wrote a few lines of words on it. Then he passed all of the recovery pills he had on him to Bai Siling. Boom! In the next moment, Bai Siling drew her bow and shot Wang Chong's letter along with the recovery pills. The arrow traversed a distance of 100 zhang and struck the tree behind Huang Yongtu. The white feather of the arrow trembled in the air. Bastards! Aren't these fellows being too arrogant? 500 feet away, a savage-looking bandit could not help but spit fiercely on the ground when he saw the scene and cursed, even though the military advisor and leader had ordered them not to touch them for the time being. These fellows were being too arrogant. However, these fellows were too arrogant, treating them as if they were nothing. We have so many people on our side. Why should we be afraid of them? A spit from each of us is more than enough to drown them. Isn't the military advisor being a little too cautious? Indeed, they're just 2 kids who are still wet behind the ears. How can they be leaders? Brothers, take them down. Kill the men and have fun with the women. A commotion immediately broke out among the bandits. Mountain bandits and bandits had always been free, undisciplined, and lawless people. If they were facing a powerful enemy, they might still obey the orders of Iron, Cloak, Li, and the others. But now, Wang Chong and the others only had a few dozen of them, and they were led by 2 kids. For a moment, the bandits had forgotten about the might of Wang Chong and the others when they wiped out the bandits, and they were itching to make a move. Chief, the brothers of the bandits who just joined us are starting to get restless. A valiant-looking highwayman suddenly pointed to the distance and said, "They forgot about the orders we gave earlier. Should we go over and restrain them? There's no need for that." The one who said those words wasn't Iron Cloak Li, but the military advisor, Zhou, and let them be. They won't learn to be obedient if they don't suffer some losses. If some of them die, they will be more obedient. At the same time, we can also test the strength of this group of soldiers and consume some of their strength. Zhou said emotionlessly as he stroked his beard. According to the intelligence they had received, there was a group of soldiers who were well versed in the means of bandits, and none of the bandits were able to escape from them. The group on the slope clearly wasn't as formidable, and there was nothing special about them. From the looks of it, it could only be the group on the other side. The highwayman hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Iron Cloak Li. Iron Cloak Li's face remained impassive, and he simply nodded slightly. Understanding the other party's intentions, the highwayman fell silent. Based on the intentions of Zhou and the military advisor, they intended to let the Eastern highwayman have a taste of Wang Chong's skills. However, things didn't develop as they expected. Siling, it seems like they have a problem with that arrow of yours. Wang Chong immediately sensed the restlessness of the bandits. Why? Are you going to surrender? Bai Siling chuckled softly. Unknowingly, she had been infected by Wang Chong's mood. In such a precarious situation, it was impossible to laugh. But when she was with Wang Chong, she couldn't help but forget this point. How can that be? Since they want to make a move, we might as well fulfill their wish. There's no need for them to make a move. Let's head over ourselves. Wang Chong smiled. What do you intend to do? Bai Siling rolled her eyes at Wang Chong, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but fall into a daze. First echelon, step out. Second echelon, get ready. Wang Chong waved his hand, and 5 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen immediately stepped out. Their auras were in sync, and their steps were in sync. They were like unsheathed swords, giving off a feeling of sharpness. Siling, I'll have to trouble you to come with us. As Wang Chong spoke, he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky. Rumble. The next moment, like a silver vase breaking, the first echelon of Tang Dynasty cavalrymen, along with Wang Chong and Bai Siling, roared out like dragons emerging from the sea. Although they were only 7 people, they exuded the aura of an army of thousands. In that instant, it was as if the entire earth was trembling beneath their feet. This was the first time Bai Siling had seen Wang Chong's troops move out. They had all received their troops on the same day, and they were all of the same strength and realm. But the 5 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen under Wang Chong gave off a completely different feeling. It was no longer the feeling of being a bystander when he and Bai Siling surrounded the bandits. Instead, it was a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if the troops they had received belonged to 2 completely different armies. Hung long long. With the neighing of their steeds, Wang Chong's troops increased their speed. Even when they were about to reach the iron cloak highwaymen, they showed no signs of slowing down. Waves of tyrannical yuan qi surged into the bodies of those warhorses, and then turned into rippling martial arts halos under the warhorses. In an instant, the aura of the 5 cavalrymen increased by more than 2-fold. The might of a cavalry could only be brought out through a relentless charge. As long as their steeds did not stop, they would be the strongest force on the battlefield. No one could withstand the charge of a cavalry of the same level, and this included the iron cloak highwaymen. Wang, seeing that there were only 7 of them, but the great Tang army was still advancing relentlessly without any signs of stopping, the bandits finally fell into disarray. Damn it! Do these fellows really think that they can deal with the 600 of us with just the 7 of them? They're committing suicide. Bastards, these fellows are crazy. Careful, careful. Amidst the neighing of Nei's steed, the 7 of them charged right into the midst of the bandits, like a bolt of lightning. The furious curses soon turned into chaotic screams and shouts. No one could withstand the charge of 7 true martial realm experts. The combined might of their steeds and their riders was far beyond what these bandits could withstand. Pung pung pung. The hooves of the steeds crushed the bones of the 7 bandits, sending them flying high into the air. Before they could even land on the ground, they were already deader than dead. In just a single clash, the iron cloak highwaymen had lost 7 of their men. But this was far from the end. The might of a cavalry didn't just lie in their first charge, but in their relentless charge. Nay, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Be careful. The scene was in chaos. The charge of Wang Chong and the others was only the beginning of the first wave of attacks. In the next moment, spears and swords rained down. The bandits only felt their vision blur, and before they could even react, they'd already been pierced through by the iron spear and perished. The mountain bandits who lived in the mountains and robbed the passing merchants were no match for the well-trained and battle-hardened regular soldiers. A single cavalryman might not amount to much, and the threat they posed to the mountain bandits was rather limited. However, when 2, 3, 4, 5, when a group of cavalrymen appeared and coordinated with each other, no bandits who only knew how to fight one-on-one would be able to stand against them. Pu-piu-piu. The metal spears were as dense as rain, stabbing out like poisonous dragons, throwing the surrounding bandits into the air. The cold light that flickered in the air was like the scythe of the god of death, taking away one life after another. Blood sprayed in the air, and miserable screams rang out one after another. The bandits, who were still clamoring madly a moment ago, had suddenly become prey for the 7 of them. In just a short period of time, more than 20 bandits had died in the first wave of attacks from the 7 of them. On the other hand, not a single person on Wang Chong's side was injured. This was the might of the Tang Dynasty's cavalry.